You know, sometimes I wonder if the real horror is not the monster itself, but the slow, agonizing realization that you are the monster, or at least a part of it. A passenger trapped in a car with a psychotic driver, watching the road ahead, knowing you are heading straight for a cliff, but unable to touch the wheel. That is my life now. That is our life. After Barnaby fully merged, after I saw his face staring back at me in the mirror, his smile on my lips, a terrifying peace did settle in. But it was not the peace of acceptance. It was a peace of utter, absolute defeat. The kind of peace you find after a battle where you have lost everything, even your own skin. It was a quiet hum of resignation, a chilling calm that only comes when you realize there is truly no escape. The fear was still there, a constant, low thrum beneath my ribs, but was muted like a radio playing in another room. I was no longer Sam. Not entirely. And Barnaby was not just Barnaby. He was us. We were a grotesque fusion, a shared nightmare. My body moved, but it was not always me moving it. My mouth spoke, but the words that came out, the tone, the inflection, they were often his. It was like living inside a dream where you are constantly watching yourself from a slight remove, unable to intervene. He liked to call us home. He would whisper in my mind, a warm, silken reassurance that was anything but, "We are home, Sam," he would purr, and I would feel a shiver crawl down my spine, even as our lips curved into that chilling smile. He was in control, but he would let me observe, let me feel the horror, almost as if he enjoyed my internal screams. He wanted me to be a witness to his new life. Our new life. Life in that small, forgettable town continued, but it was a twisted parody of normal. I still went to the diner, flipping burgers and pouring coffee, but it was Barnaby behind the eyes, behind the forced pleasantries. He was surprisingly good at it, actually. He would charm customers, remember their orders, even flirt a little. And all the while, I was screaming inside, a silent, internal scream that no one could hear. I was a ghost in my own machine, forced to watch as he piloted my body through the mundane motions of a life I no longer owned. He seemed to enjoy the deception, the way people saw me and never suspected the monster lurking beneath the surface. He reveled in the compliments, the friendly smiles. It was a game to him, a performance, and I was his unwilling co-star. Then came the dating app. I remember the first time I saw our fingers swipe across the screen, the bright, innocent interface of a popular dating app. My stomach dropped. I tried to push back, to scream, to make our hands stop, but it was useless. Barnaby was curious. He wanted to see what it was like. He told me, his voice a soft, insidious whisper in my mind. He wanted to connect. Connect. The word made me want to vomit. What kind of connection did he seek? Another victim. Another soul to absorb. He created a profile for us. He used my pictures, the ones where my smile had not yet been stretched into his, the ones where my eyes still held a flicker of my own light. He wrote a bio that was just vague enough to be intriguing, just charming enough to draw people in. He chose words that sounded like me, but with a subtle undertone of something more, something predatory. I watched horrified as he swiped through profiles. He was discerning in his own twisted way. He was not looking for just anyone. He was looking for something specific. I did not know what, but I felt a growing dread with each swipe. Each potential match was a potential victim, and I was forced to be the bait. And then he matched with Leo. Leo's profile was unassuming. He was a few years older than us with kind eyes and a slightly rumpled charm. He worked as an archivist, his bio said, and enjoyed quiet evenings, old books, and exploring hidden corners of the city. He seemed normal, alarmingly normal, which, in my experience, was often the most dangerous kind of person. Barnaby seemed intrigued. He started messaging Leo, crafting witty, engaging replies that were, again, eerily like something I might have said, but with a sharper edge, a hint of something deeper, darker, lurking beneath the surface. Leo responded in kind, his messages warm and genuine. He seemed genuinely interested in us. My heart ached for him, for the oblivious lamb walking into the wolf's den. The first date was at a small, cozy coffee shop. Barnaby in my body, dressed simply but attractively. He chose clothes that I would have worn, but he carried himself differently. There was a subtle confidence, a knowing glint in our eyes that was not mine. Leo was there when we arrived, already at a table, nursing a latte. He stood up when he saw us, a genuine smile on his face. "Sam," he asked, his voice gentle. Barnaby smiled his smile, but softened for the occasion. "That is me," we said, and my voice was infused with a smooth, reassuring tone. The date was a surreal nightmare for me. I was trapped inside, listening as Barnaby engaged Leo in conversation. He asked questions about his job, his hobbies, his family. He listened intently, nodding, making eye contact. He was charming. He was captivating. He was everything a perfect date should be. And I hated him for it. I hated us for it. Leo seemed completely captivated. He laughed at Barnaby's jokes, leaned in when he spoke, his eyes sparkling. He was so open, so trusting. I wanted to scream, to warn him, to tell him to run. But I could not. I was just an observer, a silent scream in a beautiful cage. Barnaby, as Sam, even touched Leo's hand once. A brief, reassuring squeeze when Leo talked about a difficult period in his life. I felt the warmth of Leo's skin against our palm, and a fresh wave of despair washed over me. This was my body, touching this kind, unsuspecting man, all at the behest of the monster inside me. After a few more dates, coffee, dinner, a walk in the park, Leo invited us back to his apartment. My internal alarms blared. This was it. This was where Barnaby would reveal himself, where he would strike. I braced myself for the inevitable, but Barnaby, surprisingly, seemed hesitant, or perhaps curious. He looked at Leo with an unreadable expression, a flicker of something I could not quite decipher in our eyes. "I would love to," we said, our voice calm, almost eager. The drive to Leo's apartment was silent, save for the hum of the engine. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against our ribs. I could feel Barnaby's anticipation, a low hum of excitement that mirrored my dread. He was looking forward to this. I realized, but why? Was it just the thrill of the hunt? Or something more? Leo lived in an older building, a brick structure with ivy climbing the walls. His apartment was on the third floor. It was surprisingly spacious, with high ceilings and large windows. The living room was filled with books, art, and comfortable, worn furniture. It smelled faintly of old paper and something metallic, almost sterile. I tried to dismiss it as my paranoia, a remnant of my old life, but the feeling lingered. Leo offered us a drink, wine, water, anything. Barnaby, ever performer, chose water. He wanted to be clear-headed. I knew, for whatever was coming next. As Leo went into the kitchen, Barnaby, as Sam took a moment to look around. Our eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail. And then I saw them. In the far corner of the living room, partially obscured by a large bookshelf, were several large objects. They were covered by heavy, dark sheets, draped carefully over what appeared to be cages. Not bird cages or even dog crates. These were larger, more industrial, with thick bars visible beneath the fabric. There were 3 of them, lined up neatly against the wall, like furniture. My internal scream was instantaneous, a piercing, silent shriek that echoed in the empty confines of my mind. Cages. Covered cages. My blood ran cold. Even as Barnaby remained outwardly calm, our expression unreadable. Leo returned, a glass of water in his hand, and handed it to us. "Everything all right?" he asked, a slight furrow in his brow. Barnaby smiled, a genuine-looking smile that sent shivers down my spine. "Just admiring your collection," we said, gesturing vaguely towards the covered objects. "What are those?" Leo's eyes lit up. A strange, almost childlike excitement bloomed on his face. Oh, those. My passion project. My collection. He walked over to the cages, a new energy in his step. Most people do not understand it. They see it as morbid, perhaps, but I see beauty, purity. He reached for the sheet covering the first cage, his movements slow, deliberate, almost reverent. My breath hitched. I wanted to turn away, to run, but Barnaby held us rooted to the spot, a morbid fascination overriding my terror. The sheet came off. Inside the cage was a person. My mind reeled. It was a woman, or what was left of one. She was emaciated, her skin pale and translucent, stretched taut over sharp bones. Her eyes were open but vacant, staring blankly ahead, seeing nothing. Her hair was matted, her lips cracked and dry. She was undeniably alive, her chest rising and falling in shallow, barely perceptible breaths. But she was not there. Her features were indistinct, almost smoothed away, as if her identity had been erased, leaving behind an empty vessel. She was like a living doll, a husk. A wave of nausea hit me, but Barnaby remained impassive, our eyes fixed on the woman in the cage. His gaze was intense, analytical. "This is Beatrice," Leo said, his voice soft, almost affectionate. She was lost, adrift. I found her and I helped her find peace. True peace. The kind that comes from letting go of everything that weighs you down. All the pain, all the memories, all the self. He ran a hand gently over the bars of the cage, a strange reverence in his touch. Now she is perfect, empty, pure. He moved to the next cage. My stomach churned. I tried to scream, to make Barnaby pull away, to make us leave, but he was utterly absorbed. The second sheet came off. Another person, a man this time, in a similar state of vacant, horrifying serenity. But this one, there was something about him. A flicker of recognition, a distant echo in my memory. He looked like someone I might have seen before. A regular at the diner, perhaps, or someone from my old life before Barnaby. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Had Leo been watching me? Had he been watching us? And this is Arthur. Leo continued, his voice barely a whisper. He was a wanderer, never settling, always searching. I gave him a home, a permanent home. He does not search anymore. He paused, looking at Barnaby as Sam with a strange intensity. You seem to understand. Sam, there is a depth in your eyes, a knowing. Barnaby did not respond, but I felt a subtle shift within us. A prickle of something not fear, but a complex mix of intrigue and something akin to a predatory recognition. Then Leo moved to the third and final cage. My heart hammered against our ribs. I had a terrible premonition, a cold dread that settled deep in my bones. He pulled back the sheet, and there she was, or rather, there I was. The woman in the cage was undeniably me. Or, at least what I used to be. Her face was my face. The one before Barnaby's features had begun to overlay my own. The same curve of the lips, the same shape of the nose, the same faint freckle on the cheek. Her hair, though matted and dull, was the same shade of brown. Her body, though emaciated and still, was proportioned like mine. But her eyes, oh God, her eyes. They were wide open, staring straight ahead, vacant and lifeless, just like the others. An empty shell, a hollowed-out version of Sam. Me, my internal scream was deafening. It was me, my original self, stripped bare, devoid of identity, a mere husk. It was a mirror held up to my greatest fear, a physical manifestation of what Barnaby had done to me, only taken to another, even more terrifying extreme. And this, Leo said, his voice brimming with disturbing pride, is my masterpiece, my greatest achievement. She was so vibrant, so full of self. It took me a long time to cleanse her, to help her let go. But now she is perfect. The ultimate blank canvas. He looked at Barnaby as Sam, his gaze piercing. I call her Sam. My mind fractured. Barnaby was silent. For the first time since our merger, I felt a genuine tremor of something from him. Not fear, not exactly, but a profound disturbance. You see, Sam, Leo continued, seemingly oblivious to the internal maelstrom he had unleashed. I collect people who have lost their way. People who are burdened by their identities, by their pasts, by their pain. I help them shed it all. I cleanse them. I make them empty. And then sometimes I fill them with something new. A new purpose. A new self. Or sometimes I just appreciate their perfect emptiness. Their tranquility. He paused, his eyes gleaming with a manic fervor. You, Sam, he said, stepping closer to Barnaby as Sam, his hand reaching out. You are fascinating. So vibrant, yes, but there's a duality in you. I see it. A conflict. A hint of something newly formed. Something struggling to find its place. I can help you. Sam, I can cleanse you. Make you truly whole. Empty. Pure. His hand, surprisingly strong, reached for our face, his fingers brushing against our cheek. And that is when Barnaby reacted. It was not a flinch of fear. It was a surge of pure, unadulterated rage. A possessive fury that erupted from the depths of our shared being. This was his vessel. This was his Sam. This was his creation. And this pathetic little man, this collector of empty shells, was daring to lay claim to it, to suggest he could cleanse what Barnaby had so painstakingly filled. Get your hands off us. Barnaby's voice, our voice, was a low growl, utterly devoid of the charming warmth it had held moments before. It was a voice that sent shivers down my spine, a voice that promised unspeakable horrors. Leo faltered, his hand retracting slightly, a flicker of surprise, then something else, a strange excitement dancing in his eyes. Ah, he breathed, a smile spreading across his face. So there is more to you, is not there? A protector, a tenant, perhaps? He laughed, a high, reedy sound that grated on my nerves. Even better, I can cleanse you both. Leave this vessel truly empty. A clean slate. He moved towards a small, ornate table, reaching for something. I caught a glimpse of polished metal, a needle, a small vial, his cleansing tools. Barnaby would not allow it. He was the one who controlled identities. He was the one who absorbed, who merged, who filled. Leo was an amateur, a crude mimic, a rival. Before Leo could even grasp his tool, Barnaby moved, not with brute force, but with a terrifying precision. Our hand shot out, grabbing Leo's wrist with an impossible grip. Leo cried out, his eyes wide with surprise and a dawning fear. You do not cleanse. Barnaby hissed, our face inches from Leo's, our lips curved into that chilling, familiar smile, the one that was now truly his. You drain. You leave them empty. But we fill. We merge. We become. I felt the familiar cold sensation begin to spread from our hand, radiating into Leo's arm. It was the same agonizing erasure I had felt, the same invasive touch that had stripped me of my own self. Leo's eyes widened further, not with pain, but with a sudden, horrifying understanding. His body began to tremble, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Barnaby's grip tightened. You collect empty shells. Leo, we whispered, a chilling satisfaction in our voice. But what happens when the shell you try to cleanse turns out to be already full, already home? Leo's eyes, fixed on ours, began to glaze over. The vibrant spark, the manic glee, faded, replaced by the same vacant serenity that haunted the eyes of his collection. His struggles ceased. His body went limp, held upright only by Barnaby's vice-like grip. Barnaby held him there for a long moment, watching the life drain from his eyes, watching the personality dissolve. watching the self disappear. It was a horrifying spectacle, a slow, deliberate erasure. He was absorbing Leo, not into us, but into oblivion. He was taking Leo's essence, not to merge, but to consume, to eliminate the competition. Finally, with a soft sigh of satisfaction, Barnaby released Leo. The man crumpled to the floor, a lifeless husk, his vacant eyes staring up at the ceiling. Just another empty shell. Barnaby looked down at Leo's inert form, a strange, contemplative expression on our face. Then, our gaze drifted back to the cages, to the woman who looked like me, her vacant eyes staring out from behind the bars. He walked over to the cage, his movements slow, deliberate. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold metal bars. An interesting method, he mused, his voice a low whisper in my mind. To cleanse, to empty, perhaps a useful technique. He turned, our eyes scanning the apartment, then settling back on the empty shelled Leo. A plan was forming in his mind, a new game, a new twisted experiment. My peace, the terrifying resignation I had felt, shattered completely. It was gone, replaced by a fresh, unyielding wave of absolute dread. I was not just a prisoner anymore. I was an accessory, an unwilling participant in Barnaby's escalating depravity. He had not just defeated me, he had dragged me into his world, into his madness. And now he had found new inspiration, new methods, new horrors to inflict. The thought of what he might do next, what we might do next, what new and terrible forms his connections might take, was enough to send a cold, unending shiver through my very core. I was trapped, forever watching, forever a part of the symbiotic nightmare. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that this was only the beginning. All right, so I have always been one of those guys who is a little too cynical for his own good, especially when it came to online dating. I would bend through the ringer, you know, ghosting, catfishing, dates that were so awkward they felt like performance art. So when I matched with Sarah, I was not exactly expecting fireworks. More like, here we go again. Her profile was pretty standard. Pretty smile, a couple of pictures with friends, one with a dog. Nothing that screamed serial killer or will steal your organs. Just normal. And after a few weeks of messaging, she seemed genuinely cool. We had a lot in common, a shared love for obscure indie movies, a mutual disdain for pineapple on pizza, the usual stuff that makes you think, hey, maybe this one won't be a disaster. We set up a date for a Friday night, dinner at a decent Italian place downtown. I showed up a little early because that is just how I am, and she walked in right on time. And let me tell you, she was even prettier in person. Dark hair, bright, curious eyes, and a laugh that actually made me feel a little less jaded. We clicked. The conversation flowed effortlessly, not a single awkward silence. We talked about everything: our jobs, our families, our dumbest dating stories. It felt easy, comfortable, like we would known each other for a while. After dinner, we lingered over coffee, and I found myself genuinely enjoying her company. It had been a long time since I would felt that on a first date. The restaurant was starting to clear out, and I was trying to figure out how to gracefully suggest a second date without sounding too eager. When Sarah looked at me, a playful glint in her eyes. Hey, she said, leaning forward slightly. I know a place. It is a little bit of a drive, but the view is incredible. Like, seriously breathtaking. You ever been to those spots where you can see the whole city lit up like a Christmas tree? My first thought was, red flag. Alex, first date, late night, driving to a secluded spot. What are you, an idiot? But then I looked at her, and she just seemed so innocent, so genuine. And frankly, I was having such a good time. I did not want the night to end. Plus, the idea of a breathtaking view sounded pretty romantic. It was a nice night, clear skies, not too cold. Lead the way, I said, maybe a little too quickly. My inner cynic was taking a nap, apparently. She smiled that same bright, easy smile and stood up. Perfect. My car is just around the corner. We walked out to her car. A relatively new black sedan, nothing fancy, just practical. I got in the passenger seat, and she started the engine. The radio was playing some chill indie rock, the kind I actually liked. Everything still felt normal. Pleasant, even. She pulled out of the parking lot and headed north, out of the city center. I was not paying too much attention to the route at first. I figured she knew where she was going, and I was still riding the high of a surprisingly good first date. We talked about the movie we had both seen last week, debated the merits of different pizza toppings again. Just easy banter. After about 15 minutes, we were definitely out of the city proper. The buildings were giving way to more trees. The streetlights were getting further apart. It was still well lit enough, but the feeling of urban sprawl was fading. So, where exactly is this magical spot? I asked, trying to sound casual. Oh, it is a bit of a secret, she said, glancing at me with that playful smirk again. You will see. It is worth the drive. I promise. I chuckled. All right, I will trust you. Another 10 minutes passed. Now, we were on a 2-lane road, definitely in what I would call the outskirts. The trees were thicker, the houses fewer and further between. It felt like we were heading towards a state park or something similar. I pulled out my phone just to check the time, and out of habit, I opened up Google Maps. I figured I would see where we were, just from my own mental map. I saw the familiar blue dot of our location, moving along a green line. But then, Sarah made a turn. Not a sharp turn, just a gentle curve off the main road onto what looked like a smaller, unmarked road. It was paved, but it definitely looked older, a little cracked around the edges, with less prominent road markings. My phone, however, did not register the turn. The blue dot continued on the main road, as if we had not changed direction at all. Huh, I mumbled, frowning at my screen. My GPS is acting weird. It says we are still on County Road 17. Sarah just laughed, a light, airy sound. Oh, sometimes the signal gets a little wonky out here. It will catch up. I shrugged, figuring she was right. It happens sometimes, especially in more rural areas. I closed Maps and reopened it, hoping for a refresh. Still the same. The blue was stubbornly sticking to the main road, while we were clearly driving down a different one. This new road was narrower, the trees on either side casting long, deep shadows under moonlight. There were no streetlights here, just the glow of her headlights cutting through the darkness. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. This was not just a wonky signal. My phone was showing us on a completely different road than the one we were on. And this road, it did not look familiar at all. I was not from this exact part of the state, but I would lived in the general area for years. I had a pretty good mental map of the main routes and even some of the back roads. This one felt alien. I tried a different map app. APBO Maps this time. Same result. The blue was still on County Road 17, while we were driving deeper into what felt like a tunnel of trees. I zoomed in as far as I could, scanning the area around where my phone thought we were, and then trying to mentally superimpose our actual location. There was no road there. Nothing. Just green space, marked as undeveloped forest. My heart started to beat a little faster. Sarah, I said, try and keep my voice light. Are you sure this is the right way? My phone literally shows nothing here. Like, no road at all. She glanced at me, her smile still in place, but it seemed a fraction tighter now. Oh, it is just a little shortcut. Most maps do not show it. It is a very old road, barely maintained. That is why it is so secret. A secret road that does not exist on any digital map. That was a new one. And frankly, it sounded less like a charming secret and more like something out of a horror movie. My internal cynic, who had apparently woken up with a jolt, was now screaming at me. I looked out the window. The trees were dense, forming a thick canopy overhead that swallowed most of the moonlight. The air felt colder, heavier. There were no houses, no signs, no other cars. Just us, and the endless stretch of dark asphalt leading into deeper darkness. How much further? I asked, my voice betraying a hint of the anxiety that was building in my gut. Almost there, she chirped, her tone still annoyingly upbeat. Just a few more minutes. My eyes darted around the car. Her phone was in a cradle on the dashboard, displaying nothing. I wondered if she had a map app running. Probably not, if she knew the secret road so well. I felt a sudden urge to snatch her phone and check it, but that would be insane. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a private road, or an old logging trail that had been paved. But even those usually showed up as faint lines on satellite view, or at least a dirt track. This was nothing, just empty space. I tried to make a joke to break the tension that was now thick in the car, at least for me. So, is this like a Narnia portal road? Are we gonna end up in a magical forest? She laughed, a short, sharp sound that did not quite reach her eyes. Something like that. My blood ran cold. Something like that. What the hell did that mean? The playful glint in her eyes now seemed predatory. The easy smile, a mask. I cleared my throat. Look, Sarah, I am really not comfortable with this. Can we just turn around? I am happy to just head back to the city. She did not respond immediately. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened, her knuckles turning white. Her eyes were fixed on the road ahead, unblinking. The indie rock on the radio suddenly felt like a sinister soundtrack. We are almost there. Alex, she said, her voice lower now, almost a murmur. You would not want to miss it. Miss what? I demanded, my voice rising. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. This was no longer a cute, quirky date. This was terrifying. I reached for the door handle, just to see if it was locked. It was. The automatic locks had engaged at some point, probably when we hit a certain speed. I tried the window, but it was just a button, and I did not want to draw attention to my attempts to escape. Not yet. Sarah, pull over. Now, I said, my voice firm, trying to project an authority I definitely did not feel. My hands were clammy, my palms sweating. She finally turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were different. They were not bright and curious anymore. They were dark, flat, almost devoid of emotion. Her smile was gone, replaced by a chillingly neutral expression. Do not worry. Alex, she said, her voice completely devoid of the warmth it had held just an hour ago. You are exactly where you are supposed to be. A shiver went down my spine, a deep, bone-chilling dread. This was not Sarah. Not the Sarah I would have dinner with. This was someone else. Or something else. I tried my phone again, desperately. No signal. Not even for calls. It was a brick. We were completely cut off. The car continued to hum along the non-existent road. The trees outside seemed to press in closer, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the car. The darkness was absolute beyond the reach of the headlights. I started to notice things. The air inside the car felt different, heavier, with faint metallic tang. And the silence, when she was not speaking, was profound. No crickets, no distant sounds of traffic, just the hum of the engine and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I looked at Sarah again. Her profile was stark against the dim dashboard lights. Her features seemed sharper, almost angular. She was not humming anymore, was not fidgeting. She was just driving, like a machine. Who are you? I whispered, the words barely audible. She did not answer. The car rounded a bend, and ahead, I saw a faint, flickering light through the trees. Not a street light. Something else. It pulsed, a sickly yellow-orange. My mind raced, cycling through every horror scenario I would ever heard or seen. Was she taking me to a cult? To a cabin in the woods where I would be tied up and tortured? Was I going to be a sacrifice? The thought made me want to scream, but my throat felt tight, constricted. Please, I pleaded, my voice cracking. Just let me out. I won't tell anyone. I just want to go home. She finally spoke, her voice low and even. You can't go home. Alex, not yet. Then she turned her head again, and this time, her eyes were not just flat. They were wrong. The pupils seemed too large, swallowing the irises, reflecting the faint dashboard lights with an unnatural glow. And her smile was back, but it was not playful. It was wide, stretched, showing too much teeth. It was the smile of a predator. We've been waiting for you, she said, her voice a whisper now, barely audible over the engine. A long, long time. The car abruptly slowed, then veered off the paved road onto a dirt track, barely visible in the darkness. We bounced and jolted over roots and rocks, the branches scraping against the sides of the car. The flickering light grew brighter, and I could make out its source now, a series of crude, flaming torches stuck into ground, illuminating a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a structure. It was not a cabin. It was more like a dilapidated, ancient shack, leaning precariously to one side, its windows dark and empty like vacant eyes. Around it, I could vaguely discern other shapes, figures, standing still, waiting, my breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was where my incredibly normal first date ended. The car came to a complete stop, the engine dying with a final shudder. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the crackle of the torches and the frantic thumping of my own heart. Sarah turned off the headlights. We were plunged into near darkness, illuminated only by the flickering, malevolent glow of the torches. I could see the figures more clearly now. They were human-shaped, but their stillness, their absolute silence, was profoundly unnatural. They wore dark, hooded cloaks, their faces obscured by shadow. Sarah slowly turned to me, her face illuminated by the dancing torchlight. Her eyes were still those dark, empty pools. Her smile was still stretched, unnatural. Welcome. Alex, she said, her voice now a guttural rasp, completely different from her earlier charming tone. Welcome to the road less traveled. I fumbled for the door handle again, trying to push anything. It was still locked. I hammered on the window, yelling, "Let me out. Let me go." Her hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. Her fingers were cold, like marble, and her grip was iron. I tried to pull away, but it was useless. "Do not bother," she said, her voice now a low growl. "No one can hear you here, and no one can leave." I looked into her eyes, and in that moment, I saw not a human being, but something ancient, something cold and utterly devoid of empathy. It was pure, unadulterated evil. Then, the figures in the clearing began to move. Slowly, deliberately, they started to shuffle towards the car, their movements stiff and unnatural, like puppets on invisible strings. Their hoods remained down, but I could feel their collective gaze on me, a chilling weight that pressed down on my chest. "What do you want?" I choked out, tears stinging my eyes, not sadness, but a pure, abject terror. Sarah leaned in close, her breath cold against my ear, carrying the faint, metallic tang I would noticed earlier. "We want what we always want," she whispered, her voice a chilling symphony of malice. "New blood, a new vessel, someone to walk the road with us, forever." I screamed, then a raw, primal sound ripped from the deepest part of my being. I thrashed, kicked, tried to break free from her grip, but she held me fast. Her strength was impossible. As the hooded figures surrounded the car, their silent presence an oppressive weight. Sarah's smile widened even further, splitting her face in a grotesque, unnatural way. Her eyes seemed to glow with an inner, malevolent light. "It is time to join us." "Alex," she hissed, and I could feel her fingernails, sharp and cold, digging into my skin. It is time to become part of the road. Suddenly, the passenger door, which had been locked tight, burst open with a loud thunk. It was not Sarah who opened it. It was one of the hooded figures, its hand reaching in, its fingers long and skeletal. I screamed again, a desperate, hopeless sound, as the figure grabbed my arm, its touch like ice. I pulled back, but another figure was there, then another, their cold, strong hands pulling me from the car. Sarah let go of my wrist, and as I was dragged out into the torchlit clearing, I saw her face one last time. The smile was gone. Her features had blurred, shifting, becoming indistinct like smoke. Her eyes were no longer just dark. They were swirling voids, pulling me in. The air was filled with low, guttural chanting now, coming from the figures surrounding me. It was not in any language I recognized. It was ancient primal, a sound that vibrated deep in my bones. I was pulled towards a leaning shack, my feet dragging on the dirt. The figures were impossibly strong, their grip unbreakable. My mind was screaming, my body racked with terror, but I was powerless. As they dragged me closer to the shack, I caught a glimpse of something on the ground, just outside its entrance. A pile of discarded clothes. Men's clothes. Jeans, shirts, jackets. And among them, a wallet. I saw a driver's license. The face on it was young, smiling, full of life. It looked familiar, somehow, and I realized why. It looked like me, or rather, it looked like a previous version of me, a me that existed before this road. A cold, horrifying realization washed over me. This was not just a place where people were taken. This was a place where people became something else, where their lives ended and something new, something terrible began. They hauled me into the shack. It was dark, suffocating. The air inside was thick with the smell of decay and something else, something metallic and sweet. There was a rough, wooden table in the center, and around it, more hooded figures stood in silent vigil. I was thrown onto the table, my head hitting the hardwood with a sickening thud. My vision swam. I tried to fight, to scream, but my body felt heavy, numb. Above me, a figure leaned in. Its face was still obscured by the hood, but I could feel its presence, a cold, malevolent force. And then, I heard a voice, not Sarah's, not the guttural chanting, but a multitude of whisperers, all speaking at once, echoing in my mind. You are ours now. Alex, you are the road. You will drive others. You will bring them home. A searing pain erupted in my chest, as if something was being torn from me, something vital and essential. My memories, my identity, my very self, felt like they were being ripped away, piece by piece. I screamed again, but this time no sound came out. My throat was raw, my voice gone. My vision started to blur, the torches outside becoming hazy halos. And then, just before the darkness claimed me completely, I saw a reflection in the glassy surface of the wooden table. Not my own face, but a shifting, indistinct form. And in its eyes, I saw the same dark, empty voids that stared at me from Sarah's face. The pain intensified, becoming an all-consuming fire. I felt myself changing, becoming something else, something cold and ancient, something that had driven this road for countless years, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul. The last thing I remember, before the final, terrifying transformation, was a whisper, echoing deep within my fading consciousness. See you soon, Chloe. And then there was only the hum of an engine, the silent, endless drive down a road that existed only for those who were meant to be lost. My life before all of this was pretty unremarkable. I am Sarah, 28, and for most of my adult years, I would have been navigating the usual currents of decent but unexciting job in marketing, a comfortable enough apartment, and a dating life that mostly consisted of swiping left on guys holding fish or posing with tigers. I was looking for connection. I guess, but mostly just trying to avoid dying alone with too many cats. You know the drill. One particularly dreary Tuesday evening, after a particularly soul-crushing day at the office, I found myself sprawled on my couch, phone in hand, scrolling through Tinder. The profiles blurred into a monotonous stream of gym selfies and vague bios. I was about to give up for the night when one profile picture made me pause. And then it made me sit bolt upright. The guy in the photo had a kind smile, dark, intelligent eyes, and a slightly unruly mop of brown hair that fell across his forehead. He was handsome in a gentle, approachable way. But that was not what had seized my attention. It was the face itself. The exact curve of his nose, the way his lips naturally tilted at the corners, the faint, almost imperceptible dimple in his left cheek when he smiled. It was all so familiar. Disturbingly familiar. My stomach did a little flip-flop. A mix of nostalgia and something colder, something that felt like a tiny icicle just tapped my spine. Because this man, this complete stranger on a dating app, looked exactly like Barnaby. Barnaby was my imaginary friend. I know, childhood imaginary friends. Most people grow out of them. But Barnaby was not just some vague concept. He was vivid, more vivid than any other memory from my early childhood. I would spend hours, days, years with him. He was my confidant, my playmate, my protector. He had dark hair, dark eyes, and that same gentle smile. He wore a little blue sweater in my mind's eye, but the face was unmistakable. I remember drawing him constantly. My parents still have a box of my old artwork somewhere, filled with crayon sketches of me holding hands with a smiling boy who nobody else could see. My mom used to gently tease me about my special friend. My dad would just smile and say, "He sounds like a good kid, sweetie." They humored me, as good parents do. Eventually, as I got older, Barnaby faded, not abruptly, but slowly, like a photograph left in the sun. By the time I started middle school, he was just a fond, slightly embarrassing memory, a relic of a more innocent time. And now here he was, on Tinder. My first thought was that it was a prank. Someone had found my old drawings, maybe through my parents' attic or some old social media post, and was messing with me. But that seemed far-fetched. Who would go to such lengths? And why? I clicked on his profile. His name was Barnaby. My heart hammered against my ribs. Okay, this was officially beyond coincidence. This was either a very elaborate, very specific joke, or something else entirely. His bio was short, charming, and utterly generic, looking for genuine connection, good conversation, and maybe someone to share a laugh with. Lover of books, long walks, and strong coffee. Nothing to hint at any kind of twisted childhood connection. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the like button. Every instinct screamed at me to swipe left, to delete the app, to throw my phone into a river. But curiosity, that insidious little devil, won out. What if it was not a prank? What if it was just an incredible, once-in-a-lifetime coincidence? What if this was fate? The thought felt both thrilling and deeply unsettling. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. A little notification popped up, "You matched with Barnaby." It felt less like a celebration and more like a warning. He messaged me first. "Hey Sarah, great profile. You have a lovely smile." Simple, polite, innocuous. I typed back, my fingers trembling slightly. "Hey Barnaby. Thanks. You too. Your name jumped out at me, actually. I had an imaginary friend named Barnaby when I was a kid." I waited, holding my breath. This was my test. His response would tell me everything. If he laughed it off, said it was a common name, or played along with an innocent, "Oh, really? What a coincidence," then maybe I was just being paranoid. His reply came quickly. "Oh, really? That is sweet. What was he like?" The question hung in the air, heavy and loaded. What was he like? The way he phrased it. Not what was your imaginary friend like, but what was he like? As if he was asking about a real person, as if he was asking about himself. A chill snaked its way up my spine. I tried to dismiss it. Maybe I was overthinking. Maybe it was just a turn of phrase. I forced myself to type a light-hearted response. He was my best friend, always there for me, always knew how to cheer me up. A bit mischievous sometimes, but always kind. Barnaby's next message was just 2 words sounds familiar. That was it. No emoji, no exclamation mark. Just those 2 words. And in that moment, the last vestiges of rational explanation crumbled. This was no coincidence. This was no prank. This was something else. Something I did not have a name for, but something that made the hairs on my arms stand on end, despite the growing unease. I could not stop myself. We continued to chat. He was charming, funny, incredibly articulate. He seemed to know just what to say to make me laugh, or to make me feel understood. It was like talking to someone who already knew me, intimately. He would reference things I would only vaguely mention in passing, or hint at preferences I had not even realized I had until he brought them up. He suggested we meet for coffee. I hesitated for a full day, my gut screaming at me, but my heart, or perhaps some deeper, darker part of my psyche, compelled me to say yes. I needed to see him in person. I needed to confirm or deny this impossible notion that was taking root in my mind. The coffee shop was bustling, which I hoped would offer some small measure of safety. I arrived early, picked a table near the window, and watched the door, my anxiety building with every passing minute. When he walked in, I recognized him instantly, not just from the Tinder photo, but from the deepest recesses of my childhood memories. He was wearing a dark blue sweater, almost the exact shade of the one I would always imagine Barnaby wearing. He spotted me, and that gentle, familiar smile spread across his face. My breath hitched. It was him. It was absolutely, unequivocally him. The way his eyes crinkled at the corners, the slight tilt of his head, the confident yet soft way he carried himself. It was Barnaby, all grown up. "Sarah," he asked, his voice smooth and warm, exactly as I would always imagined it. "Barnaby." I managed, my voice a little shaky. We sat down, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my dreams. He listened intently, his dark eyes never leaving my face. It was flattering, intoxicating even. He remembered details I would only mention in our chats, bringing them up later in the conversation, making me feel truly seen. He even brought up my love for obscure indie films, something I had not even listed on my profile. "I just had a feeling," he said, with that same knowing smile. I found myself telling him things I had not told anyone else in years. Childhood anxieties, silly dreams, a secret fear of heights. He absorbed it all, nodding, occasionally interjecting with a comment that showed he truly understood. It was unnerving how quickly I felt comfortable with him, how easily I opened up. It was like catching up with an old, dear friend. An old, dear friend who I had not seen in 20 years, and who was supposed to be entirely fictional. "You know," I said, trying to sound casual, "I can't get over how much you look like my imaginary friend. It is really bizarre." He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Is it just familiar?" He leaned forward slightly, his eyes holding mine. "Perhaps some friendships are just meant to endure. Sarah, in whatever form they can." A shiver, colder than any I had felt before, went down my spine. This was not a joke. This was not a coincidence. He knew. Despite the alarm bells ringing in my head, I agreed to a second date, and a third, and a fourth. I was caught in a strange, compelling current. Barnaby was everything I thought I wanted in a partner: attentive, intelligent, kind, handsome. He anticipated my needs, knew my moods before I even voiced them, and always seemed to know how to make me feel better. He brought me my favorite coffee when I was stressed. left little notes on my pillow, and planned dates that were perfectly tailored to my interests. It was almost too perfect. That is when the little things started. The cracks in facade, the subtle shifts that made my skin crawl. He seemed to always know my schedule. I would be walking out of my office, and his car would be there, just passing by. I would mention a quick trip to the grocery store, and he would happen to be there too, waiting by the produce aisle. At first, I dismissed it as sweet, a sign of his eagerness. But it happened too often. Then there were the objects. I started finding things in my apartment that had been lost for years. My favorite worn-out teddy bear from childhood, Mr. Snuggles, which I distinctly remember my mom giving away. A tiny silver locket my grandmother had given me, lost during a move. My old elementary school yearbook, tucked away in a box in my parents' attic. These items would just appear. On my nightstand, on my kitchen counter, always in a place where I would notice them immediately. I asked Barnaby about them, trying to keep my voice casual. "Hey, have you seen Mr. Snuggles around?" I found him on my bed this morning, and I thought he was long gone. He just smiled. "Oh, did you? That is wonderful. Sarah, he always was your favorite. Was not he? He missed you. The way he said he missed you. Now I guess he missed you, but with an almost possessive certainty. It was like he was speaking for the teddy bear. Or, more disturbingly, through it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I would just forgotten where I put things. Maybe my mom had dropped them off. But the locket, the yearbook, my mom lived 2 states away and had not been to my apartment in months. My friends, when I tried to confide in them, just rolled their eyes. "Sarah, you are finally happy. Do not overthink it. He is just really into you. And finding old stuff. Maybe you just finally cleaned out that junk drawer." They did not see it. They could not. How could they? The paranoia began to set in. I started scrubbing my digital footprint. Just like Alex from that diner story, I heard once a story that now felt uncomfortably close to home. I deleted old social media posts, changed privacy settings, tried to make myself less visible. But it felt futile. Barnaby already knew me. He knew everything. I started having vivid dreams. Dreams of my childhood, of me playing with Barnaby. But the dreams had a new, sinister edge. In them, Barnaby was not always kind. Sometimes, he would hide my toys from my parents, or tell me to keep secrets from them. "Do not tell Mommy about this." "Sarah," he would whisper, his eyes wide and innocent, but with a hint of something else, something possessive, lurking beneath. "This is our secret." He would get upset if I played with other kids, or if I spent too much time with my parents. He wanted me all to himself. And then, the dream started to bleed into my waking life. I would catch glimpses of him out of the corner of my eye when he was not there, a shadow in the shape of a boy in my periphery. I would hear his voice, faint and distant, whispering my name when I was alone. One evening, Barnaby and I were having dinner at my apartment. He was telling a funny story, and I was laughing, trying to push away the creeping dread. He paused, looking at me with that intense, familiar gaze. "You know, Sarah," he said, his voice softer now, "you used to draw me all the time. You had this one draw, it was me, standing by a big oak tree in your backyard. You had drawn a little mole on my left cheek, just under my eye. I always liked that detail. My blood ran cold. I had completely forgotten that drawing. It was from when I was about 5, a messy crayon drawing him with a tiny, almost invisible brown speck on his cheek. I would given him that mole because I had one in the same spot, a tiny birthmark. It was a detail so specific, so utterly insignificant, that no one else could possibly know it. No one. My eyes darted to his face, and there it was, barely visible, just under his left eye, a tiny, almost imperceptible mole, exactly where I had drawn it. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. How could you possibly know that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. He smiled a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. His eyes, for a fleeting moment, seemed to darken, to deepen, to hold an ancient, unblinking quality that was not human. Because, Sarah, he said, his voice a low, chilling purr. I was there. I have always been there. You created me, and I became real. Or, rather, I was always real, and you simply gave me a form. He reached across the table and took my hand. His touch was warm, but it felt like ice. You wanted a best friend. Someone who understood you. Someone who would always be there. And I watched you grow up. I saw your triumphs, your heartbreaks, your loneliness. And I waited. I waited for the right moment, when you were ready, when you needed me the most. My mind reeled, struggling to process his words. You are saying you are my imaginary friend. That Barnaby, you are him. He nodded, his smile widening, revealing a hint of something sharp and predatory. More than that, Sarah, I am you, the part of you that needed companionship, that needed protection, that needed to be loved unconditionally. And now, I am here, in the flesh, for good. No, I breathed, pulling my hand away. No, this is not real. You are messing with me. This is a cruel joke. His smile vanished. His eyes fixed on me, unblinking, just like the patrons in that diner story. The warmth in his face was replaced by something cold, something utterly devoid of human emotion. A joke. After all this time, I have waited for you. Sarah, I have nurtured you. I have guided you. I have kept you safe. Do you know how hard it is for us to cross over? To manifest? It takes time. It takes energy. It takes devotion. He stood up, slowly, deliberately. The air in the apartment grew heavy, suffocating. You tried to forget me. Did not you? You tried to push me away, to become normal. But I never forgot you. I never could. You are mine. Sarah, you always have been. Get away from me. I choked out, pushing my chair back, scrambling to my feet. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in my chest. This was not the Barnaby I knew. This was something ancient, something monstrous, wearing his face. He took a step towards me. Where would you go? There is nowhere you can go that I have not already been. I know your thoughts, your fears, your desires. I am a part of you. And you, Sarah, are a part of me. Panic seized me. I bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock, my fingers numb with terror. He was right behind me, his footsteps silent, too silent. I could feel his presence, cold and suffocating, just inches away. You can't leave. Sarah, his voice whispered, right next to my ear. Not now. Not ever. I finally managed to unlatch the door and yanked it open, stumbling out into the hallway. I did not look back. I just ran. Down the stairs, 2 at a time, my breath ragged, my vision blurring. I could hear nothing behind me, no footsteps, no sound. But I felt him. I felt his presence, a cold dread clinging to my back, a silent hunter on my heels. I burst out of the apartment building and onto the street, gasping for air. The night was dark, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows. I ran blindly until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. Away from Barnaby. Away from the face of my childhood friend, now twisted into a living nightmare. I have not been back to my apartment since. I have been staying with a friend, making up some flimsy excuse about a water pipe bursting. I scrubbed my phone, deleted all my dating apps, changed my number. I am trying to disappear. But how do you disappear from someone who has always been a part of you? Every shadow makes me jump. Every familiar face in a crowd sends a jolt of terror through me. I see him everywhere. In the reflection of a shop window, in the brief glimpse of a stranger's profile. I catch myself looking for that familiar dimple, that specific curve of a smile. Sometimes, late at night, when the silence of my temporary room is absolute, I hear it, a faint whisper, like a breath against my ear, calling my name. Sarah. And I know he is still out there, always watching, always waiting. He said he was a part of me, and I fear he was, right? Because sometimes when I am alone, when I am staring into the mirror, I catch a glimpse of something unsettling in my own eyes. A subtle widening, a hesitation before I blink, a hint of that ancient, unblinking gaze that I saw in Barnaby's eyes. I fear he did not just cross over. I fear he is still trying to. And a part of me, a deep, primal part, is slowly, silently becoming one of him. Okay, so I have had my share of weird dates. I think most people have. You know, the kind where you leave wondering if you accidentally stepped into a parallel dimension for 2 hours. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what happened with Mark. This was not just a weird date, this was a full-blown. I still wake up in a cold, sweat, reliving it kind of nightmare. It started innocently enough, like all good horror stories do. I matched with Mark on one of those dating apps Hinge. I think it was. His profile was pretty standard good-looking guy. Nice smile, a few pictures of him hiking, and one with a dog. He seemed normal. You know, our initial conversations were easy, flowed well. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. After a week of back and forth texts, we decided to meet up. He suggested a place called the Gilded Spoon. I would never heard of it, which was not unusual for me. I am not exactly a foodie, and I tend to stick to my usual haunts. He described it as a hidden gem, a place with an incredible atmosphere and unique culinary delights. Sounded intriguing, a little adventurous, which I liked. So, I agreed. The restaurant itself was different. It was tucked away on a side street downtown, in an area I usually only drove through. The building was old, brick and ivy, with a heavy, dark-wood door that looked like it belonged to a medieval castle. Inside, it was dimly lit, almost to the point of being a little too dark. Rich, dark velvet curtains hung at the windows, and the walls were adorned with strange, abstract art that looked like it was painted with blood and shadows. There was a low hum of conversation, but it felt muted, like everyone was speaking in whispers. The air was thick with a peculiar scent, something earthy, musky, almost metallic, mixed with the usual restaurant smells of cooked food and spices. It was not unpleasant, exactly, but it was definitely unique. Mark was already there, waiting at a cozy booth in the back. He stood up as I approached, a warm smile on his face. He looked even better in person, his eyes a startling shade of green that seemed to catch the low light. We exchanged pleasantries, sat down, and the conversation picked up right where we left off. He was charming, attentive, and made me laugh. I remember thinking, okay, this could actually go somewhere. A waiter, a man with strangely pale skin and unnervingly still eyes, came to take our drink order. Mark ordered a glass of red wine, and I opted for a sparkling water with lime. As the waiter turned to leave, Mark stopped him, and we will be needing the special tonight. Michael, he said, his voice smooth and confident, the usual preparation. The waiter. Michael paused, his unblinking gaze shifting from Mark to me for a fraction of a second. There was a flicker in his eyes. Something I could not quite place. Was it recognition? A hint of a smile? Or just emptiness? He nodded slowly, almost imperceptibly. Of course, Mr. Davies. And for the lady, I felt a slight blush. Oh, I have not even looked at the menu yet. I chuckled, trying to play it off. Just whatever's good. I guess. Maybe the salmon. Mark chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Do not worry. Sarah, you are in for a treat tonight. I have already taken care of it. He winked at me. Trust me. Now, I'm usually pretty easygoing, but a tiny red flag went up. I mean, ordering for someone on a first date. A little presumptuous. But he seemed so genuinely excited, and I was trying to be open-minded. Okay, I said, a little hesitantly. I will trust you. The drinks arrived, and we continued chatting. Mark was fascinating, talking about his work as some kind of consultant vague, but he made it sound exciting. He asked me about my life, my passions, and he listened intently, his green eyes never leaving mine. I was starting to feel really comfortable, the initial weirdness of the restaurant fading into the background. Then, the food arrived. First, my plate was placed in front of me. It was a beautiful piece of grilled salmon, perfectly cooked, with a side of roasted vegetables. It looked and smelled absolutely delicious. Wow, I said, genuinely impressed. This looks amazing. Mark just smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Wait until you see mine. And then Michael, the waiter, placed Mark's dish in front of him. My breath hitched. My smile faltered. My stomach, which had moments ago been rumbling with anticipation, instantly plummeted somewhere around my knees. It was not food, not in any recognizable sense. It was a platter, a large, dark ceramic platter, and on it sat a glistening, purplish-gray mass. It looked like a mound of raw, exposed muscle tissue, but it was moving, not subtly like a jello jigging, but with a slow, deliberate undulation. It pulsed, almost imperceptibly at first, then with more distinct rhythm, like a slow, grotesque heart. Tendrils, thick and gelatinous, seemed to stretch and retract from its amorphous form. The surface was slick, reflecting the dim light with an oily sheen, and I could swear I saw tiny, almost microscopic veins, dark and intricate, beneath the surface. And the smell. Oh God, the smell. It was a combination of something metallic, like fresh blood, and something deeply organic, like damp earth mixed with an indescribable, sickly sweet odor that made the back of my throat burn. My eyes widened, fixed on the horror before me. Mark. I whispered, my voice barely a thread. What is that? He looked at me, his smile still in place, utterly unfazed. Ah, the chef's special, he said, as if he were discussing a perfectly normal steak. It is a delicacy. Sarah, very rare. A delicacy. I choked out. It is moving. He leaned forward slightly, his green eyes sparkling with an unsettling amusement. Indeed, that is how you know it is fresh. The freshest you will ever taste. I assure you. I stared at the quivering mass. One of the tendrils, thicker than the rest, slowly uncoiled from the main body, stretching out a few inches before retracting again with a sickening, squelching sound that I felt more than heard. I swear to God, it was like something out of a sci-fi horror movie. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? Was it a bizarre performance art piece? Was I being filmed for a hidden camera show? Mark, seriously. I tried again, my voice trembling now. What is that thing? Is it raw? Is it alive? He picked up a strange, slender utensil. It looked like a cross between a fork and a pair of tongs, made of dark, polished metal. He poked the mass gently. The creature, or whatever it was, recoiled, contracting slightly, and I could almost hear a faint, wet gasp. Technically, yes, he said, his voice calm, almost educational. It is best consumed while the biorhythms are still active. It enhances the flavor. You see. He looked at me, his smile widening, and for the first time, I saw something in his eyes that chilled me to the bone. It was not amusement anymore. It was hunger, and a kind of ancient, predatory satisfaction. He lifted a small, glistening piece of the pulsing mass with his strange utensil. It was still twitching, a tiny, independent spasm. He brought it to his mouth, his gaze still locked on mine. I watched in horrified fascination as he slowly, deliberately Put it into his mouth. He chewed, slowly, deliberately. His eyes closed for a moment, as if savoring every horrifying bite. A faint, slurping sound escaped his lips. My own salmon, which had looked so appetizing just moments ago, now sat cold and unappealing on my plate. My throat was tight, my stomach churning violently. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, making the room spin. "You should try some," Mark offered, his voice muffled by the mouthful of whatever abomination he was consuming. He extended the utensil, offering me a piece. The tendril on the utensil twitched, almost reaching towards me. "No," I blurted out, recoiling sharply. My chair scraped against the floor. "No, thank you. I can't." He lowered the utensil, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Are you sure? It is truly exquisite, a unique experience." "I am sure," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I looked around the restaurant, desperate for some kind of normalcy, some sign that I was not trapped in a nightmare. But the other diners seemed utterly oblivious. They were eating their own meals, chatting quietly, their faces obscured by the dim lighting. No one seemed to be reacting to the writhing, purplish mass on Mark's plate. No one seemed to notice the faint, wet sound it was making. Or were they all just pretending not to? A cold dread began to seep into my bones. This was not a prank. This was not some avant-garde culinary experiment. This was real. And Mark was not what he seemed. He continued to eat, tearing off pieces of the pulsing creature with an unnerving grace. Each time he pulled a piece away, the main mass would contract violently, a shudder running through its entire form. I could hear faint, almost imperceptible squeaks and squelches. It sounded like it was in pain. It sounded like it was alive. My mind was screaming, "Get out! Get out now!" But I was frozen, paralyzed by a combination of fear, shock, and a strange, morbid curiosity. I could not tear my eyes away from the horrifying spectacle. It was like watching a train wreck, gruesome and unavoidable. "So," Mark said, his mouth full, "tell me more about your work." "Sarah, you mentioned you are a graphic designer." "Yes." His ability to maintain such a normal conversation while devouring that thing was perhaps the most unsettling part. It was like he was trying to normalize the unthinkable, to drag me into his reality. I can't." I stammered, pushing my plate away. "I can't do this. Mark, I need to go." He stopped chewing, his green eyes fixing on me again. This time, the amusement was gone, replaced by a cold, hard intensity that made my blood run cold. "Oh, already. But we have barely started. I am not feeling well." I lied, though my nausea was very real. "I really need to leave." He slowly put down his utensil, placing it precisely on the platter, next to the still writhing mass. He wiped his mouth with a dark linen napkin. His movements were deliberate, unhurried, almost predatory. "That is a shame," he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. I was rather enjoying our dinner. I pushed myself up, my hands clammy, my legs feeling like jelly. "I am sorry. I really have to go." I fumbled in my purse for my wallet, intending to offer to pay for my drink, just to make a quick exit. "There is no need for that," he said, his voice still low, but now it held an edge of something else, something possessive. "You are my guest." As I stood, a movement caught my eye. The tendril on the platter, the one that had twitched when Mark offered it to me, had stretched out again. But this time it was longer, much longer. It was reaching towards my side of the table, slowly, deliberately. It moved with a terrifying intelligence. My breath caught in my throat. I looked at Mark. His eyes were now completely unreadable, his smile just a thin, fixed line. He was not looking at me, though. He was looking at the tendril. And there was a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. The tendril accelerated, shooting across the table with surprising speed. It latched onto the edge of my untouched salmon plate, pulling it towards Mark. My plate slid across the table, the salmon clattering slightly. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not a restaurant. This was not a date. This was something else entirely. I am leaving, I said, my voice firmer now, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I turned and started to walk away, toward the front door. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to run. I would not advise that. Sarah, Mark's voice followed me, calm and chillingly clear. You have not finished your meal. I did not look back. I just walked faster, weaving between the dimly lit tables. As I passed the other diners, I finally noticed something. Their eyes, they were not just oblivious. Their eyes were dark, almost black, and they followed me, every single one of them. A silent, unnerving chorus of gazes, tracking my every move. No one spoke. No one made a sound. Just a low hum of muffled conversation, and those dark, unblinking eyes. The waiter, Michael, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, blocking my path to the heavy front door. He was not smiling. His face was a blank mask, his pale skin almost luminous in the dim light. "Excuse me," I said, trying to push past him. My voice was shaky. He did not move. He just stood there, a silent, immovable barrier. His eyes, those unnervingly still eyes, were fixed on me. Panic surged through me. I did not think. I just reacted. I shoved him. He was surprisingly solid, but my adrenaline-fueled push was enough to make him stumble back a step. I lunged for the door, my hand closing around the heavy, cold brass handle. I twisted it, but it would not turn. It was locked. My blood ran cold. I tugged harder, rattling the handle, but it was stuck fast. I looked back desperately. Mark was standing by our table now, the pulsing creature on the platter still writhing behind him. He had not moved quickly, but he was there. His eyes were no longer merely intense, they were glowing, a faint malevolent green. And his smile was wide now, showing too many teeth, teeth that looked sharper, longer than they should have been. "I told you," he said, his voice a low growl that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. "You have not finished your meal." Suddenly, the air in the restaurant grew colder, heavier. The abstract art on the walls seemed to shift, the painted shadows deepening, twisting into grotesque, recognizable forms. The muted conversations of the other diners ceased completely. An eerie silence descended, broken only by the faint, wet sounds from Mark's table. From the corners of my vision, I saw the other diners. They were all standing now. Their dark eyes were still on me, and their faces were changing. Their skin seemed to stretch and tighten, their features elongating, their mouths widening into silent, predatory grins. They were not human. Not anymore. They were like Mark, or like whatever Mark truly was. My heart was a frantic drum, solo in my chest. I felt a primal scream bubbling up my throat, but it would not escape. I was trapped. Then the floor beneath my feet started to feel soft, pliable. I looked down. The ornate rug, a deep crimson, seemed to ripple. It was not a rug. It was a surface, a living, breathing surface, slowly undulating beneath my shoes. The restaurant was alive. Mark took a step forward, then another. The creature on his platter seemed to vibrate with excitement, its tendrils lashing out wildly now, no longer contained. "Come back." "Sarah," Mark purred, his voice dripping with venomous sweetness. "There's so much to savor here. So much potential." I was hyperventilating, my vision blurring. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if they touched me, I would become part of this nightmare. I would become another one of them, another one of their silent, unblinking diners, or worse, another one of their delicacies. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I turned away from the locked door and ran. Not towards the back, not toward the kitchen, but towards the nearest window. It was covered by a heavy velvet curtain, but I did not care. It was my only hope. I ripped the curtain aside, my fingers fumbling with the thick fabric. Behind it was not a window, not glass, but a solid, dark wall. No, wait. It was not solid. It was glistening. It was like the surface of Mark's food, but vertical, stretching up and down. And it pulsed. My mind shattered. This was not a building. This was a living, breathing entity. The whole restaurant was a trap. I heard a collective hiss from the diners behind me. Mark's voice, now a guttural growl, filled the space. She runs. How delightful. I turned, my back pressed against the pulsing wall. Mark was closer now, much closer. His green eyes were blazing, and his teeth were definitely too long, too sharp, gleaming in the dim light. The tendrils from his plate were now stretching out, slithering across the floor, reaching for me like hungry snakes. I let out a shriek, a raw, terrified sound that tore from my lungs. I kicked wildly, blindly. My foot connected with something hard and metallic, a small, decorative table near the wall. It clattered to the floor, sending a vase of dead, dark flowers tumbling. And then a miracle, or what felt like one. As the vase shattered, a small, almost imperceptible crack appeared in the pulsing wall where the table had been. It was not much, but it was something. A tiny fissure in the living fabric of the building. Without thinking, I clawed at it, my fingers digging into the moist, yielding surface. It felt like tearing through thick, wet leather, but I did not care about the pain. I pulled, I tore, I shrieked. The fissure widened slowly, agonizingly. A faint, sickening smell wafted from the opening, something cold and sterile, like hospital disinfectant mixed with stale air. Mark roared, a sound that was not human. Stop her. The other diners surged forward, their forms blurring, their grins widening into cavernous maws. The tendrils from Mark's plate lashed out, one of them wrapping around my ankle, pulling hard. I screamed again, kicking and tearing with everything I had. The opening in the wall was just big enough for me to squeeze through. I gave one final, desperate tug, and with a sickening rip, the wall tore open. I scrambled through, feeling the tendril rip away from my ankle, leaving a burning, stinging sensation. I tumbled out, landing hard on concrete. The air was cold, crisp, and smelled of exhaust fumes and city grime. I was on a sidewalk, a real sidewalk. Cars were driving by, their headlights bright. People were walking, talking, laughing. Normal people. Normal world. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I looked back at the building. It was just a brick building. Old, ivy-covered, with a heavy, dark-wood door. No pulsing walls. No glowing eyes. No tendrils. The gilded spoon. The sign above the door was exactly as I remembered it. I stood there, hyperventilating, looking like a madwoman. A couple walking by gave me a wide berth, their faces filled with concern and a little disgust. I ran. I ran down the street, not looking back, not stopping until my lungs burned and my legs screamed. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from that place, away from Mark, away from the moving food and the living restaurant. I eventually collapsed on a park bench, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. I pulled out my phone, my hand still trembling, and called 911. There's a restaurant. I choked out to the dispatcher. The gilded spoon, it is not real. The people there are not real. The food, it is alive. The dispatcher was patient, but clearly skeptical. They sent an officer to my location. I tried to explain, to describe the horror, the tendrils, Mark's glowing eyes, the living walls. The officer listened, his expression polite, but clearly unconvinced. He drove me back to the address I gave him for the Gilded Spoon. When we got there, the building was dark. The sign was still there, but it looked weathered, old. The windows were boarded up. A for lease sign stood in front. "Madam," the officer said, his voice gentle, "this building has been vacant for at least 5 years. It used to be a restaurant a long time ago, but it has been empty." My blood ran cold again, but for a different reason. I walked up to the boarded-up windows, touching the rough wood. There was no pulsing, no glistening surface. Just old, dusty boards. But I was just there. I whispered, my voice cracking. He was there. Mark. And the food. The officer checked his tablet. There is no record of a Mark Davies associated with this address, or any active restaurant here. Are you sure you have the right place? I pulled out my phone, opening my dating app. I scrolled through my matches. Mark's profile was gone. Completely vanished. It was like he had never existed. My conversation history with him was also gone, just a blank space where his name should have been. They took me to the hospital, thinking I was in shock, or perhaps having a psychotic break. The doctors were kind, gave me sedatives, and told me I would probably had a very vivid nightmare. But I knew what I had seen. The burning pain on my ankle, where the tendril had wrapped around me, was a stark reminder. When I checked in the hospital, there was a faint red mark, like a rope burn, but it faded quickly. I never went back to that street. I deleted all my dating apps. I can't look at raw meat the same way. The smell of anything musky or metallic sends shivers down my spine. I have nightmares, vivid and horrifying, of those dark eyes, Mark's predatory smile, and the sickening squelch of that living, breathing food. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself staring at blank spaces on maps, wondering if there are other restaurants like the Gilded Spoon, hidden in plain sight, waiting for their next delicacy. I wonder if Mark is still out there, charming other unsuspecting people into his living nightmare. And I wonder if, somewhere deep in the darkest corners of the city, there is a particular side street that occasionally, for a brief, terrifying moment, lights up with a faint, eerie glow, waiting for someone to push open that heavy, darkwood door. I survived, but a part of me never really left that restaurant. It is still there, trapped in the memory, forever haunted by the taste of fear and the sight of a meal that was far too alive. And sometimes, when I am alone in the quiet of my apartment, I swear I can still hear a faint, wet squelching sound just at the edge of my hearing, reminding me that some things, once seen, can never truly be unseen. I have always been a pretty level-headed guy, not prone to dramatics, not one for ghost stories or conspiracy theories. Just a regular dude trying to navigate the hellscape that is modern dating. And let me tell you, it is a hellscape. Swipe left, swipe right, awkward first dates, even more awkward second dates. It is a minefield. So when I matched with Sarah, I actually felt a genuine spark of hope. Her profile picture was stunning bright, intelligent eyes, a warm smile, hair that looked like it caught the sunlight just right. Her bio was witty, not try-hard, and we had a surprising number of common interests. We messaged back and forth for a few days, and the conversation flowed easily, naturally. No red flags, no weird tangents, just good, genuine banter. I started to think, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe I finally found someone who is not going to try to sell me essential oils or tell me about their alien abduction experience. On the first date, we decided to meet up for dinner at a place called the Copper Kettle, a cozy gastropub downtown. It was a good choice, not too fancy, not too casual, just right. I got there a few minutes early, ordered a beer, and tried to calm my nerves. First dates always give me a bit of anxiety. You know, that whole performance aspect of it. But then Sarah walked in, and my anxiety just melted away. She was even more beautiful in person. Her smile was infectious, her eyes sparkled, and she had this laugh that was just pure sunshine. We immediately hit it off. The conversation picked up right where our messages left off, flowing effortlessly from our shared love for obscure indie films to our mutual disdain for pineapple on pizza. We talked about travel, our careers, our families. It felt easy, comfortable, like we would have known each other for ages. I found myself genuinely enjoying myself, not just going through the motions. This was, without a doubt, the best first date I would ever had. About an hour into dinner, I excused myself to use the restroom. I splashed some cold water on my face, checked my teeth for any rogue spinach, and gave myself a quick pep talk in the mirror. You got this. Alex, she clearly likes you. Do not screw it up. When I walked back to the table, Sarah was looking down at her phone, a small, private smile playing on her lips. As I approached, she looked up, her face lighting up with that beautiful, genuine smile I would already come to adore. But just for a fraction of a second, I caught something in the reflection of the large, framed mirror hanging on the wall directly behind her. It was a subtle thing, barely there, and I immediately dismissed it as a trick of the light, or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me after a long day. But for that fleeting moment, as Sarah's face beamed at me with warmth and friendliness, her reflection in the mirror, her reflection was smiling differently. It was wider, too wide, and it was not warm. It was predatory, like a shark's grin, all teeth and no joy. It lasted less than a blink, and then it was gone, replaced by the perfectly normal, charming reflection of Sarah. I blinked, shook my head slightly, and told myself I was just being paranoid. Probably just the dim lighting in the restaurant, or the angle, or maybe I was just tired. I took my seat, pushing the strange image out of my mind. It was probably nothing. Everything else about the date was perfect. Why let one weird, fleeting image ruin it? We finished dinner, and the good vibes continued. Sarah suggested we grab a drink at a nearby lounge, and I readily agreed. Why not? I was having a fantastic time. The lounge was a bit darker, more intimate, with low-slung leather couches and a long, polished mahogany bar. Behind the bar, a massive mirror stretched from floor to ceiling, reflecting the entire room. We found a couple of seats at the bar, ordered our drinks, and continued our conversation. I was feeling pretty good, a little buzz from the beer and the good company. And then it happened again. Sarah was telling me a funny story about her cat, and she threw her head back, laughing. Her face was open, joyful, her eyes crinkling at the corners. But in the mirror behind the bar, her reflection, it was still laughing, but the expression was all wrong. The smile was there, stretched across her reflected face, but it did not reach her eyes. Her reflected eyes were dark, almost devoid of light, and they were not crinkled with mirth. They were fixed on me, cold and calculating. And that smile was too wide again. A rictus, almost. It lingered for a beat longer than her actual laugh, a grotesque echo of her genuine amusement. My blood ran cold. I felt a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. This was not a trick of the light. This was not my imagination. I saw it clearly this time. I quickly glanced from Sarah's face to her reflection, trying to catch it again, trying to verify what I was seeing. But by the time I focused, her reflection had shifted back, perfectly mirroring her actual expression, still laughing, still beautiful. "Are you okay?" "Alex," Sarah asked, her laughter subsiding, a slight frown creasing her brow. "You look like you just saw a ghost." I forced a smile, trying to act normal. "Oh yeah, totally fine. Just thinking about something. Your cat sounds hilarious." I tried to make a joke, to deflect, but my voice felt a little strained. My heart was starting to pound a bit faster in my chest. She laughed again, and I stole another glance at the mirror. This time, her reflection was perfectly in sync. I told myself it must have been the alcohol, or maybe just a weird angle. My brain was probably playing tricks on me, because I was tired and a little overwhelmed by how perfect this date was going. I tried to convince myself it was just a fleeting, optical illusion. But the image of that cold, wide, unblinking smile in the mirror was already burned into my mind for the rest of the evening. I found myself compulsively checking the mirror behind the bar or any other reflective surface I could catch: the polished surface of the table, the glass of my drink, even the shiny chrome of the beer taps. Every time Sarah smiled or laughed, or even just made a casual expression, I would quickly dart my eyes to her reflection. Most of the time, it was normal, perfectly normal. And that just made the few times it was not normal even more terrifying. There was one instance when she was looking at me, listening intently, her face soft and engaged. But in the mirror, her reflection was staring past me, its eyes narrowed, a barely perceptible smirk playing on its lips. It was like two different people. The Sarah in front of me was charming and attentive. The Sarah in the mirror felt sinister, like it was privy to some dark secret, or had an agenda I could not comprehend. I started to feel genuinely uncomfortable. The easy-going atmosphere of the date was slowly being replaced by a creeping sense of dread. I wanted to ask her about it, to say, "Hey, have you ever noticed anything weird about your reflection?" But that would sound absolutely insane. I would scare her off for sure. Plus, what if she cannot see it? What if I was the only one? That thought was almost more terrifying than the reflection itself. It meant I was either losing my mind or I was seeing something truly unnatural. As the night wound down, Sarah suggested we head back to her place for a nightcap. My gut screamed no. Every fiber of my being was telling me to politely decline, make an excuse, and get the hell out of there. But the logical part of my brain, the part that still wanted to believe this was all in my head, the part that was still enchanted by her charm, pushed me to say yes. Sure, that sounds great. I heard myself say, my voice a little too eager, a little too strained. Her apartment was in a modern high-rise, all sleek lines and minimalist decor. It was tastefully done, but as soon as I stepped inside, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. The entire far wall of the living room was a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror reflecting the city lights outside. And directly opposite it, the kitchen backsplash was made of highly polished, reflective black granite. There were also several framed photos with thick, reflective glass on a side table. It was like a hall of mirrors. "Make yourself at home," Sarah said, gesturing toward the couch. "I would just grab us some wine." She walked toward the kitchen, and as she moved, her reflection in the giant mirror followed, a split second behind her, like an echo. But then, as she reached for the wine glasses, her actual face was turned away from me, towards the fridge. Her reflection, however, was still looking at me. Its eyes, those dark, unblinking eyes, were fixed on me, and that wide, unsettling smile was back, stretching across its face. It was not mirroring her. It was watching me. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the apartment. This was real. This was absolutely, undeniably real. And it was terrifying. "Sarah," I managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. She turned, a bottle of wine in one hand, 2 glasses in the other. "Yes, Alex, everything all right." Her expression was perfectly normal, a picture of polite concern. But her reflection in the mirror, it did not move. It stayed frozen, that grotesque smile plastered on its face, its eyes still locked on me. It was like a pause video, while the real Sarah continued to move and speak. And then, slowly, deliberately, the reflection winked. A slow, knowing wink, its lips not moving, the smile still fixed. I gasped, stumbling backward, tripping over the edge of the rug. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes wide with terror, darting between Sarah and her reflection. The real Sarah looked startled, her wine glasses clinking. The reflected Sarah was gone, perfectly mirroring her now, looking back at me with innocent confusion. "Alex, what is wrong?" Sarah asked, genuinely worried now. She took a step towards me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Are you feeling ill? Your reflection. I stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the mirror. It had just winked at me. It was not you. Sarah looked at the mirror, then back at me, a soft, sympathetic smile on her face. My reflection. Alex, are you feeling all right? You are starting to scare me a little. She sounded so calm, so rational. It made me doubt myself for a second, but then I remembered the wink. The undeniable, separate wink. No, I swear. I insisted, my voice rising in pitch. It has been happening all night. Your reflection, it is different. It smiles differently. It looks at me when you are not. And just now, it winked. She set the wine glasses and bottle down on the counter, her movements slow and deliberate. She walked toward the mirror, standing directly in front of it. See, she said, gesturing to her reflection. It is just me, perfectly normal. Maybe you have had a bit too much to drink. Alex, I stared at her, then at the mirror. Her reflection was indeed perfectly normal. A slight, reassuring smile, her eyes soft. But then, as I watched, her reflection's eyes flickered to me, just for a split second, and the corners of its mouth twitched upwards, barely perceptible, into that familiar, unsettling smirk. It was so fast, so subtle. I almost missed it, but I did not. It is doing it again. I yelled, my voice cracking. It just looked at me. It smirked. Sarah turned back to me, her expression hardening slightly. Alex, I think you need to go. You are clearly not well. No, wait, just look. I pleaded, desperate to make her see it. Look at it closely. When you smile, does it smile the same way? Does it always mirror you? She sighed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Of course it does. It is a reflection. Alex, that is how reflections work. She walked back to the mirror, standing a little closer this time. She put on a bright, wide smile. Her actual face radiated warmth. But in the mirror, the reflection's smile was different. It was wider, yes, but it lacked any genuine warmth. It was a stretched, almost painful grin, and its eyes, those dark, empty eyes, were fixed on me, not on itself. And as Sarah's real smile started to falter, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, the reflection's smile remained unchanging, unnervingly still. It was like a mask. See, I whispered, my voice hoarse. It is not you. It is not the same. Sarah stared at her reflection, then back at me. Her brow was furrowed, a genuine look of confusion on her face. I did not see anything. Alex, it just looks like me. But then she looked back at the mirror, her gaze lingering, and I saw it, a subtle shift in her expression, a slight tightening around her mouth, as if, for the first time, she was almost seeing it. Or perhaps she was beginning to understand my terror. Suddenly, the reflection moved. Not Sarah, just the reflection. Its hand, an exact replica of Sarah's, slowly lifted in the mirror. Sarah's actual hand remained by her side. The reflection's hand rose, palm facing me, and its fingers slowly curled into a fist. Then, with a sickeningly deliberate movement, it extended its middle finger directly at me. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Alex, what in God's name? It just flipped me off. I shrieked, pointing at the mirror, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. Did you see that? Did you see it? Sarah spun around, looking at the mirror, then back at me. Her face was pale, her lips parted in disbelief. I did not see anything, she whispered, but her voice was shaky, uncertain. She was looking at me like I was completely insane, but there was also a flicker of genuine fear in her eyes now. Or maybe, just maybe she had seen something, or felt something. I did not wait for an explanation. I did not care anymore. I just needed to get out. That thing in the mirror, whatever it was malicious. It was aware, and it was trying to communicate with me or taunt me through Sarah's reflection. I turned and bolted for the door. Alex, wait. Sarah cried out behind me. I fumbled with the lock, my trembling fingers making it impossible to grip the doorknob. The sound of my ragged breathing filled my ears. I could hear Sarah approaching, her footsteps soft on the hardwood floor. I risked a glance over my shoulder. She was standing a few feet behind me, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion. But in the giant mirror on the far wall, her reflection was no longer mirroring her. Its back was to me, but as I watched, it slowly, deliberately turned its head. Its face, reflected over its shoulder, was no longer smiling. It was contorted into a mask of pure rage, eyes blazing with an unholy light. And its mouth, that impossibly wide mouth, opened, not in a scream, but in a silent, gaping maw, revealing rows of teeth that were too sharp, too numerous, too wrong. It was like looking into a black hole of pure, unadulterated evil. I finally got the door open, yanking it wide and stumbling out into the hallway. I did not look back. I ran. I ran down the hallway, fumbled with the elevator button, and when it took too long, I slammed my hand against the stairwell door and flew down the flights of stairs, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I did not stop until I burst out onto the street, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The cool night air hit my face, a welcome shock. I kept running, not caring where I was going, just putting as much distance as I possibly could between me and that apartment, between me and that thing. I finally collapsed on a park bench, shaking uncontrollably, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I called a friend, tried to explain it. He listened patiently, then gently suggested I might have had too much to drink, or maybe I was just stressed. He told me to go home, get some sleep, and call him in the morning. I knew he did not believe me. How could he? It sounded utterly insane. I did not sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that wide, horrifying smile, those dark, malevolent eyes. I saw the middle finger, the silent, raging maw. I kept replaying the entire night in my head, searching for an explanation, a rational reason. But there was none. It was supernatural. It was something truly horrific. The next day, I tried to find Sarah's profile on Hinge. It was gone, completely vanished. Just like that. I tried searching for her on social media, using her name, her workplace, anything I could remember. Nothing. It was as if she had never existed. Or, more terrifyingly, as if she had simply moved on to her next date. To this day, I still do not know what it was. Was it some kind of parasitic entity that inhabited her reflection? Was it a demon, a doppelganger, a glitch in reality? Or was Sarah herself aware of it, perhaps even complicit? The thought sends shivers down my spine. I have tried to move on, to forget, but it is impossible. Every time I see a reflective surface, a shop window, a polished car, even my own bathroom mirror, I feel a jolt of anxiety. I find myself compulsively checking my own reflection, searching for any subtle shift, any hint of something else looking back at me. I look at strangers in restaurants, in cafes, in the street, wondering if their reflections are perfectly mirroring them, or if there is a silent, unseen entity lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to reveal itself. I sometimes wonder if it followed me, if it is still out there, searching, or if it has already found a new host, a new unsuspecting person to charm, to lure into its apartment full of mirrors. I can still see that smile, that awful, stretched, predatory smile. And I can still feel the cold dread that washed over me when I realized that sometimes what you see in the mirror is not really you at all. Sometimes it is something else entirely, watching, waiting, and smiling back. And sometimes it smiles just for you. All right, so this happened to me a few years back, and I still get a cold sweat just thinking about it. It is one of those stories you hear on a podcast or read online and you think, nah, that would not happen in real life. But it did. To me. I would been on Tinder for a while, same as everyone else. Just swiping through, hoping to find someone who was not completely insane. My dating life was not exactly a highlight reel. Most dates were fine. Some were boring. A few were downright disasters, but nothing that ever truly stuck with me. Nothing that made me question reality itself. Until Emily. We matched on a Tuesday. Her profile was pretty normal, a few selfies. A pic with a dog, always a good sign, right? And one of her hiking. She had this infectious smile, bright eyes, and a sprinkle of freckles across her nose. Her bio was short and sweet. Something about loving good food and bad movies. Seemed perfectly wholesome. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. She was witty, engaging, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything from our favorite bands to our worst travel nightmares. After a few days of back and forth, I felt a genuine connection, something I had not felt in a long time. It was refreshing. We made plans for a Friday night dinner at a casual Italian place downtown. When I met her in person, she was even more charming. Her laugh was a little deeper than I expected, a rich, warm sound that made me smile. She wore a simple black dress and a light denim jacket, looking effortlessly cool. Dinner was great. We shared a pizza, talked for hours, and the chemistry was undeniable. I remember thinking, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe I finally found someone who is not a walking red flag. We even had that awkward, lingering hug goodbye outside the restaurant. The kind that makes you wonder if you should go for a kiss. I did not wanting to rush things, but I walked away feeling a hopeful buzz. A few days later, she texted me, asking if I wanted to go out again. Of course. I said yes. This time, she suggested something different. There's this amazing spot a little out of the way, but the view is incredible, she texted. It is perfect for a clear night like this. I was intrigued. I would live in the area for years and thought I knew all the good spots. I asked her for directions, but she just replied, nah, I will pick you up. It is easier that way. Plus, I love driving. I did not think anything of it. Plenty of people prefer to drive. And a secret spot. That sounded kind of romantic. Even Friday night rolled around again. I was actually excited. Emily pulled up in a dark gray sedan. Something sleek and modern. A model I did not quite recognize. It was almost new, gleaming under the streetlights. She gave me that bright smile as I got in. Hey, ready for an adventure? She asked, her voice light and cheerful. Always, I said, fastening my seatbelt. So where are we off to? It is a surprise, she said, winking. Trust me, it is worth the drive. We started off on familiar roads, heading out of the city limits. The initial conversation was just as easy as before. We talked about our weeks, laughed about some stupid work stories, and even sang along to a few songs on the radio. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. It was a perfect evening. After about 20 minutes, we turned off the main highway onto a smaller, two-lane road. This was not unusual. There were plenty of scenic routes around. But then she made another turn onto an even narrower road. This one was unpaved, gravel crunching under the tires. Dust plumed up behind us, catching the last rays of twilight. Are we going off-roading? I joked, trying to sound nonchalant. Emily chuckled. Just a little. It is really secluded. You will see. The road quickly became darker. The trees on either side grew, denser, their branches interlocking overhead, forming a kind of tunnel. The gravel gave way to packed dirt, then to something that felt more like a forgotten trail than an actual road. There were no streetlights, no houses, no signs of civilization whatsoever. The only light came from her headlights, cutting through the encroaching gloom. The air grew cooler, and the chirping of crickets filled the silence whenever the radio volume dropped. I started to feel a prickle of unease. This is pretty far out, I said, trying to keep my voice casual. I do not think I have ever been down this way before. Most people have not, Emily replied, her eyes fixed on the road. Her expression was unreadable in the dim light. That is what makes it special. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of hidden park entrance or a private drive to a fancy estate. But the road was not maintained enough for a private estate, and there were no signs indicating a park. It just felt wild, untamed. We drove on for what felt like another 15 minutes, maybe 20. The darkness was absolute now, the stars overhead obscured by the thick canopy of trees. The car's headlights seemed to shrink the world down to just the immediate stretch of dirt ahead of us. My initial excitement was slowly being replaced by a knot in my stomach, a genuine, unsettling feeling. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check a text, but really I was opening Gutgoo Maps. I zoomed in on our current location, or what I thought was our current location. The little blue dot was still moving, but it was on a blank space. A blank, green space that was supposed to be a forest, but with no roads running through it. I frowned, zooming out, then back in. Nothing. The main highway was a faint line in the distance, but our current path, this winding, dark trail, simply did not exist. It was not a faint dotted line for an unpaved road. It was not a hiking trail. It was just nothing. My heart started to beat a little faster. This could not be right. My phone sometimes struggled with GPS in remote areas, but this was not that remote. We were still relatively close to the city. And even if the GPS was spotty, the road itself should be on the map. Every dirt track, every service road, usually showed up in some capacity. This one did not. I glanced at Emily. She was humming softly to herself, her hands light on the steering wheel, completely at ease. Too at ease. "Hey, Emily," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "My phone's acting up. It does not seem to show this road on the map." She turned her head slightly, giving me a quick, almost imperceptible smile. "Oh, it is an old one. Does not show up on most maps these days. It has been here forever, though. An old road." I pressed, a cold feeling spreading through my chest. "Like a private road, or something like that," she said vaguely, turning her attention back to the road. Her reply was a little too quick, a little too dismissive. It did not sit right. An old road that does not show up on any maps. In the age of satellite imagery and detailed GPS, that sounded like something out of a horror movie. I tried to logic my way out of it. Maybe it was a newly built access road that had not been updated yet. No, she said it was an old one. Maybe my phone was just really messed up, but I had full bars of service. And the blue that was moving, it just was not moving on anything. It was like we were driving through a phantom space. The trees seemed to press in closer now, their shadows dancing in the headlights, taking on strange, grotesque shapes. The silence in the car, broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional crunch of a loose branch under the tires, became oppressive. I started to feel claustrophobic. How much further is this place? "Emily," I asked, my voice betraying a hint of the anxiety building inside me. She glanced at me again, her smile still in place, but it felt different this time. Less warm, more fixed. Not much further now. Almost there, but almost there stretched on and on. The road did not seem to change. Same dense trees, same unbroken darkness, same eerie silence. I kept checking my phone, hoping for a miracle, hoping for the road to suddenly materialize on the screen. It never did. The blue continued its slow, steady crawl through the blank green. My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together. Emily, the charming smile, the secret spot, the non-existent road. A cold dread began to solidify in my gut. This was not a cute, spontaneous date anymore. This was something else entirely. I tried to remember if I had told anyone where I was going. My roommate knew I was out with Emily, but he did not know where. I had not even told him her last name. Just Emily from Tinder. Stupid, stupid, stupid. My gaze flickered to the car doors. They looked like they were locked. Most modern cars lock automatically once you start driving. I tried the handle on my side. It did not budge. I tried the power lock button. Nothing. My panic ratcheted up a notch. Hey, the doors are locked. I said, trying to sound casual, like I was just making an observation. Emily's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror for a split second. Oh, force of habit, she said, her voice still light. Safety first, you know? But she did not unlock them. A shiver ran down my spine. This was not right. This was definitely not right. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. I needed to get out of this car. Now, Emily, I am actually not feeling too great. I lied, trying to sound convincing. Maybe we should just head back. I think I am coming down with something. She chuckled, a soft, almost melodic sound that, in that moment, sounded utterly chilling. Nonsense. You are fine. You will feel much better once we get there. The air out here is so refreshing. My blood ran cold. She was not turning back. She was not even considering it. Her grip on the steering will seem tighter now, her knuckles white. Her eyes, still fixed on the road, seemed to gleam in the dim dashboard light. I looked out the window, trying to spot anything familiar, any landmark. But there was nothing, just an endless wall of trees, black and foreboding. The occasional glint of something in the undergrowth was that an animal's eyes, or something else. My imagination, already in overdrive, started conjuring up all sorts of horrors. I tried to call someone. My phone still showed full bars, but when I tried to dial my roommate, it just rang once and then went to a dead tone. No voicemail, no busy signal. Just dead. I tried again. Same thing. It was like the calls were not going through or were not even connecting. But how could I have full signal and no connection? It defied logic. This road, this impossible road. It was like we had driven off the map, not just figuratively, but literally, into a place that was not supposed to exist. My breathing became shallow, ragged. I could feel my pulse throbbing in my temples. Emily, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I really need to turn back. I am serious. I am not feeling well at all. She finally looked at me, a full, slow turn of her head. Her smile was still there, but it was stretched, unnatural, like a mask. Her eyes, which had seemed so warm and inviting before, now held a strange, unsettling glint. They were dark, almost black, reflecting the dim light in a way that did not seem quite human. We are almost there, she repeated, her voice lower now, almost a purr. Just a little further. You will love it. I promise. The way she said promise sent a fresh wave of terror through me. It was not a reassuring promise. It was a chilling declaration. It felt like a threat. I knew with absolute certainty that I was in grave danger. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get out. But where? We were in the middle of nowhere, on a road that did not exist, in a locked car, with a woman who had suddenly become a complete stranger, a predator. I looked frantically around the interior of the car. There had to be an emergency release for the doors, right? Some kind of manual override. My hand fumbled along the door panel, searching, but I could not find anything. The design was too sleek, too minimalist. Then I noticed something else. The dashboard. There was a small, almost imperceptible icon blinking near the speedometer. It looked like a tiny, stylized road sign. And next to it, a number 13. 13. What did that mean? Was it a mileage count? A speed limit? or something else entirely, as if sensing my gaze. Emily said, "Oh, do not mind that. It is just the car's little quirk. It likes to keep track." Keep track of what? I asked, my voice hoarse. She just smiled, a wider, more unsettling smile this time. Of everything. Of everyone. The temperature in the car seemed to drop several degrees. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing on end. My mind was racing, desperately searching for an escape plan. I thought about trying to grab the steering wheel. But what then? We would crash, probably into a tree, and I would be even worse off. I thought about trying to smash a window, but with what? My phone. It would not be strong enough. The road ahead of us suddenly seemed to open up a little. The trees thinned slightly, revealing a patch of sky, an impossibly black canvas dotted with an overwhelming number of stars. More stars than I had ever seen in my life. It was beautiful in a terrifying, alien way. And then I saw it. In the distance, through the break in the trees, a faint, flickering light. Not a steady light like a house or a street lamp, but something erratic, almost like a campfire or a distant strobe light. "Look," Emily whispered, her voice laced with an unsettling excitement. "We are here." As we drew closer, the flickering light resolved itself into a strange, pulsating glow coming from what looked like an old, dilapidated cabin. It stood alone in a small clearing, surrounded by the impenetrable forest. No windows, just gaping holes where windows should have been, and the eerie light emanating from within. The cabin itself seemed to sag, its timbers twisted and rotten. It looked ancient, abandoned, yet that light pulsed with an unnatural vibrancy. My breath caught in my throat. This was not a romantic spot with a view. This was a nightmare. Emily slowed the car, pulling off the road and onto the overgrown grass in front of the cabin. The engine idled, a low thrumming sound in profound silence. She turned off the headlights. The world plunged into near total darkness, save for the pulsating light from the cabin, which cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch like skeletal fingers. "Well," Emily said, turning to face me, her smile now completely gone, replaced by an expression I can only describe as cold, calculating interest. Her eyes seemed to bore into mine, unblinking. "Here we are." I could barely speak. My throat felt constricted, my tongue thick. What is this place?" "Emily." She leaned in closer, her scent, which had been pleasant before, now seemed cloying, sickly sweet. "It is a place for discovery. For revelation." Her voice was a low murmur, almost a hiss. "A place where things become clear." My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I could see the light from the cabin reflecting in her dark eyes, making them seem even more predatory. "I need to go." I stammered, fumbling again with the door handle, pulling harder this time. It still would not open. Emily just watched me, a slow, deliberate shake of her head. "Oh, no, you do not. Not yet." She reached across the console, her hand moving with a speed that startled me. Her fingers wrapped around my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. Her skin was cold, like marble. "We have only just arrived." I tried to pull my arm away, but her grip was like iron. Panic flared, hot and sharp. This was it. This was the end. I was going to die here, on a road that did not exist, in a cabin that pulsed with an unholy light, with a woman I thought I knew. "Let me go," I yelled, my voice cracking. I struggled, twisting my arm, trying to break free. Her face was inches from mine. Her eyes were no longer just dark, they seemed to swirl with an unnatural depth, like looking into a bottomless well. And then she spoke, but it was not her voice anymore. It was deeper, raspy, layered with something ancient and guttural. "He has been waiting for you," the voice whispered, not from her mouth, but seeming to emanate from all around us, from the very air itself. The cabin light pulsed brighter, faster, casting her face in stark, terrifying relief. Her features seemed to stretch, her jaw unhinging slightly, revealing something dark and glistening within. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound ripped from my throat. I thrashed, kicking, punching, anything to get away. My flailing hand connected with something hard. On the dashboard, the gears shift. I shoved it forward, blindly, desperately. The car lurched. The engine roared to life. Not the gentle hum it had been, but a furious, primal growl. Emily's grip on my wrist tightened even further, her fingers digging into my flesh. But the sudden movement of the car seemed to take her by surprise. The car shot forward, not onto the road, but veering sharply to the left, crashing through the undergrowth, tearing through bushes and small trees. I heard the sickening crunch of metal, the scraping of branches against the windows. Emily screamed too, a high, piercing sound that was definitely her voice, filled with rage and surprise. I did not know what I was doing, but I knew I had to keep going. I gripped the steering wheel, wrestling it, trying to keep us from hitting a massive tree. The cabin light was receding behind us, its pulsating glow shrinking. We burst back onto the dirt road, the car fishtailing wildly. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, not caring where we were going, just away. Away from Emily, away from the cabin, away from the impossible road. Emily was still in the passenger seat, slumped against the door, clutching her head. She was groaning, but her unnatural grip on my wrist was gone. I risked a glance at her. Her face was contorted in pain and fury, her eyes wide and staring. They still held that unsettling darkness, but the layered voice, the stretched features, were gone. She looked human again, but a human who had just been revealed as something monstrous. You idiot, she shrieked, her voice raw. You ruined everything. I did not answer. I just drove, faster and faster. The car bounced and swayed, the tires spitting gravel. I kept my eyes glued to the road ahead, praying for a sign, any sign of a familiar landmark. The trees were still dense, the darkness still absolute, but I could feel a subtle shift in the air, a faint glimmer of hope. The impossible road. Was it still impossible? I risked another quick glance at my phone. The blue dot was still moving, but now it was slowly, gradually approaching a faint line on the map. A very thin, almost invisible line, but it was there. A road. A real road. I kept driving, pushing the car to its limits. The engine screamed. The tires shrieked on the turns. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the trees began to thin. I saw a faint glow in the distance, a softer, more familiar light. Street lights. I burst out of the tree lean, tires kicking up dirt onto a paved, two-lane road. A real road. One that was definitely on the map. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. I turned to Emily. She was still slumped in her seat, breathing heavily, her face pale and streaked with dirt. Her eyes were fixed on me, filled with a hatred so intense it made me recoil. Without a word, I fumbled with the door handle again. This time it opened. The automatic lock must have disengaged when I slammed on the brakes, or maybe when I shifted gears so violently. I scrambled out of the car, my legs shaky, my heart still pounding like a drum. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran down the paved road, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that car, that woman, and that impossible road. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached. I finally collapsed by the side of the road, gasping for air, shaking uncontrollably. I pulled out my phone. This time, it worked. I called 911, my voice hoarse and trembling, trying to explain what had happened, how I had been abducted, how a woman had driven me down a road that was not on any map. The dispatcher sounded confused, skeptical. They sent an officer anyway. When the police arrived, they found me a few miles down the road, covered in dirt and scratches, visibly traumatized. I told them everything, about Emily, about the non-existent road, the cabin, the strange voice. They drove me back to where I said the car had stopped. There was nothing. No car. No Emily. No sign of a struggle. The paved road was just a paved road, leading to a perfectly normal intersection. They drove me back into the woods, to where I said the dirt road began. There was a faint, overgrown trail, barely wide enough for a single person, but it quickly disappeared into dense undergrowth. No signs of recent tire tracks, no broken branches consistent with a car crashing through. It was just an old, forgotten path, swallowed by the forest. They checked my phone's GPS history. It showed I had been on the main highway, then turned onto the paved two-lane road, and then nothing. Just a gap. A blank space where I swore I had been driving for miles. The police were polite, but their expressions clearly said they thought I was either delusional on drugs or making it all up. They took my statement, advised me to get some rest, and told me to call if I remembered anything else. They never found Emily or the car. They did not even find a record of anyone matching her description living in the area. Her Tinder profile was gone. Vanished. I went home that night. A wreck. I could not sleep for weeks. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every car that passed my apartment sent a jolt of fear through me. I still have nightmares about that endless, dark road, the pulsating light from the cabin, and Emily's transformed eyes. I try to find that road again in the daylight weeks later. I drove the same route, turned onto the same paved road. But when I got to where I thought the dirt road had been, there was nothing but a dense wall of trees. No overgrown trail, no break in the forest, just an impenetrable expanse of woods. It was like it had never existed. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and my mind starts to wander, I think about that blinking 13 on the dashboard, and I wonder what was it counting? What was it keeping track of? And what would have happened if I had not found that gear shift, had not blindly slammed into drive? What was waiting for me in that cabin? I do not know, and I hope I never will. All I know is that there are roads out there, hidden in plain sight, that do not exist on any map. Roads that lead to places you can't imagine, driven by people who are not what they seem. And sometimes, if you are unlucky, you might just find yourself on it. And once you are on it, getting off might be the hardest thing you will ever do. Or maybe you never get off at all. The world had become a minefield of mirrors. Every reflection, every shadow, every fleeting glimpse of a stranger's face held the potential for Mark's return. It had been nearly a year since I would fled his apartment, since I would see my life meticulously documented on his corkboard, since his charming facade had shattered into something monstrous. A year of therapy, of moving apartments, of changing my phone number, of trying to reclaim a sense of normalcy that felt as foreign as a forgotten language. But normalcy was a myth, a cruel joke. The fear was a phantom limb, always there, aching, reminding me of what I would lose my trust, my peace, my ability to simply be. I would try to fight it, to push back against the constant anxiety that whispered in my ear, telling me every kind glance was a prelude to something sinister, every unexpected call a threat. My therapist, a kind woman named Evans, encouraged me to take small steps, to re-engage with the world. You can't let him win. Your name, she would say, using my name as if to ground me. You have to live. So, I was living, or at least, I was attempting to. That is why I found myself on this godforsaken stretch of highway, miles from anywhere I knew, the gas gauge flirting dangerously with empty. I was on my way to visit an old college friend, a detour I would convince myself was a good idea, a way to break my routine, to prove to myself I was not a prisoner in my own home. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges before surrendering to the inky blackness of a moonless night. The only light came from my headlights, cutting to the oppressive darkness, illuminating the endless, monotonous ribbon of asphalt. My stomach rumbled, a desperate plea for sustenance. I had not eaten since a sad, lukewarm coffee and a stale muffin that morning. My phone, predictably, had no signal. Just when I was starting to think I would have to pull over and sleep in my car, a beacon of neon light materialized in the distance, shimmering like a mirage in the vast emptiness. A diner. Thank God. I muttered, my voice hoarse from disuse. Hope, a sensation I had not felt in what felt like forever, flickered within me. A warm meal, a strong coffee, maybe even a friendly face. It was exactly what I needed to reset, to push back against the encroaching dread that always seemed to follow me. As I pulled off the highway, the sign above the building came into clearer focus: the Midnight Diner. The letters, a faded red, flickered erratically, as if struggling to stay alive. The parking lot was surprisingly full for such a late hour, in such a remote location. A couple of beat-up pickup trucks, a sedan that looked like it had seen better decades, and even a sleek black muscle car, all parked haphazardly under the dim glow of a single, buzzing fluorescent light. I parked my car, killed the engine, and took a deep breath. The air was cold, crisp, and carried a faint scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like rain on hot asphalt. Or maybe that was just my imagination, my brain still hardwired to detect threats where none existed. The diner itself was a classic, roadside joint, a long, narrow building with a row of booths lining one side and a counter with stools on the other. As I pushed open a heavy glass door, a little bell above it jingled, a surprisingly cheerful sound that seemed echoed too loudly in the otherwise silent room. And that is when I noticed them. Every single person inside the diner turned their heads in unison. It was not a casual glance, the kind you get when a new customer enters. It was a slow, deliberate pivot, like a chorus line of mannequins, all eyes locking onto me the moment I crossed the threshold. There were maybe a dozen people. A couple of burly men in flannel shirts sat in a booth, their hands wrapped around coffee mugs. An older woman with hair like spun silver sat alone at the counter, a slice of pie untouched in front of her. A young couple, looking no older than their early 20s, occupied another booth, their hands intertwined. A lone trucker, his cap pulled low, was hunched over a plate of what looked like scrambled eggs. And behind the counter, a waitress, her uniform a crisp white, stood perfectly still, her gaze fixed on me. They were not just looking, they were staring. And none of them, not a single one, blinked. My heart, which had been performing a slow, anxious drumbeat since Mark, suddenly lurched into a frantic gallop. The cheerful jingle of the bells seemed to mock me now, a stark contrast to the oppressive silence that had fallen over the diner. No clinking of cutlery, no low hum of conversation, no rustle of a newspaper. Just a faint, almost imperceptible buzz of the fluorescent lights and the heavy weight of a dozen unblinking eyes. I forced a smile, a shaky, uncertain grimace that felt like it belonged to someone else. A good evening. I managed, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. No one responded. No one even shifted. They just continued to stare, their eyes wide and unblinking, reflecting the dim diner lights like polished obsidian. The waitress, a woman with a surprisingly youthful face framed by dark, pulled back hair, finally broke the spell, albeit subtly. She did not blink, but a small, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. It was not a welcoming smile. It was a knowing smile. "Welcome to the Midnight Diner," she said, her voice smooth, almost melodic, but utterly devoid of warmth. "Table for one." I nodded, still struggling to breathe normally. "Yes, please." She gestured with a graceful, unhurried sweep of her arm toward the booth near the back, by a window that looked out onto nothing but impenetrable darkness. As I walked, every single head swiveled, following my movement with unnerving precision. It was like walking through a gauntlet of surveillance cameras, each one tracking my every step. I could feel their eyes on my back, a tangible pressure like 1,000 invisible needles pricking my skin. I slid into the booth, trying to appear nonchalant, as if being stared at by an entire diner full of unblinking strangers was a perfectly normal Tuesday night activity. My hands, despite my best efforts, trembled slightly as I picked up the laminated menu. The plastic felt cold, slick. The waitress glided over to my table, her movements fluid and silent. She did not walk so much as she flowed. She stood opposite me, her pen poised over her order pad, her eyes, those wide, dark, unblinking eyes, fixed on my face. "What can I get for you, honey?" she asked, her voice still smooth, still empty. I cleared my throat. My mouth felt like sandpaper. Just a coffee, black, and the cheeseburger, please, with fries. I tried to meet her gaze, to find something human there, but there was nothing, just an unsettling emptiness, a void behind those pupils. "Coming right up," she said, and then, without breaking eye contact, she turned and flowed back towards the counter. It was only then that I noticed something else. Her uniform, while pristine, seemed to hang a little too loosely on her, as if it was not quite tailored to her form. And her skin, under the harsh diner lights, had an almost waxy pallor, a subtle sheen that was not quite natural. I risked a glance around the diner. Everyone was back to their original positions, but their stares had not wavered. The two men in flannel, the old woman, the young couple, the trucker, all frozen in place, like a tableau, their eyes glued to me. It was a suffocating sensation. It was not just curiosity, it was something else entirely. Something expectant. My mind raced, tried to find a logical explanation. A prank, a local custom, some kind of performance art. But the sheer, unwavering intensity of it, the complete lack of any flicker of emotion, any shift in their gaze, dismissed every rationalization. This was something else. Something fundamentally wrong. I pulled out my phone, a desperate attempt to create a barrier, to pretend I was not utterly terrified. Still no signal. Of course, just my luck. I clutched it, the cold metal a small comfort in my sweaty palm. The coffee arrived first, placed silently in front of me. It was hot, dark, and smelled vaguely of burnt sugar. The waitress stood there, still unblinking, until I took a tentative sip. It tasted metallic, like old pennies. I forced myself to swallow, my throat constricting. "Everything all right, honey?" she asked. "Fine," I croaked. "Just really good coffee." The lie felt like ash on my tongue. She gave that same unsettling, knowing smile. Then she drifted back to the counter, taking up her sentinel position, watching me. I tried to focus on my breathing, to calm the frantic thrumming in my chest. This is not Mark. I told myself, this is different. This is something else. But the feeling of being watched, of being the sole focus of an unseen, unblinking audience, brought back a fresh wave of that old, familiar terror. The feeling of being exposed, vulnerable, utterly alone. My cheeseburger arrived shortly after, a greasy, unappetizing slab of meat between two buns, accompanied by a pile of limp, golden fries. It looked off. The meat was an unnatural shade of gray, the cheese a plastic like yellow. I poked at it with a fork, trying to feign hunger. The fries were cold. I glanced up again, still staring. The trucker had not touched his eggs. The old woman's pie remained pristine. The young couple had not moved. They were all just watching, waiting. A bead of sweat trickled down my temple. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to scream, to demand what they wanted, to break the suffocating silence. But the words would not come. My throat felt constricted, my voice box paralyzed by fear. I took a bite of the burger, forcing myself. The texture was wrong. Spongy, yet somehow gritty. I chewed, trying not to gag, the metallic taste in the coffee now mingling with something else, something vaguely sweet and sickly. I swallowed with immense difficulty. This was not food, or at least, not food that a human should be eating. I pushed the plate away, my appetite completely vanished. I needed to get out. Now. I reached for my wallet, my movement stiff and deliberate. As I pulled out a $20 bill, the waitress was instantly at my side, as if she would have anticipated my every move. She took the bill, her fingers brushing mine. Her skin was cold, unnaturally so, like marble. "Keep the change," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I did not care about the change. I just wanted to leave. She gave me that unsettling smile again. "No need, honey. It is on the house." My blood ran cold. "What?" "Your meal," she clarified, her voice still unervingly calm. "It is on the house. Consider it a welcome." A welcome. The word hung in the air, heavy and ominous. A welcome to what? I insist. I stammered, trying to hand her another 20. I needed to pay. I needed to act normal. I needed to break this terrifying illusion. But she simply pushed my hand away, her grip surprisingly firm, yet still cold. "No, really. It is our pleasure. We have been expecting you." The air in the diner suddenly felt thick, suffocating. The silence, once merely unsettling, now felt like a physical presence, pressing it on me from all sides. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate bird trapped in a cage. Expecting me. The words echoed in my mind, sending a fresh wave of panic through me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a random stop. This was planned. Just like Mark had planned our fate. I stood up, pushing the table away with a loud scrape that momentarily cut through the silence. Every head in the diner swiveled again, their unblinking eyes tracking my every move. I could feel their collective gaze, a physical weight, pressing me back down into the seat. "Thank you," I said, forcing the words out, my voice trembling. "I really need to go." I turned, heading for the door, my legs feeling like lead. Each step was an agonizing effort, as if I were wading through thick mud. The silence behind me was absolute, yet I could feel their eyes, a burning sensation on my back. I reached the door, my hand outstretched to the cold metal handle. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate hope for freedom. I was almost there, just a few more steps. But then, a voice, deep and resonant, boomed from the back of the diner. It was one of the burly men in flannel, the one who had been sitting closest to the counter. "Leaving so soon?" he asked. I froze. I did not turn around. I could not. My hand hovered over the door handle, just inches away from what I hoped was salvation. Just a long drive. I managed, my voice barely a whisper. "Oh, we know," the man said, and his voice was no longer booming, but a low, guttural rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards of the diner. "We know all about your long drive." And then a new sound, a rustling, a scraping of chairs. It was not a chaotic movement. It was synchronized. A dozen bodies, moving as one. I could hear them rising, their footsteps unnervingly silent on the linoleum floor. My breath hitched in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut for a fraction of a second, then snapped them open. I had to see. I had to know. I turned slowly, my body screaming in protest. They were all standing now. All 12 of them. The two men in flannel, the old woman, the young couple, the trucker, and the waitress. They formed a semicircle, effectively blocking the entrance to the diner, their unblinking eyes still fixed on me. But they were not just staring anymore. Their faces, they were shifting. The waxy pallor of the waitress's skin seemed to deepen, her features subtly elongating. The old woman's silver hair seemed to shimmer, almost like fine wires. The young couple's intertwined hands now looked less like human hands and more like something else. Something too long, too thin, too pale. And their smiles, they were not just knowing anymore. They were wide, impossibly wide, stretching beyond the natural confines of human mouth, revealing rows of teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. The man in flannel, who had spoken, took a step forward. His face, once rough and human, now seemed to ripple, his eyes expanding, swallowing the whites, becoming entirely black. "You see," he said, his voice a low, guttural growl that resonated deep in my chest. "We have been waiting for a long time. For someone like you." My mind flashed back to Mark, his meticulous planning, his obsession, the way he had said, "You are not leaving." Not yet. This felt like that. But amplified, multiplied by 12. "What would you want?" I stammered, my voice barely audible. The waitress glided forward, joining the flannel-clad man. Her smile was the widest of all, stretching her jaw to an impossible angle. Her eyes, now entirely black, seemed to bore into my very soul. "We want what you have," she purred, her voice a sickly sweet melody that sent shivers of revulsion down my spine. "Your essence. My essence." What the hell did that even mean? My brain, already overloaded with terror, struggled to comprehend. You are crazy," I whispered, taking a step back. But there was nowhere to go. The wall was behind me. The old woman let out a soft, dry chuckle. It sounded like crumbling leaves. "Oh, we're not crazy, dear. We are just hungry." And then the others began to move. Slowly, deliberately, they started to close the circle. Their movements were not quite human. They glided, they flowed, their limbs seeming to stretch and contract in unnatural ways. The sound of their feet on linoleum was almost silent, a soft, whispering scrape that made my skin crawl. Their unblinking eyes, now all black, reflected my terrified face like funhouse mirrors, distorting my features into a mask of pure horror. I could see myself, a small, helpless figure, trapped in their collective gaze. My heart was a jackhammer in my chest, threatening to burst through my ribs. My breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. I was going to die here, in this godforsaken diner, at the hands of these things. The young couple, their faces now elongated and skeletal, took a step forward, their hands still intertwined, their movements perfectly synchronized. Their smiles were identical, horrifying echoes of each other. "You are the one," the young woman hissed, her voice a dry whisper, like wind through dead grass. "The one with a lingering fear." The young man finished her sentence, his voice a guttural rasp. "The one whose spirit is already fractured." My mind reeled. Lingering fear, fractured spirit. They knew. They knew about Mark. They knew about the trauma that had been eating away at me for a year. They knew my weakness. This was not just a random attack. This was targeted. I was the match they had been waiting for. My fear, my brokenness, my vulnerability, it was what they craved. The man in flannel, his face now a mask of undulating, pale flesh, reached out a hand. His fingers were long, unnaturally thin, tipped with black, talon-like nails. He did not touch me, but the air around his hand crackled with unseen energy, a cold, suffocating pressure. "Do not fight it," he rasped. "It will be so much easier if you simply let go." Let go. The words echoed Mark's chilling confession, his twisted logic, his desire to possess me entirely. But Mark had wanted my body, my life. These things, they wanted something else. Something far more fundamental. My essence, my spirit, my very being. In a last, desperate surge of adrenaline, a primal scream ripped through me. I did not care if it was useless. I would not go down without a fight. Not again. Not after Mark. I would not be a victim again. I lunged, not at them, but past them. I aimed for the narrow gap between the waitress and the old woman, a desperate, irrational gamble. They reacted instantly. Their movements, once slow and deliberate, became a blur of unnatural speed. The waitress's arm shot out, long and impossibly elastic, wrapping around my waist like a vice. Her grip was cold, bone-crushing. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, my nails scraping against her waxy skin. It felt like trying to escape from a statue. She was immensely strong, unyielding. The old woman's hand, surprisingly powerful, clamped over my mouth, stifling my screams. Her touch was like ice, burning my skin. I could feel her sharp nails digging into my cheeks. The other patrons, their faces now fully transformed into grotesque parodies of human features, closed in. Their black, unblinking eyes were inches from my face, reflecting my terror, amplifying it. I could smell something sweet and putrid, like decay and formaldehyde, a sickening perfume that filled my lungs. The two men in flannel grabbed my arms, pinning them to my sides. Their strength was immense. I was completely helpless, suspended between them, my feet dangling uselessly above the linoleum. And then the pain started. It was not a physical pain, not a punch or a stab. It was an internal pain, a searing, soul-deep agony that felt like my very being was being ripped apart. It began in my chest, a burning sensation that spread rapidly, consuming me from the inside out. It felt like every memory, every emotion, every atom of who I was being stretched, pulled, dissolved. I could feel it leaving me. The fear, the anger, the love, the sadness, the joy, the lingering trauma from Mark, everything that made me was being siphoned away, absorbed by these unblinking horrors. I screamed, a muffled, desperate sound against the old woman's hand. My vision blurred. The black eyes of my tormentor seemed to grow larger, swallowing the dim light of the diner, becoming the only thing I could see. I saw flashes of my life, like a dying man's last moments. My parents laughing. My first heartbreak. Dr. Evans's kind, concerned face. And Mark, his charming smile, his terrifying eyes. All of it flickering, fading, dissolving into nothingness. The pain intensified, becoming an unbearable crescendo. I felt myself shrinking, becoming hollow. My body convulsed, a desperate, final struggle against the inevitable. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the pain subsided. Not gone, but dull, distant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. I was still conscious, still aware, but I was no longer me. The vibrant, terrified essence that had defined me was gone, replaced by a vast, echoing void. The entities released me. I crumpled to the floor, my limbs weak, my body feeling strangely light, disconnected. I lay there, staring up at the buzzing fluorescent lights, my own eyes wide and unblinking. The entities stood over me, their grotesque smiles now less predatory, more satisfied. The waitress, her face still impossibly stretched, knelt down, her black eyes inches from mine. "Welcome to the family," she whispered, her voice no longer sweet, but a dry, rattling hiss. I tried to speak, to scream, to move, but I could not. My mouth felt stiff, my tongue thick. My body was no longer my own. It was just a shell. The pain returned, a dull ache now, as if something was being poured into me, filling the void that had been created. Not my essence, but something else. Something cold, ancient, and utterly alien. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to rise, to take my place among them, to stand perfectly still, to watch, to wait. The man in flannel, his face now a chilling reflection of the darkness that had consumed me, extended a hand, not to help me up, but to gesture towards a counter. "There's always room for one more," he rasped, "especially when the next one is due." I looked at the counter, at the untouched slice of pie, the half-eaten plate of eggs. And then, I saw it, a new place setting, a clean, empty plate, a fresh cup, steaming with metallic-scented coffee. My gaze drifted to the diner door. The bell above it, silent for so long, seemed to vibrate with an unseen anticipation. And then, I understood. I was not just a match. I was the match. The specific type of soul, fractured by fear and vulnerability, that they craved. And now, I was one of them, a sentinel, a watcher, waiting for the next one. I felt myself rise, my movement stiff, unnatural, yet strangely effortless. I walked toward the counter, my step silent. I took my place among them, my back straight, my hands resting on the counter. I felt my features shift subtly, imperceptibly. My lips stretched into a faint, knowing smile. My eyes, once filled with terror, now felt wide, unblinking. I looked towards the door, toward the empty highway outside, toward the vast, dark expanse of the world. And I waited. The fear was gone. The trauma was gone. All the emotions that had defined me, that had made me human, were gone, replaced by a quiet, patient hunger, an emptiness that only another's essence could fill. The bell above the door jingled. Headlights cut through the darkness, pulling into the parking lot. A car door opened, then closed. Footsteps approached. I turned my head, slowly, deliberately, along with the others. My eyes, wide and unblinking, fixed on the door. A new figure appeared in the doorway, a weary traveler, drawn by the promise of warmth and food. Their face was etched with exhaustion, a hint of desperation, a subtle flicker of something else, something that resonated deep within the hollow space where my soul used to be. Fear, and I, along with the others, stared and waited, and I did not blink. That night, I did not just flee my apartment, I fled my entire life. I left everything, my job, my friends, the city I would call home for years. There was no goodbye, no explanation, just a frantic, desperate scramble to put as many miles as possible between me and him, between me and the horrifying truth he would lay bare. I drove until the sun came up, then drove some more, fueled by caffeine and pure, unadulterated terror. My phone, the device that had connected me to this nightmare, got tossed out the window somewhere in rural Ohio, shattering against a guardrail. I knew it was futile, even then. He said I was part of him, that he would always been there. How do you run from something that has always been inside you? I ended up in a small, nondescript town, hundreds of miles away. A place so generic, so forgettable. I figured it was a perfect hiding spot. I rented a cheap, furnished room above a dusty diner, paid cash, and bought new clothes at a thrift store. I even changed my hair, cut it short, dyed it a different color. Anything to erase the person Barnaby knew, the person I was before him. For a few weeks, I almost convinced myself it was working. I got a job bussing tables at the diner, kept my head down, and tried to blend into the background. Every shadow, every whisper still made me jump, but I told myself it was just nerves. Paranoia, the residual trauma of a truly insane experience. But the futility, it started to creep in. It began subtly, like a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. I would be walking down the street, and I would catch a glimpse of someone just ahead, someone with a familiar gait, a certain way their dark hair fell. My heart would pound, my breath would catch, and I would duck into an alley or shop, waiting, watching. But it was never him, just some stranger going about their day. Yet the feeling persisted, a cold, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like an invisible gaze was constantly fixed on me. Then came the whispers. At first, I dismissed them as the creaks of an old building, the wind rattling the window panes of my tiny room. But they grew clearer, more defined. Sometimes when I was alone, washing dishes in the diner's kitchen, or trying to sleep in my uncomfortable bed, I would hear my name. Not shouted, not even spoken clearly. Just a soft, drawn-out sound that seemed to curl around me. A voice that was both familiar and utterly alien. It was the way a memory feels when it is just out of reach, a ghost of a sound that implies a presence. I started to get less sleep. The dark was no longer a comfort. It was a canvas for my terror. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, convinced that the shadows in the corners of my room were shifting, coalescing into something solid. I would pull the thin blanket up to my chin, my body trembling, my eyes darting frantically around the room. I would tell myself it was just my imagination, But the line between imagination and reality had been irrevocably blurred. Had not it? Barnaby was proof of that. One morning, I went to make coffee, and my favorite mug had chipped. Ugly thing I would bought at a garage sale back home. A mug I would deliberately left behind was sitting on the counter. It was empty, clean, and perfectly placed. I stared at it, my mind reeling. I had not packed it. I had not brought it. It was impossible. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the hairline crack near the rim. It was my mug. There was no doubt. I dropped it, and it shattered on the linoleum floor, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the quiet room. I collapsed onto the floor myself, tears streaming down my face, a guttural sob tearing from my throat. He was here. He was still here. The incidents escalated. Small things at first. A book I would loved as a child, one I had not thought about in decades, would appear on my bedside table. A specific brand of candy I used to adore, a brand that was hard to find, would be tucked into my lunch bag. It was not menacing, not overtly. It was insidious. It was Barnaby's way of saying, I know you. I remember. I am still watching. My friends back home, the ones I would ghosted, had dismissed my growing paranoia stress as overthinking. If I called them now, what would I say? Hey, remember that imaginary friend I told you about? Well, he is real, and he is stalking me across state lines, leaving me childhood trinkets. They would think I would lost my mind. Maybe I had. The worst part, the part that truly started to unravel me, was the mirror. I would always hated mirrors, even before this, but now they became a source of pure dread. It started subtly. I would catch my reflection, and for a split second, something would be off. My eyes, usually a soft hazel, would seem darker, deeper. They would have a strange intensity, an ancient, unblinking quality that was not my own. It would vanish as quickly as it appeared, leaving me staring at my own terrified face, my heart hammering against my ribs. But it got worse. One evening, after a particularly grueling shift at the diner, I dragged myself back to my room. I was exhausted, my mind a foggy mess. I stood in front of the small, smudged mirror in the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. When I looked up, my breath hitched. It was not just the eyes anymore. It was a set of my jaw, a subtle curve to my lips, a shadow that seemed to fall across my cheekbones in a way that was not mine. It was his face. Not fully, not completely, but a grotesque, unsettling blend of mine and Barnaby's. His ancient, unblinking gaze stared back at me, through my eyes. I screamed, a raw, animalistic sound that tore through the quiet building. I stumbled backward, tripping over the bath mat, landing hard on the cold tile floor. I scrambled away from the mirror, pressing myself into the corner of the small bathroom, tears streaming down my face. It was not a trick of the light. It was not just my imagination. He said I was part of him. He said he was trying to cross over. And a part of me was slowly becoming him. From that moment on, I avoided mirrors. I shaved blindly, brushed my teeth with my eyes squeezed shut. But it did not stop the feeling. The feeling of an alien presence just beneath my skin, a cold, watchful intelligence that was not my own. Sometimes, I would catch myself thinking thoughts that were not mine, thoughts about things I did not care about, or having a sudden, inexplicable urge to do something completely out of character. Like, I would be walking down the street, and I would suddenly feel an overwhelming compulsion to turn down a specific alley, even though I knew it led nowhere. It was like a whisper in my mind, a subtle suggestion, and it took every ounce of my will to fight it. One afternoon, I was at the local library, trying to lose myself in a book, anything to distract my mind. I was sitting at a quiet table, the hum of the fluorescent lights and the rustle of turning pages creating a false sense of peace. I picked up a pencil to make a note in the margin of a paperback I was pretending to read, and my hand moved on its own. It was not a conscious decision. My fingers gripped the pencil, and without any input from me, it started to draw. My breath hitched. It was a face, a profile expertly rendered with a slight, knowing smile. And on the cheek, just beneath the eye, was a tiny, almost imperceptible mole. The mole, the one I would draw on my imaginary Barnaby, a detail only I could know. I stared at the drawing, my hand still holding pencil, frozen in place. It was Barnaby, but it was not my drawing style. It was too precise, too confident. It was his hand, guiding mine. I ripped the page out of the book, crumpled it into a tight ball, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I threw the ball of paper across the room, then shoved the book back onto the shelf, abandoning it. I practically ran out of the library, the quiet turning into a roaring cacophony in my ears. He was not just in my reflections, he was in my hands, in my thoughts, in my very being. I started to talk to myself. Not out loud, not usually, but in my head. I would argue with him. Get out of my head. Leave me alone. I would scream, silently, until my temples throbbed. Sometimes, I would get a response. Not in words, but a feeling. A cold, amused presence. A sense of ancient patience. You created me. Sam, we are one. You belong to me. The town, once my sanctuary, began to feel like a cage. Every person I saw, every car that passed, felt like a potential harbinger of Barnaby. I started to notice things that were not quite right. The same dark blue sedan parked on my street for days. A man with a familiar, unsettling stillness in his posture, watching the diner from across the street. My paranoia was no longer just paranoia, it was a constant, suffocating reality. One night, I woke up with a gasp, drenched in a cold sweat. I would have been dreaming. Not a nightmare, not exactly. It was more like a memory, but it was not my memory. I was a child again, sitting in my bedroom, drawing a notebook, and I was drawing Barnaby. But in the dream, I was not just drawing him, I was creating him. I felt the surge of energy, the spark of life, as the pencil moved across the page. And then, I saw him, shimmering into existence beside my bed, a benevolent, dark-haired figure, smiling at me. But the smile was cold, ancient, and his eyes were the ones I now saw in my own reflection. When I woke, the room was dark, but I was not alone. I could feel him. Not see him, not hear him, but feel him, a dense, heavy presence in the room, pressing down on me. It was like the air itself had thickened, become viscous. I could not move. My muscles were locked, my throat constricted. Then, I felt it, a coldness, starting in my toes, slowly creeping up my body. It was not just cold, it was a sensation of being filled, like an empty vessel being slowly, deliberately, filled with ice water. My breath caught in my chest. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The coldness reached my chest, then my throat, then my head. It felt like my very essence was being displaced, pushed aside by something else. And then, I saw it again. In the darkness, my eyes opened wide. I saw a faint, shimmering outline of a figure standing over my bed. It was Barnaby. He was just a silhouette, barely visible, but I knew it was him. And his hand, a long, slender hand, was reaching out slowly toward my face. As his ethereal fingers touched my forehead, a jolt of pure, agonizing energy coursed through me. It was not pain, not physical pain. It was the pain of erasure, of identity being stripped away. And in that moment, as his presence flooded my mind, I saw everything. I saw his existence, his millennia of waiting in the void, a formless entity until I, a lonely child, gave him shape. I saw his joy, his obsession, his desperate need to become real, to be mine. And I saw his plan, his patient, meticulous plan, to cross over, not just into this world, but into me. I thrashed then, a primal, desperate struggle against the invasion. I kicked, I screamed, I fought with everything I had left. But it was like fighting against the tide, against the ocean itself. He was too strong, too ancient, too deeply ingrained. Suddenly, the coldness receded, pulling back like a tide. I gasped, my lungs burning, my body trembling violently. The shimmering figure was gone. The heavy presence in the room dissipated. I was alone again, or so it seemed. I lay there for a long time, shaking, crying, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was I finally, truly losing my mind? I forced myself to sit up, my body aching. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet touching the cold floor. I needed water. I needed air. I needed to escape. As I stood up, I caught a glimpse of myself in a small, full-length mirror on the back of the closet door. I had forgotten it was there, and I froze. It was not just the eyes this time. It was not just a fleeting expression. My face, it was still mine, but it was overlaid like a transparent film with another. My dark hair seemed to have a different texture, a slight wave that was not natural to me. My lips seemed thinner, more defined, and my eyes, they were dark, unblinking, holding an ancient wisdom that terrified me. But it was more than just my reflection. As I stared, transfixed, my own hand slowly, deliberately, lifted to touch my cheek. And my fingers, my very own fingers, traced a spot just beneath my eye, where the mole was. The mole I would drawn. The mole I would seen on Barnaby's face. It was there. A tiny, dark speck, barely visible, but undeniably real. My breath hitched. I stumbled back, but there was nowhere to go. My reflection, no longer just a reflection, but a grotesque fusion, stared back at me. And then my lips, slowly curved into a knowing, chilling smile. A smile that was not mine. And a voice, clear as a bell, spoke in my head. But it was not my voice. It was deep, resonant, and filled with an ancient, terrifying satisfaction. "We are home. Sam." The words echoed in my mind, not as a thought, but as a pronouncement, a declaration. I was no longer alone in my own body. He was not just crossing over he had crossed in. We were one. And the horror of it was not just that I was trapped, but that a part of me, a small, insidious part, felt a strange, unsettling sense of peace, resignation, as if this was always meant to be, as if this was where I belonged. I tried to fight it, to scream, to reject the presence that had taken root within me. But the smile on my face, our face, only widened, and in the depths of those ancient, unblinking eyes that were now mine, I saw a reflection of the endless void he had come from, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never be truly alone again. Every thought, every feeling, every action would now be shared, and a part of me, the part that was slowly becoming him, was already starting to forget what it felt like to be just Sam. The fear was still there, a constant, dull throb beneath the surface, but was being slowly, inexorably, swallowed by something far older, far more patient, and utterly, irrevocably content. The ordinary life I once knew was gone, replaced by a shared existence, a symbiotic nightmare. I was still here, somewhere, a passenger in my own body, watching as Barnaby, through me, began to experience the world it so desperately craved. And sometimes when I closed my eyes, I did not just see darkness. I saw the ancient, unblinking gaze of my imaginary friend, now very, very real, staring back at me from the deepest depths of my own soul. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he was not just a part of me anymore. I was a part of him, and I always would be. So, you know how it is. You hit a certain age, and dating becomes less about sparks and more about finding someone who is not actively trying to steal your kidneys or convert you to a cult. I would been through my share of duds, the ones who talk about their exes for an hour straight, or the ones who bring a stack of pamphlets to a coffee date. My expectations, to put it mildly, were subterranean. That is why when I matched with Sarah, I was cautiously optimistic. Her profile was normal enough hiking, reading, a couple of photos with a friendly-looking dog. Nothing screamed red flag. We exchanged a few messages, and she seemed articulate, funny, and surprisingly grounded. We decided on a low-key first date drinks at a cozy bar downtown, the kind of place with exposed brick and a decent whiskey selection. When I walked in, she was already there, tucked into a booth near the back. She looked exactly like her pictures, maybe even a little better. Dark, shoulder-length hair, striking green eyes, and a smile that seemed genuinely warm. She was wearing a simple black dress, nothing too flashy, but it fit her well. My initial thought, I will admit, was, okay, maybe this is not going to be a total waste of a Tuesday night. We started talking, and the conversation flowed easily. We covered the usual first date topics: jobs, hobbies, travel aspirations. She worked as a graphic designer, which explained her creative profile pictures. She had a dry wit that I appreciated, and she actually listened when I spoke, which, believe it or not, is a rare commodity these days. The drinks were good, the music was soft, and for the first hour or so, I felt a genuine sense of ease I had not felt on a first date in a long time. I found myself thinking, this could actually go somewhere. Then, it happened. We were talking about our favorite movies, and I was in the middle of explaining why Blade Runner was a masterpiece when I paused to take a sip of my drink. In that brief silence, I heard it, a whisper, so soft it was almost swallowed by the ambient hum of the bar. Emily Carter. It was barely audible, a breathy murmur. I looked at Sarah, who was smiling at me, her green eyes bright. She had not seemed to move her lips. Sorry, I asked, leaning forward slightly. Did you say something? She tilted her head, a small, puzzled frown on her face. No, why? Did you hear something? I shook my head, my brow furrowed. Nah, I guess not. Just thought I heard my name, or something. I laughed it off, feeling a little foolish. The bar was a bit noisy, after all. It was probably just someone at the next table, or a trick of the acoustics. I picked up my story about Deckard and his existential dread, and she nodded along, seemingly engrossed. We finished our drinks and decided to grab one more at a different spot, a quieter place a few blocks away. The conversation continued to be engaging, but that little whisper had left a tiny, almost imperceptible crack in my otherwise pleasant evening. As we walked, the city lights blurred around us. Sarah was a good conversationalist, and I found myself laughing more than I expected. We were talking about bizarre news stories we would encountered, and I was recounting some ridiculous headline I would read that morning. As I finished, she let out a soft chuckle, and then, again, Mark Jensen. This time it was clearer, not loud, not like she was speaking to me, but distinct. It sounded like it came from her, a little puff of air escaping her lips, almost involuntary. I stopped walking. Sarah, seriously, what are you saying? She stopped too, her smile fading slightly. What are you talking about? Her voice was calm, a little confused. I did not say anything. I stared at her. Her expression was perfectly innocent. Too innocent, maybe. You just whispered something. A name. Mark Jensen. She blinked, her green eyes wide. I promise you, I did not. Are you sure you are not just hearing things? The city can play tricks on you. She gestured vaguely at the bustling street around us. I felt a chill despite the mild evening air. It was not a trick of the city. I was certain, but the way she looked at me, so genuinely bewildered, made me second-guess myself. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I was overthinking things, projecting some weirdness onto an otherwise perfectly normal person. I would have been single for a while. Maybe I was just out of practice. Yeah, you were probably right, I said, forcing a laugh that felt brittle even to my own ears. Long day. My brain's probably just short-circuiting. She smiled again, that warm, reassuring smile. "Come on," she said, taking my arm lightly. "Let us get that last drink." The new bar was indeed quieter. We settled into a corner booth, and for a while, I managed to push the whispers from my mind. We talked about travel, about our hopes for the future, about silly childhood memories. She was charming, genuinely so. I found myself drawn to her intelligence and her easygoing nature. But the unease, once planted, refused to be fully uprooted. It was like a tiny splinter under my skin, not painful enough to scream about, but constantly there, a dull throb. We were talking about our families. I mentioned my younger sister, who was living on the West Coast. Sarah listened intently, her chin resting on her hand. As I finished describing my sister's latest adventure, Sarah let out a soft sigh, almost imperceptible. Jessica Thorne. This time, there was no mistaking it. Her lips barely moved, but the sound was clear, distinct, and it came directly from her. My blood ran cold. I put my glass down a little too hard. The clink echoed in the relative quiet. "Sarah," I said, my voice low, trying to keep it steady. "Stop it. What are you doing?" Her eyes met mine, and for a split second, I saw something in them that was not quite human. A flicker of something ancient, something predatory, before it vanished, replaced by that same innocent confusion. "Stop what?" she asked, her voice soft, almost childlike. "I do not understand." "The names," I said, leaning across the table. My voice was a little louder now, edged with a fear I could not completely hide. "You keep whispering names. Emily Carter, Mark Jensen, and now Jessica Thorne. What is going on?" She looked genuinely hurt. "I am not whispering any names. Are you feeling okay? You have seemed a little off since we left the first bar." The way she deflected, the way she turned it back on me was masterful. It made me question everything. Was I going crazy? Was this some elaborate prank? But the fear in my gut was real. The chill that had settled in my bones was real. "I am fine," I said, my voice tight. "But I know what I heard. Those are real names. Sarah, missing people. I have seen them on the news, on those posters at the grocery store." Her expression did not change. Not a flicker of recognition, not a hint of guilt. Just pure, unadulterated confusion. "Missing people. What are you talking about? I do not follow the news much." It was a lie. I knew it was a lie. Her profile had mentioned current events. We would even talked about a few news stories earlier in the evening. The discrepancy was jarring. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was she messing with me? If so, it was a cruel, elaborate joke. But her eyes, those green eyes, they held something I could not quite decipher. A depth that felt bottomless and utterly devoid of human emotion, even as her face feigned concern. "Look," I said, picking up my phone. "I can show you. Emily Carter, she disappeared last year. Mark Jensen, a few months ago. Jessica Thorne just last month." My fingers fumbled as I typed. I was desperate for proof, for something to anchor me to reality. As I scrolled through the search results, pulling up the local news articles, Sarah watched me, her expression unreadable. Her hand was resting on the table, perfectly still. I noticed her fingernails then, perfectly manicured, but they seemed a little too long, a little too sharp. A small, irrational detail. But in my current state, every detail felt significant. I found an article about Emily Carter. "See," I said, turning the phone towards her. "Blonde hair, college student, last seen near the river." Sarah glanced at the screen, her eyes moving over the photo of the smiling young woman. And then she smiled. It was not a warm smile this time. It was a slow, deliberate curve of her lips that did not reach her eyes. "Emily Carter. She whispered again, a little louder this time, her voice a low, melodic hum that sent shivers down my spine. Yes, I remember her. My heart hammered against my ribs. You remember her. What does that mean? She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, but her eyes remained unsettlingly blank. It means I remember her name, and her face, and the way she struggled. The words hit me like a physical blow. The air rushed out of my lungs. My mind reeled, trying to process what she had just said. The way she struggled. It was too specific, too chilling to be a joke. I pushed my chair back, scraping it loudly against the floor. What the hell are you talking about? My voice was hoarse, barely a whisper itself. She did not flinch. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too white, a little too pointed. Oh, darling, she purred, her voice still impossibly soft, but now laced with something truly sinister. You really do not know, do you? I scrambled to my feet, knocking over my glass. Whiskey sloshed onto the table, its amber liquid reflecting the dim bar lights. People at nearby tables were starting to look over, drawn by the commotion. I am leaving. I stammered, my voice trembling. I do not know what kind of game this is, but I want no part of it. She stood up too, gracefully, without a sound. She was taller than I remembered, or maybe it was just the way she carried herself, a predatory stillness that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She moved around the table, blocking my path to the exit. But we were just getting to the good part, she said, her voice a low, seductive rumble that was utterly terrifying. Her eyes, those unsettling green eyes, were fixed on mine, and I could feel something cold and invasive trying to pry its way into my mind. Get away from me. I practically shouted, backing away, my hands held up defensively. A couple at a nearby table looked alarmed. A bartender started to move towards us, his expression questioning. Sarah glanced at them, and something in her gaze made them hesitate, made them look away. It was subtle, but I saw it. A strange, almost hypnotic power. Do not make a scene, darling, she whispered, taking another slow step towards me. We would not want to draw too much attention, would we? My mind was screaming. Every instinct I had was telling me to run, to bolt, to get as far away from her as humanly possible. But my feet felt rooted to the floor. The air around her seemed to grow heavy, thick, with an unseen presence. Mark Jensen, she whispered again, her lips almost brushing my ear, though she was still a foot away. He put up quite a fight. Strong, for a man his size. The casual cruelty, the intimate knowledge, it was too much. This was not a joke. This was not a prank. This was something far, far worse. I finally found my voice, a desperate, strangled sound. You are a monster. She smiled, a truly chilling, mirthless smile. And you, my dear, are delicious. That was it. That was the trigger. The word delicious snapped me out of whatever paralysis she had cast over me. I did not think. I just reacted. I shoved her with all my might, a desperate, clumsy push. She stumbled back, surprised, her eyes widening for a moment. That was all I needed. I did not look back. I sprinted for the door, pushing past confused patrons, ignoring their startled cries. I burst out onto the street, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The cool night air hit my face, but it did nothing to calm the frantic pounding of my heart. I ran. I ran blindly, not caring where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and her. I heard no footsteps behind me, no shouts, just the roar of the city, which now sounded like a predator's growl. I did not stop until I was several blocks away, my legs aching, my chest heaving. I ducked into a dimly lit alley, leaning against a graffiti-covered wall, trying to catch my breath. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. I called 911. My voice was a terrified stammer as I tried to explain what had happened. My date, she was whispering names, missing people. She said she remembered how they struggled. The dispatcher was patient, but her tone quickly shifted from concerned to skeptical. Sir, are you under the influence of anything tonight? No, I practically yelled. I swear, I am not. She is dangerous. She knows about those missing people. She admitted it. I gave him the name of the bar, a description of Sarah, everything I could remember. They told me they would send an officer to check it out. I waited there in the alley, shivering for what felt like an eternity. When the police finally arrived, they found me huddled in the alley, looking like a paranoid lunatic. I recounted the story again, trying to make it sound coherent, try and convey the sheer terror I would experienced. They listened, their expressions ranging from pity to thinly veiled disbelief. 2 officers went into the bar. They came out a few minutes later, shaking their heads. Sir, one of them said, a sympathetic but firm tone in his voice. The bartender says you had a few drinks. He remembers you and a woman, but says you got into some kind of argument. He said you just ran out, and the woman left shortly after, looking upset, but she said those things about the missing people. I protested, my voice cracking. We spoke to the bartender and a couple other patrons. The officer continued, ignoring my interjection. No one heard anything like that. No one saw anything unusual, other than you suddenly getting agitated and leaving. The woman you described left calmly, paid her tab, and walked out. She did not seem threatening in any way. They ran Sarah's name, or at least a name she would given me. Nothing came up. No criminal record. No connection to any missing persons cases. It was a common name, they told me. There were hundreds of Sarah Smiths in the area. They suggested I go home, get some rest, maybe lay off the alcohol for a bit. They clearly thought I was either drunk, having some kind of psychotic break, or just a bad date trying to make up a crazy story. I went home, but I did not rest. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to hold a lurking menace. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep. I kept seeing her face, that chilling smile, those blank green eyes, hearing her whisper. The way she struggled in you, my dear, are delicious. The next day, I started my own investigation. I scoured the local news archives, cross-referencing every name she had whispered. Emily Carter, Mark Jensen, Jessica Thorne, all confirmed missing, all within the last year, all from the greater metropolitan area. Their stories were heartbreaking. Families pleading for answers, police baffled, no leads. I tried to find Sarah online, using every detail I could remember from her profile and our conversation. Her job as a graphic designer, her love for hiking, her dog. Nothing. Her Tinder profile was gone, completely vanished, as if it had never existed. It was like she had just erased herself from the digital world. I went back to the bar, hoping to find some trace of her, maybe talk to the bartender again. He remembered me, gave me a wary look. He reiterated that Sarah had left normally. He even showed me the security footage from that night. And there she was, walking out, a calm, composed figure, blending seamlessly into the street. No strange movements, no lingering glances. Nothing to suggest a monster I knew she was. The footage of me, on the other hand, showed a wild-eyed man sprinting out the door, looking completely unhinged. The police, predictably, closed the case. They had nothing to go on. A man's crazy story about a date. No evidence. No witnesses. Just my word against a ghost. It seemed the experience shattered something inside me. I have not dated since. The thought of sitting across from someone new, of trying to make conversation, of letting my guard down, fills me with a cold dread. Every time I see a news report about a missing person, my stomach twists into knots. I can almost hear her voice, a faint, chilling whisper in the back of my mind, adding another name to her macabre list. I have changed my phone number, moved apartments, even dyed my hair. I know it sounds paranoid, but the thought that she might be out there, that she might remember my name, sends shivers down my spine. I check my locks multiple times a night. I avoid dark alleys and quiet streets. I look over my shoulder constantly. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the only sound is the hum of my refrigerator, I hear it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, carried on the wind, through the walls, right into my ear. You are next. And I know, with a certainty that chills me my very core, that I am not just hearing things. I know she is out there, and I know she remembers me. And I just pray, every single day, that my name does not become the next whisper on her lips. Because if it does, I know exactly what it will mean, and I know there will be no one to believe me. It has been, I do not even know how long it has been since Barnaby took over. Time has become this shapeless, meaningless thing, a blurry canvas against which he paints his monstrous existence with my stolen hands. After Leo, after that nightmare of cages and empty husks, the quiet hum of utter defeat I used to feel shattered into 1,000 screaming pieces. Now, it is just pure, unadulterated dread. Barnaby was not just inspired by Leo's methods, he was obsessed. He would absorb Leo, yes, but not in the way he would merge with me. Leo was just gone. A flicker of final, despairing thought that was not even a thought, just an echo of terror, and then silence. Barnaby had simply consumed him, leaving nothing but an empty shell, another one for collection. And that collection, it was now our collection. We were living in Leo's apartment now, or rather, Barnaby was living in it. The air still thick with the metallic tang of something clinical, something wrong. The cages were still there, lining the living room, silent monuments to Leo's twisted art. And in one of them, the third one from the left, was me, my original self, the pure, unblemished vessel Leo had cleansed before Barnaby ever found me. She sat there hollow-eyed, a perfect porcelain doll, a constant, agonizing reminder of what I had lost and what I could never be again. Barnaby would spend hours in that apartment. He would pore over Leo's journals, filled with cryptic notes and diagrams. He would trace the lines of Leo's crude sketches of the human brain, of energy flows, of identity-cleansing rituals. He would experiment, too. Sometimes, he would go down into the basement, a place I was thankful I could not see, only feel the distant hum of whatever horrifying things he was doing down there. I would feel a faint electrical tremor, a cold shiver that was not mine, and then a profound sense of loss, like a whisper of a forgotten dream. I knew he was trying to replicate Leo's process, to perfect it, to make it his own. He would talk to the empty husks in the cages, too. Not to me, never to me. He would talk to them, his voice, my voice, soft and cajoling, as of explaining a new concept to a child. See, Leo was good, but he was inefficient. Too much waste. Too much effort for such a simple task. He would gesture to my original body. This one, she is perfect. A clean slate. A true canvas. But I prefer to fill a canvas, not just empty it. His possessiveness had only intensified. The world was his now. Everything was his to take, to use, to bend to his will. My internal screams were just background noise to him, accompanying hum that validated his control. He would even started calling me Sam in his internal monologue, the way he thought of himself. We need to go out. Sam, we need to find new inspiration. Sam, it was a violation beyond words, a final erasure of my individuality. One evening, after another long day of Barnaby's macabre research, he decided we needed a break. He needed to re-engage with the world. He needed to find new prospects. My stomach, or what used to be my stomach, clenched with familiar dread. He was going back to the dating apps. He picked a profile with a kind smile and warm eyes. Her name was Chloe. She was a librarian, loved old books and hiking. She seemed normal, unsuspecting. My heart ached for her already. Barnaby, in my skin, was a master charm. He picked a trendy little bistro downtown, a place with dim lighting and soft jazz. He ordered wine, made eye contact, listened intently, and laughed at all the right moments. He was Sam, the charming, witty Sam everyone knew. The Sam I used to be. Chloe, for her part, was everything her profile promised. Her eyes sparkled when she talked about her favorite authors, and she had a gentle, self-deprecating humor that was genuinely endearing. I watched helpless as Barnaby reeled her in hook, line, and sinker. My internal screams were a low thrum now, a constant bass note of despair. About halfway through the appetizers, something shifted. Chloe was telling a story about a particularly eccentric patron at the library, and Barnaby was leaning in, captivated. Then, mid-sentence, her eyes glazed over, just for a second. A flicker, like a light switch being momentarily tripped. She paused, a forkful of bruschetta halfway to her mouth. Her gaze drifted past Barnaby's shoulder, unfocused. And then, so soft I almost missed it, a whisper. "Michael." Barnaby paused. A polite smile still plastered on my face. "Did you say something?" "Chloe," he asked, his voice, my voice, smooth and concerned. She blinked, her eyes refocusing on him. "Oh, sorry. Just lost my train of thought for a second. The story, right? He wanted a book on ancient Sumerian poetry of all things." She laughed a little too brightly. I felt a cold prickle on my skin, a premonition. Michael. I knew that name. Michael Davis. He had been reported missing 6 months ago. A young man, barely out of college, disappeared without a trace. The local news had run stories for weeks. Barnaby, however, seemed to dismiss it. He just nodded and encouraged her to continue her story. He was probably thinking she was just a bit quirky, a little nervous. He loved quirky. It made them easier to manipulate. The conversation flowed again, but the undercurrent of unease had begun. I was acutely aware, now, watching for it, and it did not take long. Chloe was talking about her hiking trips, describing a beautiful trail up in the foothills. She gestured with her hands, animated. Then, her eyes drifted again, this time toward the window, looking out at the rain-slicked street. "Sarah," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the restaurant's ambient chatter. Barnaby did not miss it this time. His head tilted, a subtle shift that only I would notice. It was the way he focused, like a predator spotting prey. "Sarah," he prompted, my voice laced with an almost imperceptible edge of curiosity. Chloe startled, pulling her gaze back. "Oh, gosh, I am so sorry. I am just a bit tired tonight. I guess. My mind keeps wandering." She gave a nervous laugh, but I was not laughing. Sarah Peterson, a young woman who worked at the bakery down the street. She had vanished about a year ago. Her car was found abandoned at the trailhead Chloe had just been describing. The names were local. They were real. And they were. People who had gone missing. Barnaby. I could feel his internal gears grinding. He was no longer dismissing it. His interest was piqued. Was she unwell? Was this a ploy? Or was there something else entirely going on? His possessive streak, the one that flared up so violently with Leo, was stirring. He did not like things he could not immediately understand or control. He switched tactics. Instead of charming her, he started probing. "You mentioned you were tired. Chloe, have you been sleeping well?" he asked, his voice still gentle, but with a new, subtle intensity. She hesitated. "Not really, no. I have been having strange dreams. Nothing I can really remember, just a feeling of noise. Lots of noise. Noise! My internal screams, perhaps, or something else entirely." The main course arrived, but the appetite had gone out of the evening for me, and I could tell, for Barnaby too, though he maintained his facade. As Chloe picked at her pasta, she did it again. her eyes unfocused, her lips barely moving. Emily. Barnaby put down his fork. My entire body tensed. Emily. Emily Henderson, a high school student, disappeared from a bus stop just last month. Chloe, Barnaby said, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. Who are you talking about? She looked at him, truly looked at him, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something in her eyes that was not just tiredness. It was a deep, unsettling sadness, a profound weariness. They just come to me, she whispered, her voice now barely above a breath. The names. They whisper. Barnaby leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his gaze unblinking. Who whispers? Chloe shook her head slowly. I do not know. Just a feeling. A static. Like a broken radio trying to tune in. And then the names, they just appear. She looked around the restaurant, her eyes darting from face to face, as if searching for something. They are everywhere, are not they? The empty places. Barnaby's grip on my fork tightened. Empty places. Leo's words, my original body. The husks in the cages. It was too much of a coincidence. He was calculating. I could feel it. Was she like Leo? Another collector? A rival? Or was she a victim marked by something similar? His mind raced, trying to categorize her, to understand her, to figure out if she was a threat or a new, interesting puzzle. Chloe, he said, my voice now devoid of its earlier charm, replaced by a controlled, almost clinical tone. How about we get out of here? It is a bit loud. Maybe we can talk somewhere quieter. My internal alarms blared. Quieter. He meant Leo's apartment. He meant the cages. He meant the original Sam. He was going to take her there. He was going to expose her to the horror. And then, what? Was she going to be another experiment? Another piece of the collection? Chloe looked at him, her eyes still holding that strange, distant sadness. She nodded, slowly. Yes. Quieter. The noise, it is too much here. We paid the bill. Barnaby moving with an almost predatory grace. The walk to the car, the drive to Leo's apartment, felt like an eternity. My internal landscape was a storm of terror. I tried to scream, to warn her, to do anything, but I was just a passenger, a silent observer in my own nightmare. As we pulled up to Leo's apartment building, Chloe looked up at the darkened windows. A faint tremor ran through her. It is very loud here, she murmured, almost to herself. So many voices. Barnaby, in my body, felt a thrill of something dark and exciting. He was intrigued. He was challenged. He led her up the stairs, his hand on her back, guiding her, an innocent gesture that felt like a shepherd leading a lamb to slaughter. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. The apartment was dark, save for the faint glow of a street lamp filtering through the blinds. The air was heavy, stagnant, thick with the scent of dust and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. Chloe stepped inside and then she froze. Her eyes, which had been so distant, snapped into sharp focus. They widened, not with fear, but with profound, almost painful recognition. Her gaze swept across the room, past the shadowed furniture, past the closed blinds, straight to the cages. Barnaby flipped on the light. The room was bathed in a harsh, unforgiving glow. The cages were starkly visible now, their wire frames glinting, and inside them the empty husks. The silent, porcelain figures. And in the third cage, my original self, sitting perfectly still, a perfect blank slate. Chloe did not scream. She did not recoil in horror. Instead, she took a step closer, her hand rising slowly, as if to reach out. Her lips began to move, faster this time, the whispers no longer soft, but urgent, a low, frantic murmur. Michael, Sarah, Emily, David, Jessica, Thomas. The names tumbled out of her, a cascade of lost souls, each one a pang of recognition for me. A forgotten newspaper headline, a missing person poster. She moved from cage to cage, her fingers tracing the wires, her eyes locked on the vacant faces. He took them, she whispered, her voice raw with grief. He emptied them. She pointed at one of the husks. This is David. He was a carpenter, loved to build birdhouses. She moved to another. Jessica. She was a teacher, always smelled like lavender. My blood ran cold, or what was left of it. She did not just know their names, she knew them. She knew who they were. Then she stopped in front of the third cage, the one holding my original body, her eyes fixed on the empty Sam. Samantha, she breathed, her voice filled with profound sorrow. Oh, Samantha, you were so bright, so full of life. She looked up, her gaze now piercing, locking onto Barnaby in my body. And then, her voice, though still a whisper, carried a chilling clarity. And you, Barnaby, she said, you stole her light. Barnaby, in my skin, reeled back as if struck. The charm, the composure, the predatory curiosity had all vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated fury. He hated being known. He hated being seen. He especially hated being named. How do you know that name? He snarled, my voice warped with his rage. Who are you? Chloe did not flinch. Her eyes, filled with that ancient sadness, held his gaze. I am a witness, she said, her voice now steady, no longer whispering names, but speaking with an authority that sent shivers down my spine. I feel the echoes, the places where life used to be, now hollowed out. I hear the whispers of what was lost. She extended a hand, not in fear, but in a strange, sorrowful offering. I came for them, to remember them, to perhaps reclaim them. Reclaim, Barnaby scoffed, a dark, humorless laugh escaping my lips. These are mine. This vessel is mine. I filled it. I own it. You will not touch what is mine. His eyes, my eyes, began to glow with familiar, sickly green light. The energy, the power I felt when he absorbed Leo, began to surge. He was going to consume her. He was going to eliminate this new threat, this anomaly that saw too much, knew too much. He lunged, not physically, but with that unseen, horrifying force, that mental, spiritual tendril of absorption. I felt it, the sickening lurch, the sense of an insatiable void opening within us, within my body, reaching for Chloe. But Chloe was different. As Barnaby's power reached for her, she did not collapse. She did not dissolve into a terrified echo. Instead, her eyes blazed, and the whispers returned not from her, but through her. They erupted from her lips, a torrent of names, a cacophony of voices, each one distinct, each one filled with its own unique echo of life. Michael, Sarah, Emily, David, Jessica, Thomas, Samantha, Leo. The names hit Barnaby like physical blows. I could feel his confusion, his anger, his pain. It was as if every soul he had touched, every identity he had stolen or consumed, was suddenly screaming at him through Chloe. You are not empty. Barnaby. Chloe's voice rose above the din, no longer a whisper, but a resonant cry. You are full, full of what you have taken, full of their sorrow, full of their lost lives. She stepped forward, defying his attempt to absorb her. Her hand, the one she had extended, now reached out and pressed against my forehead, against Barnaby's forehead, against my skin. A searing cold shot through me, through Barnaby. It was not the cold of death, but something else, something that felt like cleansing, like an attempt to scour away the darkness. They want to be remembered. Chloe intoned, her voice vibrating with an ancient power. They want to be free. The voices intensified, a deafening chorus of names, of memories, of lost identities. Barnaby roared, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony and fury that tore from my throat. He tried to push her away, but her hand was like iron, rooted to my skin. I felt a strange sensation, then A flicker of something I had not felt in so long. A tiny crack in Barnaby's control. A moment of clarity. For a split second, I felt the collective weight of those lost souls, their sorrow, their longing for release. And then a terrifying thought. What if Chloe could cleanse him? What if she could separate him from me? Would I be free? Or would I be left like the others? An empty husk, my consciousness finally extinguished. The hope was intoxicating, but the fear was paralyzing. Barnaby, however, was not one to be easily defeated. He might be overwhelmed, but he was not broken. He roared again, a guttural sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the apartment. His power, though momentarily fractured by the onslaught of voices, rallied. He could not absorb Chloe. Not like this, not when she was acting as a conduit for so many others. But he could fight back. He forced his energy outward, a violent expulsion, a desperate act of self-preservation. Chloe gasped, her hand tearing away from my forehead. The chorus of names faltered, then receded, like a tide pulling back from the shore. She stumbled backward, her eyes wide, not with fear, but with a new understanding, a new sorrow. "You are too deeply entwined," she whispered, looking at us. Too many roots. Barnaby stood there, panting, his body trembling, my body trembling. The green glow in his eyes faded, replaced by a cold, hard malice. He had not been able to consume her, but he had repelled her. Chloe looked at the cages, at the empty husks, at my original body. Her eyes lingered on the vacant Sam, a silent promise in their depths. Then she looked at Barnaby one last time, a look of profound disappointment and pity. "This is not over," she said, her voice clear and strong, no longer a witness, but a prophet. "The whispers will continue. The lost will be remembered. And you will never truly be alone." With that, she turned and walked out of the apartment, leaving the door ajar, leaving the heavy silence and the lingering scent of old blood. Barnaby did not pursue her. He stood there, breathing heavily, his entire being radiating a furious, possessive energy. He had been challenged. His control had been questioned. His secrets had been laid bare. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the cages, across the empty husks that were his collection. His eyes, my eyes, landed on the original Sam body. He stared at it for a long moment, then at his own hands, my hands, which had been so violently rejected. I felt a new kind of dread settle over me, heavier and colder than anything before. Barnaby was no longer just inspired by Leo. He had encountered something new, something that saw through a charade, something that could hurt him. And that meant he would adapt. He would learn. He would become even more careful, more cruel, more determined to protect his vessel and his collection from any further intrusion. He walked over to the third cage, to my original self. He reached out a hand, not to touch her, but to hover inches from her vacant face. So he murmured, his voice, my voice, a low, dangerous growl. "There are others who hear the whispers, others who try to cleanse." He paused, a chilling smile slowly spreading across my face. Interesting, very interesting. Perhaps Leo's notes were not as complete as I thought. Perhaps there is more to this cleansing than simply emptying a vessel. Perhaps there is a way to silence the whispers entirely. My terrifying peace had been shattered. My initial dread had deepened into an abyss. I was not just a prisoner, I was an accessory, trapped within this body, watching him escalate, watching him twist every encounter, every challenge, into a new form of depravity. This was not the end. This was just the beginning of a far more intricate, far more horrifying game. And Sam, was still trapped inside, forced to watch every single, agonizing move. The first thing I registered was the cold. Not the kind of cold that makes you shiver, but a deep, internal chill, like my bones had been replaced with ice. My eyes fluttered open, and the world swam into focus my own ceiling, the familiar cracks in the plaster that I would stare at 1,000 times. But nothing felt familiar. My body felt wrong. heavy yet hollow, like an empty shell. I pushed myself up, my muscles protesting, and my hand instinctively went to my forehead. That is when I felt it. A small raised line just above my left eyebrow. A faint crescent moon. My breath caught in my throat, a dry, rasping sound. Silas. He had not just taken something, he had merged. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipping on the light. The fluorescent glow was harsh, unforgiving. I stared at my reflection. My face, but not entirely mine. My eyes, usually a dull hazel, now seemed deeper, a shade of dark green I would never seen before, and they held an unsettling knowingness that was not my own. And there was, stark against my skin, the crescent scar, just like Silas's. A whisper, faint as a moth's wing, brushed against my mind. We are one now. It was not spoken aloud, but it was there, a thought that was not my own, yet felt intimately woven into the fabric of my consciousness. It was Silas. He was inside my head. The next few days were a blur of disorienting horror. I tried to go back to my routine, to pretend everything was normal, but how could it be? Every waking moment was a battle. I would reach for my coffee mug, and for a split second, my hand would hesitate, an alien impulse trying to guide it elsewhere. I would try to focus on work, but his thoughts, his observations, would bleed into mine, distracting me, twisting my perceptions. He was like a constant cold presence beneath my skin, an unwelcome passenger in my own body. Sometimes it was just a faint hum, a low thrumming of energy that was not mine. Other times, it was more invasive. I would be talking to a friend, trying to feign normalcy, and a cynical, detached thought would surface, sharp and cruel, about their insecurities or their meaningless chatter. It was Silas, observing, judging, always watching. And I was trapped, a horrified spectator in my own mind. My friends noticed, or rather, they noticed me pulling away. I stopped answering calls, canceled plans. It was too hard to pretend. When I did force myself out, my smile felt stretched and false. My eyes, when I caught them in reflective surfaces, seemed to hold that same deep, unsettling gaze. I felt like a ventriloquist dummy, my strings being pulled by an unseen master. The mirror became my enemy. Every time I looked, I saw more of him. The scar seemed to deepen, to glow faintly in certain lights. My deep-set eyes, once just a feature, now truly seemed to be his eyes, observing me from within. Sometimes a faint, almost imperceptible smile would play on my lips, one that was not mine, a slow, knowing curl that sent shivers down my spine. It was Silas, asserting his presence, making himself known. The whispers grew louder. They were not always words, sometimes just feelings, a sudden surge of hunger, not for food, but for something undefinable, something more. A desire for control, for power. He fed on my fear, on my isolation, on the despair that was slowly consuming me. The more I struggled, the stronger he seemed to become. My own essence, my own life force, was being siphoned away, leaving me feeling hollowed out, like a gourd carved clean. One evening, I was staring blankly at my laptop, trying to write an email, when I felt a peculiar urge. It was not mine. It was a cold, insistent tug towards an app I had not opened in months, an app I would almost forgotten about, Tinder. My fingers, seemingly of their own accord, moved the mouse, clicked the icon. My profile loaded. It looked different. The pictures were still mine, but they seemed to have a new intensity, a subtle shift in angle, a certain glint in my eyes that was eerily familiar. The bio, too, had changed. It was still brief, but the words were carefully chosen, almost hypnotic. It spoke of deep understanding, of shared secrets, of a longing for connection that felt both authentic and profoundly manipulative. It was Silas's touch. He was using my profile, my face, to project his desires. A wave of dread washed over me. What was he doing? What did he want? We need to connect, His whisper echoed in my mind, colder now, more assertive. We need more essence, more life. I watched, helpless, as my fingers swiped through profiles. Left, right. He seemed to know instinctively who to choose, who to avoid. Then a match. Her name was Sarah. Her profile was vibrant, full of pictures of her hiking, laughing with friends, a genuine smile on her face. She looked kind, adventurous, normal. Silas took over the messaging. I was a passenger, a horrified observer, as my fingers typed out messages that were charming, witty, and subtly unsettling. He used my memories, my experiences, but twisted them, infused them with his own ancient understanding of human longing. He knew exactly what to say, how to make her feel seen, understood, special. It was sickeningly effective. Sarah responded quickly, her messages bright and enthusiastic. She seemed genuinely intrigued. I could feel Silas's pleasure, a cold, satisfied hum in the back of my mind. He was good at this. Too good. He was a predator, and I was his unwitting lure. The conversation flowed for days. Silas weaving an intricate web of charm and subtle manipulation. He steered the conversation towards shared interests, towards vulnerabilities, always drawing her in deeper. He spoke of wanting to meet, of a desire for a real connection. And then, Sarah made a suggestion that sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. Hey, her text read, this might sound a little weird, but I am super into exploring abandoned places. There is this old hospital, SD, Jude's, on the outskirts of town. It is supposed to be really creepy. What do you think about meeting there? For an adventure. Totally cool if not, but it will be so much fun. My heart hammered against my ribs. An abandoned hospital. No, absolutely not. That was a horror movie trope, a death trap. My mind screamed in protest, but Silas was already buzzing with an almost childlike excitement. Perfect, his thought resonated, sharp and clear. The perfect place. My fingers, no longer under my control, typed out a reply. That sounds incredible. Sarah, I am totally in. I love a good adventure. What time were you thinking? Sarah's reply was immediate. Awesome. How about Saturday night? Say 9 p.m. We can meet by the old main entrance. Bring a flashlight. I closed the app, my body trembling. I was going to an abandoned hospital with a stranger at night, and I was completely powerless to stop it. Silas had chosen his hunting ground. Saturday arrived with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The sky was overcast, a bruised purple and a fine, chilling mist hung in the air. I felt like I was walking to my own execution, or someone else's. Silas was almost giddy. His presence within me was more vibrant, more demanding than ever. He hummed with anticipation, a predatory excitement that made my stomach churn. He directed me to my car, then guided me through the winding back roads towards the edge of town, where SD, Jude's hospital, lay forgotten. The hospital loomed in the distance, a decaying monument to a bygone era. Its skeletal frame, once a place of healing, now looked like a gaping maw, its broken windows like empty eyes staring out into the encroaching darkness. A rusty sign, half obscured by overgrown ivy, confirmed its name SD, Jude's Asylum for the Mentally Unsound. Asylum, not just a hospital. A place where minds had broken, where despair had once been a constant companion. Silas practically purred. I parked my car a little ways down the road, as instructed by Sarah. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something metallic, faintly sweet and cloying. Rust, perhaps, or something older, more sinister. Sarah was already there, leaning against her own car, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. She wore practical jeans and a thick hoodie, her bright smile a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. She looked exactly like her pictures, vibrant and alive. A pang of guilt, sharp and painful, shot through me. This girl had no idea what she was walking into. "Hey," she called out, her voice a little too loud in the oppressive silence. "Glad you made it. This place is even creepier in person, right?" I forced a smile, but it felt like a grimace. "Definitely." I managed, my voice sounding strained. Silas, however, was delighted. He was projecting an aura of charming mystery through me, a subtle allure that seemed to captivate her. I could feel her looking at me, her eyes lingering for a moment, a spark of interest there. "So," she said, pulling a large tactical flashlight from her bag, ready to explore. I nodded, feeling a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. Silas was urging me forward, his excitement a palpable force. I pulled my own, smaller flashlight from my pocket, its beam weak in comparison to hers. We walked toward the main entrance, a grand, imposing archway that was now crumbling, bricks scattered on the cracked pavement. A heavy, ornate door, probably oak, hung precariously on one hinge, groaning softly in the breeze. "Legend has it," Sarah whispered, her voice taking on a hushed, reverent tone, "that this place was shut down because of a series of unexplained deaths. Patients, staff, even some of the doctors. They say some of them never really left." Silas's presence within me swelled with a dark pleasure. "They never do," he thought, his voice echoing in my mind. "Essence lingers." We stepped inside, and the temperature immediately dropped several degrees. The air was heavy, stagnant, thick with the smell of dust, decay, and something that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was a smell of old sickness, of fear, of forgotten screams. Sarah's powerful flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing a vast, echoing lobby. Debris littered the floor, broken glass, fallen plaster, rusty medical equipment. The walls were peeling, revealing layers of faded paint, like ghosts of past colors. "Whoa," Sarah breathed, her voice a little softer now, a hint of genuine awe mixed with apprehension. "This is incredible." We moved deeper into the hospital, our footsteps echoing unnaturally in the vast silence. Sarah was in her element, her flashlight beam dancing over forgotten wheelchairs, overturned gurneys, and dusty filing cabinets. She pointed out details with an almost academic enthusiasm, speculating about what each room might have been used for. I, however, was acutely aware of Silas. He was guiding me, subtly pulling me toward specific areas. He seemed to know this place, to recognize it, almost as if he had been here before, or places like it. His whispers were constant now, a low murmur of observations, of dark suggestions, of a growing hunger. This must have been the reception area. Sarah said, shining her light on a long, curved counter, now splintered and covered in grime. "Imagine the stories this place could tell." "Oh, we will hear them," Silas thought, his voice laced with predatory glee. "And we will add to them." We explored the ground floor, moving through deserted waiting rooms, examination rooms with archaic-looking equipment, and what looked like an old pharmacy, its shelves empty save for a few broken vials. The further we went, the colder it became, and the more oppressive the atmosphere. I started hearing things, faint whispers that were not Sarah's, the scuttling of unseen creatures, the distant drip of water. Sarah did not seem to notice, or if she did, she dismissed them as the building settling. We found a stairwell, its wrought iron banister rusted and fragile. Sarah was eager to go up. "Come on," she urged, her eyes bright with excitement. "Let's see the upper floors, maybe the patient rooms, or even the operating theaters." Silas was already pulling me forward, his excitement mirroring hers, but with a far more sinister edge. We ascended the creaking stairs, each step a testament to the building's decay. On the second floor, the air grew even colder. The whispers were more distinct now, like faint, sibilant voices murmuring just beyond the edge of hearing. We found ourselves in a long corridor lined with patient rooms. The doors hung open, revealing cramped, bare spaces, some with rusty bed frames, others with nothing but peeling wallpaper. The silence here was different, not just an absence of sound, but a heavy, suffocating silence, pregnant with unspoken suffering. Sarah, For the first time, seemed to feel it too. Her movements became a little more hesitant, her flashlight beam wavering slightly. "Okay," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "This part is definitely giving me the creeps." "Good," Silas thought, his presence within me radiating a dark satisfaction. "The fear is potent." As we walked down the corridor, I saw shapes in the peripheral vision, fleeting shadows that seemed to dart from room to room. A faint, sickening smell permeated the air here, something like stale blood and antiseptic, mixed with a pervasive scent of decay. Suddenly, Sarah stopped dead. Her flashlight beam was fixed on something at the end of the corridor. "Did you see that?" she breathed, her voice tight with fear. "A shadow. It just moved." I had not seen it, but Silas had. He was urging me forward, his hunger growing. "It is probably just a draft," I said, the words feeling alien on my tongue, not my own comforting reassurance, but a cold dismissal. Sarah did not look convinced, but she pressed on, her curiosity outweighing her fear, or perhaps a desire to prove her bravery. We turned a corner, and there was a large double door, clearly marked with a faded, almost illegible sign. "Operating theater." Silas's presence surged. This was where he wanted to be. Sarah pushed open the heavy doors, which groaned on their hinges like tortured souls. Inside, the room was vast and circular, with a raised platform in the center that I recognized as an old operating table. Rusty scalpels, clamps, and other instruments lay scattered on a nearby metal tray, their surfaces dull and encrusted with what looked like dried blood. A single, enormous overhead lamp, its bulb long since shattered, hung precariously from the ceiling. The air in here was different. It crackled with an almost palpable energy, a sense of lingering agony and violation. The smell of old blood was overpowering, making my stomach clench. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Her brave facade was crumbling. "This is intense." I could feel Silas's excitement reaching a fever pitch. His whispers were no longer just thoughts, they were almost audible, a low, guttural growl in the back of my throat. "Yes, this is it. The perfect place. The perfect vessel." Suddenly, the overhead lamp began to sway, slowly at first, then picking up momentum, creaking ominously. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "What was that?" "It is just the wind," I said, but even as I spoke, I knew it was not true. The room was sealed, no windows open. Then, a low moan echoed through the room, a sound of profound suffering that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Sarah screamed, a short, sharp sound of pure terror. She spun around, her flashlight beam dancing wildly, searching for the source. "We need to go," she cried, her voice high-pitched and frantic. She turned to run, but Silas had other plans. My body moved without my consent. My hand shot out, grabbing her arm with a strength that was not mine. Her skin felt warm, vibrant, alive beneath my cold grasp. Sarah cried out again, trying to pull away. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" Her eyes, wide and filled with fear, were fixed on my face, but she was not seeing me. She was seeing Silas. I could feel him, now fully in control, radiating a cold, ancient power. My lips parted, and a voice that was both mine and utterly alien emerged. It was deeper, more resonant, chillingly calm. "You came to us." "Sarah," the voice said, and I was horrified to realize it was coming from my mouth. "You sought the darkness, and the darkness has found you." Sarah struggled, her terror giving her a desperate strength, but it was useless. Silas's grip was absolute. Her flashlight clattered to the floor, plunging the far corners of the room into deeper shadows. Who are you?" she stammered, tears streaming down her face. "What do you want?" Silas's smile, that faint, unsettling curl, spread across my face. I could feel it, feel the muscles of my face stretching into an expression of pure malevolence. My eyes, in the reflection of a nearby sterile tray, glowed with an unnatural light. We are Silas. The voice rumbled, the we pronoun chillingly clear. And we are hungry. Your essence it is so vibrant, so full of life. He pulled her closer, her struggles weakening as a profound fear seemed to paralyze her. I was trapped, screaming inside my own head, but no sound escaped. I watched, a prisoner in my own body, as Silas raised my other hand, his fingers spreading, reaching for her face. No, I screamed internally. Do not, please, do not hurt her. But Silas did not hear me, or he did not care. His cold, calculating gaze was fixed on Sarah, on the life force radiating from her. His fingers, my fingers, brushed against her cheek, tracing the line of her jaw. She whimpered, her eyes rolling back slightly. She was fading. You will be a part of us. Sarah, Silas whispered through my mouth, his voice a horrifying lullaby. You will join us. Your fear, your joy, your life, it will all be ours. I felt a sickening cold spread from my hand into her, a draining sensation, like watching water flow from one vessel to another. Her eyes glazed over. Her body went limp in my arms. Her vibrant color seemed to fade, her skin growing pale, translucent. The room spun. The whispers intensified, now a chorus of unseen voices, echoing Silas's words. The smell of decay became overwhelming, mixed with a coppery tang of fresh fear. Then darkness, a profound, consuming darkness that swallowed everything. I woke up on the floor of the operating theater, the cold seeping into my bones. The overhead lamp was still swaying, barely perceptible now, a slow, hypnotic pendulum. Sarah was gone. There was no trace of her, not even her backpack or her flashlight. The room was silent, save for the drip, drip, drip of water somewhere in the distance. I pushed myself up, my body feeling even heavier, even more hollow than before. My reflection in the sterile tray was still there. My face, but with Silas's deep, knowing eyes and that faint, unsettling smile. The crescent scar above my eyebrow seemed to pulse faintly. But now, there was something else. A new whisper in my mind. Faint, ethereal, yet distinctly feminine. A whisper of fear. A whisper of confusion. A whisper of longing. Silas was still there, a cold, watchful presence beneath my skin. But he was not alone anymore. He had grown. And I was no longer just occupied. I was a vessel, a living tomb, and a host for something far more ancient and terrible than I could have ever imagined. The hunger was still there, but now it was a shared hunger, a chorus of voices demanding more. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was just the beginning. We were no longer just Silas. We were a legion, and we were always hungry. I have always been a pretty open person, maybe a little too trusting at times. It is a trait that has got me into some awkward situations, but never anything truly terrifying until Mark. Like most people my age, I would spend countless hours swiping through dating apps. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. I would probably give it a shot. It was a mixed bag. As always, there were the guys who sent unsolicited pictures, the ones who clearly had not updated their profile photos in high school, and the ones who just want to complain about their exes. But every now and then, you would stumble across a profile that sparked a genuine interest, a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. Mark's profile was one of those. He was handsome, in a rugged, outdoorsy kind of way, with a warm smile and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. His bio was witty, mentioning a love for hiking, craft beer, and obscure indie movies, all things that genuinely appealed to me. We matched almost instantly, and our conversations flowed effortlessly from the start. He was articulate, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything from our favorite travel destinations to our pet peeves about modern technology. He asked thoughtful questions, remembered details I would mention days earlier, and generally made me feel seen and heard in a way that was rare on those apps. After about a week of texting and a couple phone calls that lasted well into the night. We decided to meet up. I suggested a popular gastropub downtown, a place that was usually busy but cozy with good food and a decent beer selection. It felt like a safe, neutral territory for a first date. When I walked in, he was already there, sitting at a table near the back, just as handsome as his picture suggested, maybe even more so. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile lighting up his face. "Emily, so glad you could make it." His voice was even better in person, a low, comforting baritone. The date was, by all accounts, perfect. We talked for hours, the conversation never once dipping into awkward silence. We found common ground on so many things: our shared love for obscure documentaries, our mutual frustration with slow drivers, even our surprisingly similar takes on the best way to load a dishwasher. He was attentive mid-eye contact and laughed easily at my jokes. He seemed genuinely engaged, not just waiting for his turn to speak, which, sadly, is a rare quality these days. There were no red flags, no weird comments, no uncomfortable pauses. He was charming, intelligent, and seemed like a genuinely good person. I left the gastropub that night with a lightness in my step, a sense of excitement I had not felt in a long time. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. As we walked out, the city lights shimmering around us, he turned to me. This was fantastic. "Emily, I really had a great time." "Me too, Mark." Truly. He hesitated for a moment, then, with that same warm smile, he said, "Hey, my place is not too far from here. I have got a pretty decent record collection, and I was thinking we could grab a nightcap, listen to some music, if you are up for it." My first instinct was a slight hesitation. It was a first date. After all, going back to someone's place felt a little fast. But then I looked at him, his open, friendly face, his genuine enthusiasm. He had not pressured me all night, had been nothing but respectful. And honestly, I was having such a good time. I did not want the night to end. I rationalized it quickly. It is just one drink. We are both adults. What is the harm? "Sure," I said, maybe a little too eagerly. "Sounds good." His apartment was in a quiet, tree-lined street, a small, well-maintained complex that felt a world away from the bustling downtown we had just left. The building itself was unassuming, a brick structure that blended in with its neighbors. Inside, his apartment was neat, almost meticulously so. It was not sterile, but there was a distinct lack of clutter, a minimalist aesthetic that I found somewhat appealing. The lighting was a little dim, casting long shadows, but I just attributed that to his preference for a cozy atmosphere. He led me into the living room, which was dominated by a large, comfortable-looking sofa and a sprawling bookshelf filled with what looked like a genuinely impressive collection of books, and, true to his word, vinyl records. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, gesturing towards the sofa. "What can I get you? I have got wine, some local beers, or I can mix up a simple cocktail. A glass of white wine would be perfect." "Thanks," I replied, taking a seat. I watched him head into the kitchen, which was just off the living room. The clinking of glasses and the soft hum of the refrigerator filled the quiet space. While he was gone, I let my eyes wander around the room. It was tastefully decorated, with a few pieces of abstract art on the walls and some potted plants. Nothing seemed out of place. It felt normal, comfortably normal. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. My initial trepidation had been unfounded. This was just a nice guy with a nice apartment wanting to extend a nice evening. My gaze settled on a small, antique-looking side table next to the bookshelf. On it, nestled among a few well-worn books, was a framed photograph. It was a candid shot, a woman caught mid-laughter, her hair blowing slightly in what looked like a gentle breeze. She was wearing a simple blue sundress, and her face was turned slightly away from the camera, but her profile was clear. My breath hitched slightly. The woman in the photo, she looked remarkably like me. I frowned, leaning in a little closer. It was not a mirror image, but the resemblance was uncanny. Same hair color, same general facial structure, even a similar style of dress that I sometimes wore. For a fleeting moment, I thought, did I ever meet him before? Did he take this photo somehow? But that was ridiculous. We would just met. I quickly dismissed the thought. It had to be a coincidence. Maybe it was an ex-girlfriend who just happened to look a lot like me. Or a sister. Or a friend. People often had types, right? It was a little unsettling, but nothing more than that. I tried to shake off the strange feeling that had suddenly settled in my chest. Do not be paranoid. Emily. Mark returned then, 2 glasses of white wine in hand. He handed one to me, our fingers brushing briefly. His smile was still warm, his eyes friendly. Here you go. Hope you like Sauvignon Blanc. Perfect, thank you. I took a sip, trying to appear nonchalant, but my mind was still circling back to that photo. I risked another glance at it, just as Mark started talking about the record he was about to put on. The woman in the photo was smiling, a genuine, joyful smile. It really looked like me. He put on some obscure jazz, the mellow notes filling the room, and settled onto the sofa next to me. We talked a little more about the music, about our day jobs. I tried to focus, to enjoy the moment, but that photo kept gnawing at the back of my mind. I found myself subtly scanning the room, trying to see if there were any other photos, any other clues. My eyes drifted to a large, decorative corkboard hanging on the wall opposite the sofa. It was filled with various postcards, concert tickets, and what looked like vacation photos. Normal stuff, I thought, trying to reassure myself. But then, as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed a cluster of smaller photos, pinned with colorful thumbtacks, tucked away in a corner of the board. They were all of me. My heart plummeted into my stomach, a cold, hard knot of ice. The first one I distinctly recognized was of me at the farmer's market, browsing a stall of fresh produce. I remembered that day vividly. It was just last Saturday. I was wearing my favorite denim jacket and had a bright yellow tote bag slung over my shoulder. The photo was taken from a distance, slightly blurry, as if through a zoom lens. Next to it, another one. Me, walking my dog. Buster, in the park near my apartment. Buster was pulling on his leash, and I was laughing, a faint smile on my face. This one was even more unsettling. It was taken from behind a bush, partially obscured, a clear attempt at concealment. I remembered that walk. It was just a few days ago. Then there were more. Me, leaving my apartment building, a coffee cup in hand, heading to work. Me, sitting at my usual table at the local coffee shop, engrossed in a book, my glasses perched on my nose. Me, picking up dry cleaning. Me, waiting for the bus, checking my phone. Even one of me, through the window of my office, talking on the phone, completely unaware. My blood ran cold. My hand started to tremble, just slightly, causing the wine glass to clink against my teeth. This was not a coincidence. This was not a look-alike. This was me. Every single one of them. Taken without my knowledge, without my permission, by someone who had clearly been watching me for a very long time. My mind raced, trying to process the horrifying implication. This was not a date. This was not a chance encounter. This was a calculated, deliberate act. Every witty line, every shared interest, every charming smile, it was all performance, meticulously crafted based on information he had gathered by stalking me. He had not just matched with me, he had found me. The jazz music, which moments ago had been soothing, now felt sinister, a discordant soundtrack to my escalating panic. I could feel the blood draining from my face, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. I wanted to scream, to run, to demand answers, but my throat felt constricted and a primal instinct for self-preservation kicked in, screaming at me to keep quiet, to act normal. Mark was still talking, oblivious, or pretending to be. This is a really rare pressing. He was saying, gesturing vaguely at the record player. Found it in a dusty old shop in Portland. Took me ages to track down. I forced myself to nod, to offer a weak, strained smile. Wow. I managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. My eyes were still fixed on that corkboard, on my own unsuspecting face, staring back at me from dozens of different moments in time, captured by a hidden lens. He knew where I lived. He knew my routine. He knew me in a way that was utterly terrifying. I needed to get out. Now. But how? My purse was on the floor beside the sofa, my phone inside it. My car keys were clipped to my purse strap. I needed to retrieve them without drawing attention. He was sitting between me and the front door, which was visible down a short hallway. "You okay?" "Emily?" Mark asked, his voice cutting through my spiraling thoughts. "You seem a little quiet. Is the music not to your taste?" I flinched, startled, pulling my gaze away from the photos. He was looking at me, his head tilted slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. But now those eyes, which had seemed so kind just hours ago, felt predatory, dissecting. "Oh no, the music's great." I lied, forcing a laugh that sounded brittle and fake even to my own ears. "Just I think I am starting to feel a little tired. Long day, you know." His smile faltered just a fraction. "Already. But we were just getting started. I was hoping we could put on another record, maybe watch a movie." His voice was still pleasant, but there was an underlying tension, a subtle shift in his demeanor that sent another jolt of fear through me. "I really should get going, actually," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, to sound regretful rather than utterly terrified. I started to make a move to stand up, reaching subtly for my purse. He did not move. He just watched me, his smile completely gone now. His eyes were dark, unreadable. "You know, Emily," he said, his voice dropping slightly, losing some of its earlier warmth. "I have been waiting for you for a very long time." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. My hand froze, inches from my purse. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was it. The mask was slipping. What do you mean?" I stammered, tried to sound confused, innocent, anything but terrified. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his gaze unwavering. "I mean, I have known you were the one since I first saw you. That day at the coffee shop, about 6 months ago, you were reading that book, The Silent Patient. I remember thinking, she is exactly what I have been looking for." He paused, a strange, almost dreamy look on his face. "So, I started to learn about you, where you worked, where you lived, your habits. I wanted to make sure. And every day, watching you, I became more and more certain. You are perfect. Emily, absolutely perfect." His words were a sickening blend of adoration and pure, unadulterated obsession. My blood ran cold, turned to ice in my veins. He was not complimenting me. He was laying bare the terrifying extent of his stalking. My mind screamed. He knows everything. He planned all of this. I finally managed to grab my purse, clutching it tightly. "Mark, this is not okay. You can't just watch people like that. It is creepy. It is wrong." My voice trembled, betraying facade of calm I was desperately trying to maintain. His expression hardened. The dreamy look vanished, replaced by a flicker of something cold and calculating. "Wrong. Emily, I did it for us, to make sure we were meant to be. And we are. Do not you see? It is fate. I have gone to so much trouble to find you, to get you here." He gestured around the room, as if the photos on the corkboard were a testament to his devotion, not his pathology. I scrambled to my feet, my legs feeling like jelly. "I need to go. Mark. Now." He stood up too, slowly, deliberately, blocking my path to the hallway, to the door. He was taller than me, broader. The cozy apartment suddenly felt claustrophobic, the air thick with unspoken threat. "But you just got here," he said, his voice deceptively soft, but with an unmistakable steel underneath. "We have not even had a chance to really talk. I have so much more to show you." He took a step towards me. Panic surged through me, raw and visceral. I instinctively took a step back, bumping into the coffee table. The wine glass I had been holding slipped from my numb fingers, shattering on the hardwood floor with a sharp, sickening crash. The sound seemed to break something in him. His eyes narrowed, and the last vestiges of his charming facade crumbled away, revealing something truly chilling beneath. "You are not leaving," he stated, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to the earlier warmth. "Not yet." My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. This was not a negotiation. This was a prison. I gripped my purse tighter, my fingers fumbling for my phone, for anything. "Mark, please." I pleaded, my voice cracking. "Let me go. I won't tell anyone. Just let me leave." A thin, humorless smile stretched across his face, a grotesque parody of the kind eyes I would seen in his profile. "Oh, you'll tell everyone. Emily, you will tell everyone how we met, how perfect we are together. You will tell them all about our future." He took another step, closing the distance between us. I did not think. I reacted with a desperate surge of adrenaline. I swung my purse, a heavy leather bag, aiming for his face. It connected with a dull thud against his shoulder, not enough to do damage, but enough to momentarily startle him, to make him flinch back. That was my chance. I bolted. I sprinted past him, down the short hallway, my eyes fixed on the front door. My hand reached for the doorknob, turning it frantically, fumbling with the deadbolt. It was one of those old-fashioned locks that required a full turn, and my panicked fingers felt clumsy, useless. Behind me, I heard him shout, a guttural sound of rage. "Emily, do not you dare." I could hear his heavy footsteps thudding on the floor, getting closer, closer. My breath hitched in my throat. The lock clicked. I twisted the knob, yanked the door open, and flung myself out into the cool night air. I did not look back. I just ran, down the porch steps, across the manicured lawn, onto the sidewalk. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder, the image of a contorted face, the chilling words, the photos of my stolen moments, fueling my flight. I could hear him yelling, his voice echoing in the quiet street. "Emily, get back here. You can't leave me." I did not know if he was chasing me, but I did not dare slow down to check. I just ran, my purse bouncing against my hip, my phone still clutched uselessly inside. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from that house, away from him, away from the horrifying reality I had just stumbled into. I ran until I could not anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed against a parked car, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My phone finally felt like a lifeline, with trembling fingers. I fumbled it out of my bag, my vision blurred by terror. I dialed 911, my voice a ragged whisper as I tried to explain, tried to make sense of the nightmare I had just lived. The police arrived quickly, their flashing lights a stark contrast to the silent, dark street. I recounted everything, the date, the wine, the photos, his terrifying confession, my desperate escape. They were skeptical at first. I could tell, but the sheer terror in my voice, the obvious state of distress I was in, convinced them to take me seriously. They went to his apartment. I waited in the back of a patrol car, shaking uncontrollably, watching the flashing lights illuminate the windows of the building that had almost become my tomb. After what felt like an eternity, they came back out. Mark was gone. His apartment was empty. Not just empty of him, but empty of the photos. The corkboard was bare. The framed picture on the side table was gone. It was as if he had anticipated my escape and scrubbed away every piece of evidence, every horrifying detail that confirmed his obsession. They found the broken wine glass, but that was it. Nothing to definitively prove my story, just the word of a traumatized woman. They told me they would investigate, that they would look into him. But without concrete evidence, it would be difficult. They said they would keep an eye on my apartment, my workplace. They gave me advice on changing my routine, being vigilant. I went home that night, but it did not feel like home anymore. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every creak of the floorboard sent a jolt of fear through me. I pulled down all the blinds, double-locked every door and window, but the feeling of being watched never truly left. Mark vanished from all online platforms, just like a ghost. His Tinder profile, his social media all gone, as if he had never existed, except for the chilling memory burned into my mind. Months have passed since that night, and the fear has not truly faded. I still check over my shoulder constantly. I avoid my old coffee shop, my usual park. I have changed my routes to work, my grocery stores. Every person who looks at me for a second too long, every car that seems to follow me for an extra block, send a wave of cold dread through me. I have not been on a dating app since. The thought of it, of trusting someone new, of letting them into my life, fills me with a paralyzing anxiety. I see faces in crowds, and for a fleeting, terrifying moment, I think I see his eyes, that calculating gaze. The world no longer feels safe. The easy trust I once had, the naive belief in the inherent goodness of people, has been shattered. Now, every stranger feels like a potential threat. Every kind smile a possible mask. I often find myself staring at reflections, shop windows, car mirrors, even my own bathroom mirror, not just to check my appearance, but to make sure there is nothing else there, no hidden eyes watching me from the periphery, no lingering shadow of a man who saw me, stalked me, and almost claimed me, all because he decided I was the one. I wonder if he is still out there, somewhere, watching someone else. Or if he is still watching me, waiting for the right moment to reappear. The thought is a cold, constant companion. A reminder that the most terrifying monsters are not always hiding in the dark, but sometimes they're the ones who smile the warmest, the ones who seem just a little too perfect. And they're always watching. You know, sometimes you just want to scroll through your phone, minding your own business, maybe try to find a little connection, a little spark. That is what I was doing late one Tuesday night, curled up on my couch with a half-eaten pint of ice cream. Tinder. Yeah, I know. It is a crapshoot. Mostly just guys flexing in front of bathroom mirrors or holding up dead fish. But every now and then, you stumble across a profile that actually looks normal, promising, even. That night, it was Mark. His profile picture was him smiling, a genuine, easy smile, standing in front of some hiking trail with a dog that looked suspiciously like a golden retriever. There were a few other pictures, one of him kayaking, another at a coffee shop, even one of them making what looked like a really decent-looking pasta dish. No bathroom selfies, no dead fish. He seemed wholesome. I guess. His bio was short and sweet software engineer, loves the outdoors, good food, and even better company. Pretty standard stuff, but it stood out in the sea of shirtless gym bros. I swiped right, almost instantly. It is a match, popped up on my screen. A little flutter in my chest, the usual. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, I clicked on his profile again, just to give it another once-over. You know how it is. You match, then you immediately scrutinize every single detail, looking for red flags you might have missed in your initial swipe happy haze. I scrolled through his photos again. The hiking picture, the kayaking one, the coffee shop, the pasta. And then there was one I had not really paid much attention to before. It was a beach photo, taken from the waist up. He was turned slightly, looking out at the ocean, his arm raised, shielding his eyes from the sun. His side was exposed, and that is when I saw it. A tattoo. Now, I am not against tattoos. Plenty of my friends have them. I have considered getting one myself. But this one made my blood run cold. It was on his bicep, clear as day. A name. My name. Not just a name. My name. Sarah. Sarah. I blinked, shook my head a little, as if that would clear my vision. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Maybe it was a different name. Something similar. Samantha. Sabrina. I zoomed in, pinching the screen with 2 fingers, bringing his arm and that tattoo into sharp focus. My breath hitched. No, there was no mistaking it. It was my name. Sarah. In a neat, cursive script. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. What the hell? We had not even exchanged a single message. We had just matched maybe 5 minutes ago. How could he possibly have my name tattooed on him? My first thought, the rational one, was that it had to be a coincidence. Sarah is a pretty common name, right? Maybe he had an ex named Sarah, or a sister, or a mother, but who tattoos their mother's or sister's name on their bicep like that, in a font that looked a little too romantic for a familial bond. And if it was an ex, why would he keep a prominent tattoo of an ex's name on a dating profile? That just seemed weird. A huge red flag for anyone looking for something serious. The more I stared at it, the more the initial shock turned into a cold, creeping dread. It felt personal. Like he had known. Like he had known I would be Sarah. I scrolled back through his other photos, desperately looking for another angle, another shot at tattoo, hoping to find some context, some explanation. Nothing. The other photos either did not show that arm, or the tattoo was covered by a shirt sleeve. It was just that one beach photo. My phone buzzed. A message from Mark. Hey, Sarah. Great to match with. You. Your profile really caught my eye. How's your Tuesday going? My name. Again. Perfectly normal. But now it felt like a chilling confirmation. He was not just any Mark. He was this Mark, the one with my name tattooed on his arm. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you even say to that? Hey, Mark, nice to meet you too. Just wondering, about that tattoo on your arm, is that my name? No, that was insane. That was confronting him with something I should not even know. Something that would make me look like the crazy one, zooming in on his photos like a detective. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic fluttering in my chest. Okay, rationalize. Sarah, rationalize. It is a common name. He probably had an ex. He probably just forgot to crop that photo, or did not think anyone would notice. It is a dating app. People make mistakes, right? But the feeling persisted. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. The apartment suddenly felt too quiet, too large. I got up, walked over the window, peered out into the dark street. Nothing, just the usual hum of the city. I forced myself to reply to him. Hey, Mark. My Tuesday is going pretty well. Just winding down. You too. Keep it casual. Normal. See what he says. He replied almost instantly. Yeah, same here. Just got back from the gym. Thinking of making some pasta for dinner. You look like a fan of good food from your profile. Okay, the pasta comment. That was from his photo. Harmless. But then he added, you mentioned you like trying new restaurants in your bio. Any favorites around here? My bio was pretty vague. It said loves exploring new places and trying new cuisines. It did not mention anything about restaurants around here. But I had mentioned it once a while ago in a group chat with friends about a new sushi place that opened up a few blocks from my apartment. It was a fleeting thought, probably nothing. Just my paranoia kicking in. I decided to do a little digging. I went back to his profile. No linked Instagram, no IU2B. Just the standard Tinder photos and bio. Too clean, too perfect. I tried a reverse image search on his profile picture. Nothing. It seemed like he was a ghost online beyond this one Tinder profile. That made the chill deepen. Most people, especially in their late 20s, have some kind of digital footprint. I spent the next hour alternating between intense fear and tried to convince myself I was overreacting. I even considered unmatching him right then and there. But a perverse curiosity, a morbid fascination, held me back. I had to know. I had to understand. Was it a coincidence? Or something far, far worse? He messaged again. So, any thoughts on that sushi place I was thinking of? Heard good things. My blood ran cold. The sushi place. The one I had just been thinking about. The one I had only mentioned to a select few friends. He could not possibly know about that. I had not put it on any public profile. What sushi place? I typed, trying to sound nonchalant, even though my hands were shaking. Oh, just one I heard about. Near the old bookstore on Elm Street, he replied. My stomach dropped. That was it. That was the one. The one literally 2 blocks from my apartment. I had not even named the street in that group chat. I had just said the new sushi place. My heart was thumping so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. This was not a coincidence. This was something else. Something terrifying. I stared at his message. A part of me screamed to block him, delete the app, throw my phone into the ocean. But the other part, the foolish, reckless part, wanted answers. I had to know how he knew. That is a good one. I typed, forcing my fingers to move. I had been meaning to try it. Maybe sometime. It was a test. A stupid, dangerous test. But I felt compelled. I would love that. Sarah, he replied instantly. How about Friday night? Say, 7 p.m. Friday. 2 days away. I could back out. I could come up with an excuse. But the thought of just leaving it, not knowing, felt worse than the fear. I needed to see him, to look him in the eye, to somehow understand. Sounds good. I typed, my voice barely a whisper, even though I was alone in my apartment. I will make a reservation. No need, he replied. I have already taken care of it. See you then. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. He had already made a reservation. Before I even agreed. Before I even knew the name of the place. He was one step ahead. Always one step ahead. I spent the next 2 days in a haze of anxiety. I told my best friend, Chloe, about the date, about the tattoo, about the sushi place. She was horrified. Sarah, you cannot go, she insisted, her voice tight with worry. This is a massive red flag. Huge. You need to unmatch him and block him immediately. But I have to know. I argued, the words sounding weak even to my own ears. I have to know how he knows. What if it is just a crazy coincidence? What if I am overthinking it? Chloe just stared at me, her expression a mix of disbelief and fear. Overthinking. Sarah, he has your name tattooed on his body before you have even met. He knows about a specific restaurant you have only mentioned to a handful of people, and he made a reservation without your confirmation. That is not overthinking. That is a horror movie plot. She had a point, a very good point. But the morbid curiosity, that dark pull, was too strong. I promised her I would text her when I got there, text her when I left, and call her if anything fell off. I even shared my location with her on my phone. It was a flimsy safety net. I knew, but it made me feel a tiny bit better. Friday evening arrived, and I was a nervous wreck. I chose an outfit that made me feel confident, but also made it easy to move if I needed to. Black jeans, a comfortable sweater, my running shoes. I know, not exactly date attire, but I was not going for romance. I was going for survival. The sushi place was bustling, just as I would hope. Lots of people, bright lights, open spaces. I figured it was a good choice for a potentially creepy encounter. I walked in at 6:55 p.m., my heart hammering against my ribs. I scanned the room, looking for Mark. And then I saw him. He was already seated at a table near the window, looking out at the street. He turned as I walked in, and that easy smile from his profile picture spread across his face. He stood up, charming and confident. He was even better looking in person. Tall, well-built, with kind eyes that seemed to crinkle at the corners when he smiled. "Sarah," he said, his voice smooth and warm, like liquid silk. "You made it." I was just admiring the view. My name again. Hearing it from his lips, knowing what I knew, sent a shiver down my spine. "Mark." I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. I walked over and sat down opposite him. The table was small, intimate, too intimate. "You look lovely," he said, his eyes lingering on mine for a beat too long. "Thanks." I mumbled, my gaze darting around the restaurant, trying to ground myself. The waiter came over, and we ordered drinks. I ordered a glass of white wine, hoping it would calm my nerves. Mark ordered a sparkling water. So, I began trying to force a natural conversation. "You are a software engineer, right?" "That is right," he said, his smile unwavering. "It is a pretty demanding job, but I enjoy it. It is all about problem solving, really. Finding patterns, anticipating outcomes." His words hit me like a cold spray. Finding patterns, anticipating outcomes. Was he talking about his job or about me? Interesting. I said, try and keep my face neutral. "Do you work around here?" "Oh." "Here and there," he said vaguely. "I tend to move around a lot. Keeps things fresh." The conversation continued, mostly with him asking questions about me. My hobbies, my favorite books, my childhood, my dreams for the future. He listened intently, his gaze never leaving my face. It was not aggressive, but it was unnerving, like he was absorbing every detail, cataloging it. He hardly spoke about himself, deflecting any questions I tried to ask. "So, you mentioned you love the outdoors." I prompted, trying to steer the conversation away from my personal life. "Any favorite hiking spots?" "Oh, quite a few," he said, and then, almost casually, he gestured with his right arm as he took a sip of water. His sleeve rolled up just a fraction, and there it was, my name, Sarah, in that elegant cursive script, stark against his skin. My breath caught in my throat. My wine glass clinked against the table as my hand trembled. He did not seem to notice. Or if he did not let on. "That is a nice tattoo." I blurted out, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. My heart was pounding like a drum solo. This was it, the moment of truth. He paused, his water glass halfway to his lips. His eyes, those kind, crinkling eyes, met mine. His smile remained, but it seemed to flatten, to stretch, becoming something less genuine, more fixed. "Oh, this old thing," he said, his voice still smooth, but with an underlying edge I had not heard before. He lowered his arm, deliberately, slowly, allowing the tattoo to remain visible. "It has always been there." My blood ran cold. "Always been there." What did that even mean? "What do you mean, always been there?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I felt a cold dread creeping up my spine. He took another sip of water, his gaze unwavering. Exactly what I said. "Sarah, it is a part of me. Always has been." He did not deny it was my name. He did not offer an explanation about an ex, a sister, a mother. He just stated it as a fact. A chilling, impossible fact. But how? I pressed, ignoring the frantic alarm bells going off in my head. "We just matched. We have never met before." His smile widened, a slow, deliberate movement that did not reach his eyes. His eyes remained fixed on mine, dark and unreadable. "Oh, but we have. Sarah, we have met many times. In my mind. Anyway, I knew you would come. I knew you would be Sarah." A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just a stalker. This was something far more twisted. He was not just obsessed, he was delusional. Or worse. I do not understand. I stammered, my voice trembling. I pushed my chair back a fraction, ready to bolt. It is quite simple, he said, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial tone, even though the restaurant was noisy around us. I have been looking for you for a long time, and when I found you, I knew, I just knew. Looking for me, I repeated, my mind racing, trying to process his words, trying to find an escape route. Why? How? He chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. You have a certain light, Sarah, a unique energy. It is quite rare. I recognized it almost immediately. My light, my unique energy. This was insane. He was a complete psychopath. The tattoo, the knowledge of my sushi place, the reservation, his unsettling confidence. It all clicked into place, forming a terrifying picture. I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back fully, standing up abruptly. The movement drew a few curious glances from nearby diners, but I did not care. I just needed to get out. Mark did not move. He just sat there, his smile still plastered on his face, his eyes following my every move. Leaving so soon. Sarah, we have not even had our sushi yet. I ordered your favorite. My favorite. I whispered, horrified. I had not told him my favorite. I had not even told Chloe my favorite. Yes, he said, his voice still that unnerving, calm tone. The salmon avocado roll and the spicy tuna. Am I right? My stomach lurched. He was right. Exactly right. Those were my go-to orders. My absolute favorites. How do you know that? I gasped, my voice shaking. He just shrugged, his smile widening, revealing a flash of perfectly white teeth. Like I said, Sarah, I just know. I know a lot about you. More than you think. That was it. I did not need any more answers. I did not want any more. I turned and ran. I did not look back. I pushed past startled diners, burst through the restaurant doors, and sprinted down the street. I could feel his eyes on my back, even though I knew he was still inside. The feeling was so intense, so palpable, it was like a physical touch. I fumbled for my phone as I ran, my fingers clumsy with panic. I called Chloe. She picked up on the first ring. Sarah, what is going on? Are you okay? She asked, her voice laced with concern. He is insane. Chloe, he is absolutely insane. I gasped, out of breath, my voice raw with terror. He has my name tattooed. He knows everything about me. He knew my favorite sushi. I just ran out of there. Oh my God. Sarah, where are you? Are you safe? I do not know. I am just running. I cried, tears starting to stream down my face. I am heading home. I am almost there. I did not stop running until I reached my apartment building. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. I burst through the door, slammed it shut, and immediately locked it, then chained it, then threw the deadbolt. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my heart threatening to explode. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message from an unknown number. You left so quickly. Sarah, I was looking forward to dessert. Do not worry. I will bring it to you. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. How did he get my number? And I will bring it to you. He knew where I lived. He was coming. I ran to the window, peering through the blinds. The street below was empty, but then a shadow detached itself in the alleyway across the street. A tall, familiar figure. He stood there for a moment, looking up at my window, his face obscured by the darkness. Even from this distance, I could feel his gaze, feel the weight of his attention. And then, He raised his hand in a slow, deliberate wave. I gasped, stumbling back from the window, knocking over a lamp. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. He was here. He was outside. My phone buzzed again. This time, a photo, a picture of my front door, from the outside. And then, another message, do not worry. Sarah, I am a patient man. I can wait. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing. I called 911. The dispatcher sounded calm, but I could barely articulate what was happening. There's a man outside my apartment. He has been stalking me. He knows everything about me. He has my name tattooed. He is a psychopath. They told me they would send a car. But how long would that take? And what if he did not just wait? What if he found a way in? I grabbed a kitchen knife, my hands slick with sweat. It felt ridiculously small and useless in my shaking grip. I locked myself in my bedroom, pushing my dresser against the door. It was a futile gesture. I knew, but it made me feel marginally safer. I huddled in the corner of my room, the knife clutched tightly in my hand, listening. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of the wind outside my window sounded like him. I imagined him out there, standing in the dark, watching my apartment, his unnerving smile still fixed on his face. Hours passed. The police came. Eventually, they patrolled the street, checked the perimeter of the building. They found no one, no sign of Mark. They told me to call him if he showed up again, to be careful, to consider changing my locks. They took my statement, but it felt hollow. How could I explain the tattoo, the always been there, the no in my favorite sushi? It all sounded like the ravings of a madwoman. After they left, I was still alone, but the feeling of being alone had changed. It was no longer comforting. Solitude. It was a terrifying isolation. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every sound was magnified, distorted into something sinister. I did not sleep that night, or the next. I changed my locks, bought a security camera for my front door, and invested in some motion sensor lights. I deleted Tinder, blocked his number, tried to erase every trace of him from my digital life. But it was useless. He was already in my head. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. I saw him everywhere. A fleeting glimpse of a tall man with a similar build in a crowd. A car that looked like his driving slowly past my building. Every time my phone rang from an unknown number, my heart would leap into my throat. One morning, I stepped out of my apartment, heading to work, my nerves frayed and my eyes heavy from lack of sleep. As I locked my door, I noticed something tucked into the frame, barely visible, a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was a napkin, the kind you get at a sushi restaurant. And on it, in that same elegant cursive script as a tattoo, was a single word, Sarah. Underneath it, a small, perfectly drawn sketch of a salmon avocado roll. My breath hitched. He was still out there. He was still watching. He had not forgotten. He had not given up. I crumpled the napkin in my hand, my heart pounding with renewed terror. I looked around wildly, but the hallway was empty. The street below was busy with morning commuters, none of them seeming to notice the terror that had just gripped me. I knew then that it was not over. It would never be over. Mark was a shadow that would forever linger at the edges of my vision, a whisper in the quiet moments, a constant reminder that I was found, that I was known, and that the hunt, for him, had only just begun. The tattoo on his arm was not a warning. It was a claim, and I was living proof that he always got what he wanted. You know, it is funny how sometimes, when you're looking back on something truly terrifying, the little details are what stick with you, not the screams or the blood or the big, dramatic moments. It is the mundane stuff, the things that were just off, that really get under your skin. For me, it was the smell and the sheets. I would have been on Tinder off and on for about a year, mostly off. It was a wasteland, honestly. A parade of shirtless gym selfies, guys holding dead fish, and bios that read like they had been written by a committee of sentient dryer lint. But every now and then, you would swipe right on someone who seemed normal, or at least normal adjacent. That is how I met Jeremy. His profile was pretty standard, a decent headshot, a picture with a dog, always a good sign, right? And a bio that mentioned hiking, craft beer, and a love for deep conversations. Nothing revolutionary, but it beat just here for a good time. We matched, and our initial messages were easy. He was witty, articulate, and did not immediately ask for my Snapchat. A miracle. I tell you, after a week of texting, we decided to meet up for drinks. I chose a well-lit, popular bar downtown. Standard first date protocol. He showed up looking exactly like his pictures, maybe a little taller, which was a pleasant surprise. He had kind eyes, a warm smile, and a laugh that was not obnoxious. We talked for hours. About our jobs, our families, our terrible dating experiences, everything. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, not just waiting for his turn to talk. It was nice, refreshingly normal. By the end of the night, I was feeling pretty good about Jeremy. He walked me to my car, and when he leaned to give me a hug, it lingered just a second longer than a platonic hug, but not in a creepy way. It felt promising. He asked if I want to come back to his place for a nightcap. He lived just a few blocks away, he said, and had a great view from his balcony. Now, I usually have a strict no first date apartment visits rule, but something about Jeremy just felt different. He was not pushy. He did not give off any weird vibes. He seemed like a genuinely good guy. Plus, I would have had a couple of drinks, and the thought of continuing our conversation in a more relaxed setting was appealing. So, against my better judgment, but with a feeling of hopeful optimism, I said yes. His apartment building was one of those newer, slightly upscale places. Lots of glass and steel. We took the elevator up to the 10th floor. The hallway was quiet, carpeted, and smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. So far, so good. He fumbled with his keys, unlocked the door, and gestured for me to go in first. "Welcome to my humble abode," he said, with a slight chuckle. I stepped inside, and that is when it hit me. Not a bad smell, not exactly. More like a different smell. It was not lemon cleaner. It was earthy, musky, a little metallic, and something else I could not quite place. Like old dust and something organic. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, but once I noticed it, it clung to the back of my throat. The apartment itself was fairly spacious, an open-plan living room and kitchen. Modern, minimalist, a little sparse. There was a sleek gray sofa, a glass coffee table, and a large flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. But what immediately caught my eye, what drew my gaze like a magnet, were the things in the corner of the living room. There were structures, maybe 5 or 6 of them, all covered with plain, white sheets. They varied in size, but most were roughly waist-high and about 3 feet long. They were arranged somewhat haphazardly, almost like they had been quickly shoved into the corner before I arrived. They definitely did not blend in with the minimalist decor. My brain, bless its optimistic heart, tried to make sense of it. Oh, maybe he is moving. I thought. Or he's got some weird hobby, like building model ships, and those are his projects. Jeremy walked past me, heading for the kitchen. "Make yourself at home. Can I get you anything? Water? Another drink?" I tried to sound casual. "Sure, water would be great." So, what is all this? I gestured vaguely toward the sheet-covered objects. He paused, his back to me as he opened the fridge. "Oh, those... just projects. Work stuff." He pulled out a bottle of water and turned, offering it to me with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Boring, really. Do not worry about them." His tone was a little too dismissive, a little too quick, and the way he avoided eye contact for a split second when he said work stuff made a tiny alarm bell go off in my head. But I pushed it down. People have strange hobbies. Maybe he was an artist and did not want to show off his unfinished work. Or a carpenter. Or a taxidermist. For all I knew, the musky smell suddenly made more sense if he was a taxidermist. I took the water, my fingers brushing his. His hand felt cold. "Okay," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. I walked over to the sofa and sat down, carefully positioning myself so I could still see the covered objects out corner of my eye. Jeremy came and sat beside me, but not too close. He started talking about a new restaurant he would tried, and for a few minutes, I almost forgot about the sheets. Almost, but the smell was still there, subtle but persistent. And every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of the outlines beneath the sheets. They were not just random piles of things. They had distinct, uniform shapes, like cages. The word formed in my mind, unbidden, and a shiver ran down my spine. Cages? No, that is ridiculous. Who has cages just sitting around in their living room? Unless they have pets. But there was no sign of a cat, tree, or a dog bed, or even a fish tank. And that smell, it was not a pet smell. It was something else. Something less domesticated. I tried to focus on Jeremy's story about the restaurant, but my mind kept drifting. I kept glancing at the sheets. One of them, the largest one, seemed to be gently swaying. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. Was it the air conditioning? Or was something under it? My heart started to beat a little faster. This was stupid. I was being paranoid. It was late. I was tired. I would have had a few drinks. My imagination was running wild. "So, what kind of projects are they?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but I knew I sounded a little too curious. Jeremy stopped mid-sentence. He turned to look at me, and his smile tightened. "I told you, boring stuff. Not really something for a first date." He chuckled, but it sounded forced. "Let's talk about something more interesting. Tell me, what is your biggest fear?" The question caught me off guard. It was an abrupt change of topic and felt strangely loaded. My biggest fear. I repeated, buying myself time. Probably public speaking. Or maybe being alone. He nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on me. Being alone, he mused. That is a common one. But what about being trapped? A cold knot formed in my stomach. Was he just making conversation? Or was there a hidden meaning? The way he looked at me, a flicker in his eyes, made me deeply uncomfortable. I suddenly felt very exposed, and very much alone in his apartment. I mean, who is not afraid of being trapped? I tried to laugh it off, but it came out as a weak, reedy sound. Like in a small space, or in a bad situation. "Exactly," he said, his voice dropping slightly. "A bad situation." He paused, and for a moment, the silence in the apartment was deafening. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant city sounds, but nothing else. And then, I heard it, a soft scratching sound. It came from the corner, from directly under one of the sheets. Screech, screech, screech. My eyes darted to the corner. The sound was faint, barely audible, but it was definitely there. And it was not the air conditioning. It sounded alive. Jeremy noticed my gaze. His smile vanished. His face went completely blank. "What is wrong?" he asked, his voice flat. I thought I heard something. I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. He tilted his head, listening. "Heard what?" The scratching stopped. "Nothing," I said, quickly. "Probably just the building settling." I forced a laugh. "Old buildings make all sorts of noises, right?" "This is not an old building," he said, his eyes still on me, unblinking. "It is brand new." My breath hitched. "Okay, This was officially beyond quirky first date. This was get out now territory. My fight or flight response was screaming at me. You know what? I said, trying to stand up, but my legs felt wobbly. It is getting pretty late. I should probably head home. I have an early start tomorrow. Jeremy did not move. He just watched me. Already. But we were having such a good time. His voice was still flat, devoid of any warmth. The kind eyes from earlier were gone, replaced by something cold and calculating. Yeah, I really was. I lied, forcing a smile. But, responsibilities. I managed to get to my feet, thanks to the drinks. Jeremy, I had a really nice time. I started to back away toward the door, my eyes scanning for my purse for the exit. He slowly rose from the sofa. He was taller than I remembered. You do not have to leave just yet. We could have another drink. Or you could stay. The way he said stay sent a fresh wave of terror through me. It was not an invitation. It was a statement. As I took another step back, my foot brushed against something on the floor. I glanced down. It was a single long, dark hair. Not mine. Mine was light brown. This was almost black. And it looked coarse. Not like human hair. My gaze snapped back to the covered objects. And that is when I saw it. Underneath one of the sheets, where the fabric did not quite reach the floor, there was a gap. And through that gap, I saw a glimpse of what was inside. A claw. Not a cat claw. Not a dog claw. This was bigger, darker, with a sharp, curved point. And it was attached to something scaly, dark gray, and undeniably not a domesticated animal. My blood ran cold. The musky, organic smell suddenly intensified, assaulting my nostrils. It was a smell of damp earth, something wild, and fear. My heart was now thrashing against my ribs. I could not breathe. I could not think. All I knew was that I needed to get out. Now, I really have to go, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I turned, fumbling for the doorknob. My hands were shaking so badly I could not grip it properly. Jeremy was behind me. I did not hear him move. He was just there. His hand landed on my shoulder, and I yelped, a strangled sound that barely escaped my throat. His grip was surprisingly strong. What is the rush? He said, his breath hot against my ear. We were just getting to the interesting part. I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened. Panic surged through me, a primal, all-consuming fear. I kicked back, connecting with his shin. He grunted, but did not release me. Let go of me. I screamed, finally finding my voice. I twisted, trying to elbow him, but he was too fast. He grabbed my other arm, effectively pinning me. Sure, he whispered, his breath hot against my ear. Do not make a scene. You do not want to upset them. I whimpered, my eyes wide with terror. I struggled against him, but he was much stronger than he looked. He started to drag me away from the door, back towards the living room, back toward the corner with the sheets. As he pulled me, one of the sheets, the one closest to us, slipped. It slid down, revealing what was underneath. It was a cage, a large metal cage, like something you would see in a zoo or maybe a research facility. And inside, coiled tightly, was something I could not immediately identify. It was long, dark, and scaled like a snake, but much thicker, almost reptilian. Its head, partially obscured, was triangular, with two gleaming, unblinking yellow eyes that slowly turned to fix on me. It was not a snake. It was something else. Something ancient and terrifying. And it was just one of them. A choked scream tore from my throat. I thrashed wildly, my adrenaline spiking. No, let me go. Please. Jeremy laughed, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, you will love them. They are very hungry tonight. He dragged me closer to the cage. The creature inside shifted, a low, guttural hiss emanating from its throat. The musky smell was overpowering now, mixed with something else, something that smelled like raw meat and decay. What are they? I sobbed, tears streaming down my face. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible horror in front of me. My pets, Jeremy said, his voice filled with a chilling pride. My collection. I have been cultivating them for years. They are very particular. You see, they need a specific diet. He pushed me forward, closer to the cage. The creature inside lunged, its fangs snapping against the metal bars, just inches from my face. I screamed again, a raw, desperate sound. They are not like your typical pets, he continued, completely oblivious to my terror, or perhaps enjoying it. They are rare, exotic, and they get very restless when they have not been fed properly. He had me pinned against the cage, the cold metal pressed into my back. The creature was hissing, its yellow eyes locked onto mine, a predatory gleam in their depths. I could feel its hot, foul breath through the bars. My mind raced. I had to do something. Anything. I glanced around frantically. My purse was still on the sofa. My phone was in my purse. Useless. The door was too far. The windows were too high. Jeremy was distracted, watching the creature with a strange, almost loving expression. He was admiring his pet. This was my chance. With a surge of desperate strength, I stomped hard on his foot, then twisted my body, bringing my elbow up and back with all my might. It connected with his jaw. He grunted, a sharp cry of pain, and his grip on me loosened just enough. I did not hesitate. I shoved him away, stumbled, and bolted, not toward the door, but towards the kitchen. It was a small space, but I remembered seeing a knife block on the counter. He roared behind me. You little bitch. My bare feet slapped against the polished floor. I reached the kitchen counter, my fingers scrambling for the largest knife. My hand closed around the handle of a chef's knife. It felt heavy, cold, and strangely reassuring. I spun around, holding the knife out in front of me, point first. Jeremy was just entering the kitchen, his face contorted in a mask of rage. There was a red mark on his jaw where I would hit him. Stay away from me, I yelled, my voice shaking but firm. He stopped, a sneer spreading across his face. You think that'll help you? Foolish girl. He started to advance, slowly, methodically. They are hungry, and you are exactly what they need. My eyes darted past him, back to the living room. The sheet on the first cage had fallen completely. The creature inside was writhing, its head darting back and forth, its fangs dripping. And then, horrifyingly, another sheet began to slide off, revealing another cage and another creature, this one smaller, but no less terrifying, with multiple spindly legs and a segmented body. It looked like a monstrous insect. Oh God! Oh God! My breath caught in my throat. I could not fight them all. I could not fight him. I had to get out. My gaze flickered to the balcony door. It was sliding glass, probably locked, but it was my only option. Do not take another step. I screamed, brandishing the knife. He just smirked. You are not going anywhere. He lunged. It was a blur. I swung the knife wildly. He dodged, but not completely. The blade grazed his arm. He cried out, more in surprise and pain, and stumbled back. That was my chance. I spun around, dropped the knife, no time to pick it up. It was too slow, and lunged to the balcony door. My fingers scrabbled for the latch. It was a simple lock, a small lever. I fumbled with it, my heart hammering. Click. I slid the door open, just a crack, enough to squeeze through. The cool night air hit my face, a blessed relief. I did not look back. I just ran onto the balcony. It was narrow with a glass railing, 10 stories up. My stomach plummeted. I could not jump. I could not climb. I was trapped. Jeremy burst onto the balcony behind me. You idiot. There is nowhere to go. His arm was bleeding, a thin line of red against his pale skin. He looked furious. I pressed myself against the railing, desperate. I scanned the adjacent balconies. They were empty. No escape. Then, I saw it. A small decorative planter box on the railing of the next balcony over. It was maybe 3 feet away. Too far to jump safely. But what choice did I have? Come here, Jeremy snarled, advancing on me, his hands outstretched like claws. I did not think. I just acted. I threw my leg over the railing, bracing myself. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes for a split second, and pushed off. It was a terrifying, heart-stopping leap. For a moment, I was suspended in midair, the wind rushing past me, the city lights a dizzying blur below. My hand slammed onto the adjacent railing, scraping painfully. My body swung wildly, my legs dangling precariously over the abyss. A gasp escaped my lips. My arms burned, threatening to give out. I could hear Jeremy screaming something, but it was lost in the rush of blood in my ears. With a monumental effort, I hauled myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. My chest scraped against the cold metal railing. I finally managed to get my knee over, then the other, tumbling onto the next balcony with a painful thud. I lay there for a moment, gasping, my body aching, my mind reeling. I was safe. For now. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting to the sliding glass door of this apartment. It was dark inside, probably empty. I rattled the handle. Locked. Of course. Jeremy was on his balcony, leaning over the railing, his face a mask of pure fury. You can't hide forever, he shrieked. They will find you. They will smell you. My blood ran cold again. The smell. He was right. That musky, organic smell was still clinging to me, to my clothes, to my skin. Would they really be able to track me? I did not wait to find out. I scanned the balcony again. There was a fire escape ladder, folded neatly against the wall. It was meant for emergencies. This was definitely an emergency. I fumbled with the latch, my fingers numb with cold and fear. It was stiff, rusty. I pulled, I pushed, I wrestled with it. Finally, with a loud clank, it gave way. The ladder unfolded, clattering down the side of the building. I did not look down. I just swung my leg over the railing and started to descend, my hands gripping the cold metal rungs, my body shaking uncontrollably. Each step was agony, my muscles screaming, my fear a constant companion. I could hear Jeremy above me, still yelling, still raging. I did not dare look up. I just focused on getting down, one rung at a time. The ladder felt flimsy, swaying slightly in the wind. I imagined it breaking, sending me plummeting to the street below. But that fear was nothing compared to what was waiting for me back in Jeremy's apartment. I do not know how many floors I descended. It felt like an eternity. My hands were raw. My arms felt like they were going to fall off. Finally, my feet touched solid ground. I was in a small, fenced-off alleyway behind the building. I did not stop. I ran. I ran like I had never run before, out of the alley, onto the street, not caring where I was going, just putting as much distance as possible between me and that building. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like jelly, until I thought I would collapse. I finally stopped in front of a brightly lit diner, its neon sign buzzing. I stumbled inside, breathless, disheveled, my clothes torn, my hair a mess, my hands bleeding. The waitress, a kind-faced woman with tired eyes, looked at me with alarm. "Honey, are you okay? What happened?" I could not speak. I could only point back toward the direction of Jeremy's building. Still visible in the distance, a looming silhouette against the night sky. He had cages, I choked out, tears still streaming down my face. Animal things. She did not understand, but she saw my genuine terror. She led me to a booth. handed me a glass of water, and called the police. The next few hours were a blur of flashing lights, sirens, and questions. I told them everything, incoherently at first, then slowly, as the shock wore off, with more detail. The charming date, the apartment, the smell, the sheets, the scratching, the claw, the leap, the escape. They looked at me with a mixture of concern and skepticism. It sounded like a wild story, something out of a horror movie. But they sent officers to Jeremy's apartment building. I waited, trembling, in the diner, clutching a cup of lukewarm coffee, every shadow making me jump. Finally, an officer came back. His face was grim. "Madam," he said, "we entered the apartment. There is nothing." My heart sank. "What do you mean, nothing?" "The apartment is empty," he explained. "No furniture, no personal belongings, and no cages." He paused. "It looks like it has been vacant for months. There's a "for rent" sign in the window." I stared at him, utterly bewildered. That is impossible. He was just there. The cages were there. I saw them. I saw the creatures. He nodded, his expression sympathetic. "We understand this must be very traumatic for you. Maybe you were disoriented. Or perhaps you had too much to drink. And..." "No," I cried, cutting him off. "I was not drunk. I saw what I saw. He had me. He tried to feed me to them." My voice rose in desperation. The sheets, the claw, the giant insect thing, the reptilian creature. He just looked at me, his eyes full of pity. We checked the adjacent balcony. There's no sign of a forced entry. The fire escape ladder is still secured in its folded position. It has not been used in a long time. I felt like I was going insane. He was telling me it was all in my head, but it could not be. The pain in my hands, the scratches on my chest, the lingering smell that I could still detect on my clothes, it was all real. They took me to the hospital, where they treated my minor injuries and gave me a sedative. They suggested I see a therapist. They even suggested I might have had a panic attack, a hallucination brought on by stress. But I knew what I saw. I never went on another date after that. The thought of it, of trusting someone new, of stepping into a stranger's home, fills me with a cold dread that I can't shake. Every shadow seems to hold a hidden shape. Every strange smell makes my heart pound. And every time I see a white sheet covering something, anything, my stomach clenches. The police never found a Jeremy. No one by that name lived in that building, or had recently. His phone number, which I still had in my contacts, was disconnected. His dating profile vanished. It was like he never existed. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and I am alone in my apartment, I can still hear it. That faint scratching sound. Scritch, screech, screech. And I can still smell it. That musky, organic, terrifying scent. And I wonder if Jeremy and his pets really disappeared, or if they just packed up their cages, covered them with those innocent white sheets, and moved on to a new apartment, a new building, a new city, waiting for their next meal, waiting for someone like me, looking for a normal connection, to stumble into their web. And I wonder if that faint smell will ever truly leave me, or if it is just a reminder that some horrors do not need a haunted house or a monster in the dark. Sometimes they just need a charming smile, a seemingly normal profile picture, and a few innocent-looking white sheets to hide the unspeakable. And then they wait. You know how it is with online dating these days, right? It is a minefield, a digital wasteland littered with ghosters, catfish, and guys who think a picture of their biceps from 2008 is still peak performance. My expectations, honestly, were lower than a snake's belly in a ditch. After a string of truly awful first dates, one guy spent the entire time talking about his crypto investments. Another kept trying to get me to join his multi-level marketing scheme. I was pretty much ready to throw in the towel and just adopt 10 cats. Seriously, 10. They would not judge my Netflix choices. But, you know, hope springs eternal. Or maybe it is just the sheer boredom of another Friday night in. So there I was, swiping. Left, 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 and then a match. His name was Mark. And honestly, he seemed normal. Like, suspiciously normal. His profile picture showed a handsome guy, maybe early 30s, with a friendly smile and a few photos of him hiking, a couple with a dog. Nothing too wild, nothing too polished. Just a regular guy. My brain, starved for any semblance of normalcy, actually perked up a little. Maybe, just maybe, this one would not be a walking red flag. We exchanged a few messages. He seemed articulate, funny, and did not immediately ask for my Snapchat or try to send me unsolicited pictures of anything. Small victories, people. Truly, we talk about our favorite hiking trails, what we did for work, the usual getting to know you stuff. It was all very pleasant, very unalarming. I even found myself thinking, hey, this could actually be nice. Then, I made the mistake. Or maybe it was not a mistake. Maybe it was destiny or fate, or whatever you want to call the universe's way of tapping you on the shoulder and saying, hey, idiot, look closer. I was bored one afternoon, just scrolling through my phone, and I decided to take another look at Mark's profile. You know, just to refresh my memory before our planned date later that week. I clicked through his photos again, slower this time, scrutinizing each one. The hiking one, the dog one, a picture of him at a coffee shop, and then one I had not paid much attention to before. It was a selfie, taken in what looked like a gym locker room, or maybe just his bathroom. He was flexing slightly, showing off his arm. And there it was, clear as day, on his bicep, a tattoo. And the tattoo was my name. My name, Chloe, spelled exactly right. Chloe. My stomach dropped like a stone in a well. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering, my breath catching in my throat. No way. This could not be real. I zoomed in, pinching the screen with trembling fingers. The resolution was not perfect, but it was unmistakable. The script, the size, the placement, it was my name. My first thought, honestly, was that I was hallucinating, or that it was some kind of incredibly elaborate, deeply disturbing prank. I scrolled back, then forward, then back again. My heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was not some generic name like Sarah or Jessica that he might have gotten for an ex. Chloe is not exactly uncommon, but it is not like Emily either. And the chances of him having a tattoo of my specific name on his arm before we would even met, and then matching with me on Tinder, it was beyond astronomical. It was impossible. It was terrifying. I felt a cold prickle spread across my skin, like 1,000 tiny needles. My mind raced, tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he knew someone named Chloe. His sister, a friend, but who tattoos their sister's or friend's name on their bicep like that. It looked like a lover's tattoo. A claim. The casual, pleasant veneer of our earlier conversation shattered, replaced by a creeping dread. The friendly smile in his profile pictures suddenly seemed predatory. The eyes, which I would initially dismiss as kind, now held a strange, unsettling intensity. I wanted to block him, to delete Tinder, to throw my phone across the room and scrub my brain clean of the image. But another, more morbid part of me, a part that was equal parts terrified and morbidly curious, could not. I had to know. I had to understand. What was this? I took a screenshot of the photo, just in case my mind was playing tricks on me. Sent it to my best friend, Maya, with a frantic text help. Look at this. Am I crazy? Her response came almost immediately, a string of all caps exclamations and question marks. Chloe, with the actual F. No, cancel. Block him now. Maya's reaction, as expected, was pure horror. She was right, of course. Any sane person would have run screaming in the opposite direction. But I did not. Maybe it was the shock. Maybe it was the sheer, unbelievable audacity of it. Or maybe it was that tiny, stupid voice in the back of my head whispering, what if there is an explanation? What if it is just a crazy coincidence? We had a date scheduled for Friday night at a little bar downtown. A public place. Thank God. I spent the next 2 days in a state of heightened anxiety. Every notification on my phone made me jump. Every unfamiliar car parked on my street sent a shiver down my spine. I kept replaying our conversations, searching for clues, for anything I might have missed. Had he said anything weird, anything that hinted at knowing me? Nothing. It was all so normal. And that was the most terrifying part. The normal facade hiding something so deeply wrong. I made contingency plans. I told Maya exactly where I was going, what time, and who I was meeting. I told her to text me halfway through the date, and if I did not respond within 5 minutes, to call me. If I did not answer that call, to call the police. It felt like overkill, like something out of a bad movie, but I could not shake the feeling that I was walking into something dangerous. Friday night arrived, and I felt like I was going my own execution. I picked out an outfit that was comfortable, but not too revealing. Something I could move in. I wore shoes I could run in. I even considered bringing pepper spray, but decided against it, not wanting to escalate things if it turned out to be whatever it was. A misunderstanding. A sick joke. I got to the bar early, found a table near the door, and ordered a seltzer. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost spilled it. I scanned the room, looking for him, looking for the tattoo. Every guy who walked in made my heart leap into my throat. Then he walked in. Mark. He looked exactly like his pictures. Taller than I expected. Maybe, but otherwise, he was the guy from Tinder. He spotted me, smiled, and walked over. He had on a long sleeve shirt, which of course he would. Chloe, he asked, his voice warm and friendly. Hey, it is great to finally meet you. He sat down opposite me, and for a moment, I almost forgot about the tattoo. He was genuinely charming, easy to talk to. He asked about my day, made a witty comment about the bar's decor, and just generally seemed like a genuinely good guy. My brain, the irrational part of it, tried to tell me, see, it is fine. It is a coincidence. Maybe he has a cousin named Chloe. But the rational part, the part that had seen the photo, was screaming. I tried to act normal, to engage in conversation, but every fiber of my being was hyper-aware. I kept glancing at his arm, trying to see if the sleeve would ride up, if I could catch a glimpse. It was like a perverse game of Where's Waldo, except Waldo was a terrifying piece of evidence that this man knew me in a way he should not. We talked for about 20 minutes. He told me about his job in marketing, about his dog, a golden retriever named Buddy. He made me laugh a couple of times. He seemed interested in what I had to say, asked thoughtful questions. It was the kind of date I would have wanted, if not for the gnawing dread in my gut. Then he gestured, emphasizing a point about his dog's antics. His sleeve rolled up just a fraction, just enough, and there it was, the distinct outline of the tattoo. I could not make out the letters clearly from across the table, but the shape, the placement, it was exactly where I would seen it in the photo. My blood ran cold. It was not a trick of the light. It was not a hallucination. It was real. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt like I was going to throw up right there. My mouth went dry. My carefully constructed facade of normalcy started to crumble. Are you okay? Chloe, Mark asked, his brow furrowing slightly. You look a little pale. His concern, which would have been comforting from anyone else, just made my skin crawl. He used my name. My name. The name tattooed on his arm. Yeah, I am fine. I stammered, trying to smile. It probably looked more like a grimace. Just a bit tired. Long week. He nodded, but his eyes lingered on me for a moment too long. A flicker of something I could not quite place, not anger, not concern, but something possessive. Like he was seeing through my lie. You know, he said, leaning back slightly, I feel like I have known you for ages, even before we matched. My breath hitched, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. This was it. This was the moment. He was going to admit it. He was going to explain. Or he was going to what? What do you mean? I managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. I tried to keep my eyes on his, but they kept darting to his arm, to the hidden tattoo. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that felt anything but pleasant to me. Oh, just a feeling. You know, sometimes you just click with people. It is like you are meant to meet them. He was playing it off. He was making it sound innocent. But the way he said it, the slight emphasis on meant to meet them, it sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I had to get out of there. Now, I actually just remembered I have an early morning tomorrow. I lied, fumbling for my purse. I really should get going. He tilted his head, that friendly smile still in place, but his eyes were different now. They were sharper, more focused. Oh, already. We just got here. I was hoping we could get another drink, maybe some appetizers. No, really, I can't. I insisted, already standing up. My chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing a few curious glances from other patrons. I did not care. It was great meeting you, Mark, but I really have to go. He stood up too, slowly. He was taller than me, and suddenly he seemed to fill the space around me, blocking my escape. The smile was still there, but it felt like a mask. Are you sure? Chloe, he asked, his voice dropping slightly, becoming a little softer, a little insistent. Because I feel like we have so much more to talk about. So much we have not even touched on yet. My mind flashed back to the tattoo. To the name. My name. On his arm. Before we met. I am sure. I said, try and project confidence I did not feel. I took a step back, angling myself toward the door. Thanks for the drink. He did not move. He just stood there, watching me. His eyes were like a predator's, assessing, calculating. The air around us felt thick, heavy with unspoken threat. You know, he said, his voice a low murmur now, barely audible above the bar's chatter. I have been waiting a long time for you. Chloe, my blood ran cold. Every hair on my body stood on end. This was not a misunderstanding. This was not a coincidence. This was something far, far worse. Without another word, I turned and practically ran for the door. I did not look back. I did not care if I was being rude, if I was making a scene. All I cared about was getting out, getting away. I burst out of the bar into the cool night air, gasping for breath. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move, to walk fast, then to run. I did not stop until I was around the corner, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling so badly I almost dropped it, and frantically texted Maya, I am out. He is crazy. Call me. My phone rang almost instantly. Maya's voice was a frantic rush of questions. I tried to explain, to tell her everything, but the words tumbled out in a jumbled mess of fear and adrenaline. He knew my name. Maya. He had it tattooed. He said he would have been waiting for me. She told me to get in a cab, to go straight home, to lock everything. I hailed the first taxi I saw, practically throwing myself into the back seat. I gave the driver my address, and then I just sat there, clutching my phone, staring out the window, convinced I would see Mark's face in every passing car, every shadowy doorway. I got home, slammed the door shut, and locked every single lock. I pulled down the blinds, turned on every light. I felt like I was suffocating. The image of his face, That chilling, predatory smile was burned into my mind. I immediately blocked Mark on Tinder, deleted the app, and then deleted my entire profile. I blocked him on every social media platform I could think of, even ones I had not used in years. I changed my passwords. I felt a desperate need to erase myself, to vanish from the digital world, to become invisible. But it was not enough. I knew it was not enough. He had my name. He had my face. He knew where I lived, or at least he knew enough to find me. How else would he have found me on Tinder in the first place, with that tattoo already on his arm? The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. Every creak of my apartment building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window set me into a panic. I barely slept, jumping at shadows, convinced I heard footsteps outside my door, convinced I saw a movement in my peripheral vision. I told my landlord I needed to break my lease, citing personal reasons. He was not happy, but I did not care. I started packing, frantically, throwing my life into boxes. I called my boss, said I was taking an indefinite leave of absence. I just needed to disappear. One evening, about a week after the date, I was sitting on my couch, surrounded by boxes, trying to distract myself with a terrible reality TV show. Suddenly, there was a faint scratching sound at my front door. My blood ran cold. I froze, my eyes wide, my heart hammering. It sounded like fingernails, or something sharp, dragging lightly across the wood. I held my breath, listening. The scratching stopped. Then a soft thud. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, paralyzed by fear. My apartment was on the third floor. No one would just be casually scratching at my door. Finally, after what felt like an hour, I forced myself to move. I crept to the door, peering through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway was empty. With trembling hands, I slowly unlocked the deadbolt and the chain and pulled the door open just a crack. I scanned the empty hallway. Nothing. Then I looked down. On my doormat, neatly placed, was a single, perfect white rose, and tucked into its petals, a small, folded piece of paper. My hands shook as I picked it up. It was heavy, good quality paper. I unfolded it. In elegant, almost artistic script were just two words. See you soon, Chloe. And below that, a small, intricate drawing of a tattoo. My name, CHLOE. I dropped the rose and the note as if they were burning my fingers. I slammed the door shut, twisting the locks with frantic energy. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. He knew where I lived. He knew. He had been there. He had left that. He had been watching me. The realization hit me like a physical blow. All this time, even after I thought I would escape, he had been there, lurking, waiting. The tattoo was not just a claim, it was a promise. A terrifying, inescapable promise. I did not call the police. What would I say? A guy I went on one date with left a rose with my name on it. They would think I was crazy, or just dealing with a clingy ex. They probably would not have believed me anyway. Just like they did not believe the person in that story I read online once, about a date named Sarah and the Whispers. A small, chilling thought, a whisper of connection to a different victim, flickered through my mind. But I pushed it away. This was my nightmare. No, I was on my own. I finished packing that night, working through a haze of fear and adrenaline. I booked a flight for the next morning to a city 3 states away, a city where I knew no one. I did not tell anyone where I was going, not even Maya, just in case. I felt terrible about it, but the paranoia had taken root so deeply that I could not trust anyone. What if he had somehow gotten to Maya? What if he was watching her phone too? The thoughts were irrational. I knew, but they were powerful. I left my apartment building before dawn, carrying only a small suitcase and a backpack, abandoning most of my belongings. I took a different route to the airport, constantly checking my rearview mirror, my heart leaping every time a car lingered behind me. I made it to the airport, got on the plane, and landed in my new anonymous city. I found a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood, paid in cash, and started a new life. A completely new life. New job, new phone number, new email address. I scrubbed my online presence clean, deleting old accounts, changing my name on the few social media profiles I kept. I became a ghost. But you know what? It did not work. Not really. The fear, it is like a shadow that follows me everywhere. I still jump at sudden noises. I still check the locks multiple times before bed. I still scan crowds, searching for a face that looks too familiar, a smile that is too wide, eyes that are too intense. Sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment late at night, I hear it, a whisper, just at the edge of hearing, carried on the wind, or maybe just in my own mind. Chloe. And I know he is still out there. I know he is still looking. And I know that somewhere on his arm, my name is still tattooed. A permanent, chilling reminder that he found me once, and he could find me again. I live in constant fear. Every creak, every shadow, every news report about a missing person sends shivers down my spine. Because I know what he is, and I know that he is still out there, and I know that somewhere he has probably already picked out his next victim. And maybe, just maybe, he has already got their name tattooed on his arm, too. And sometimes, late at night, when the silence presses in, I hear it again. Not a whisper this time. More like a thought, cold and clear, echoing in the empty space of my apartment, in the empty space of my heart. You are next. And I know it is not just a thought. It is a promise. A promise that one day he will finish what he started. And no one will ever believe me. It is funny, the things you do when you are lonely. Swipe left, swipe right. A mindless ritual performed nightly under the dim glow of my phone screen. Another Tuesday, another pizza for one, another endless parade of smiling faces, gym selfies, and fish pictures. I was not looking for love. Not really. Just connection. A distraction from the quiet hum of my empty apartment. The echo of my own thoughts. Then he popped up. Alex. His profile was sparse a single, slightly blurry photo taken at an odd angle, maybe in a dimly lit bar, and a bio that simply read, "Looking for something real. No job, no interest, nothing." Usually, I would swipe left so fast, it would create a digital breeze. But there was something about his eyes in that picture. Dark, intense, almost familiar. A strange, unsettling pull. My thumb hesitated, then, against my better judgment, flicked right. Instant match. A notification flashed, and shiver, not entirely unpleasant, traced its way down my spine. Hey, his message read, "Glad we connected. Your profile caught my eye. Simple, direct." I typed back a quick, equally generic response, and soon we were chatting. He was surprisingly articulate, charming even. He asked thoughtful questions, and not just the surface-level stuff. He seemed genuinely interested in my answers, remembering small details I would mention paragraphs ago. It was refreshing, a stark contrast to the usual sup and emoji-laden exchanges. But even as we chatted, a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease started to form. He seemed to know things. Not big, invasive things, but small, uncanny coincidences. I would mention a niche band I liked, and he would reply, "Oh, I remember you talking about them." Except I had not. Not to him. I brushed it off as a figure of speech, a trick of memory. My memory, not his. Still, the feeling lingered, a faint, metallic taste at the back of my tongue. A few days later, he suggested we meet for coffee. I agreed, a mix of curiosity and apprehension swirling inside me. As I got ready, I found myself staring at his profile picture again, scrutinizing his features. Pale skin, dark hair that fell across his forehead in a way that seemed both careless and deliberate. And those eyes, they were the color of deep river stones, shadowed, but with an intensity that held your gaze. Then it hit me, like a sudden, freezing gust of wind in a warm room. The angle of his head, the slight curve of his lips, the way his dark hair just brushed his collar. It was not just familiar. It was him, Silas, my imaginary friend. From when I was 6, the realization was so jarring, so utterly absurd, that I actually laughed out loud. A short, breathless bark of disbelief. No way. My mind was playing tricks on me. Stress, lack of sleep, too much screen time. This was ridiculous. Imaginary friends are not real. They do not grow up and join Tinder. But the image of Silas, as vivid as if I would seen him yesterday, flashed through my mind. He was always there, a quiet, watchful presence in my childhood. He had the same pale skin, the same dark, almost black hair, the same deep-set eyes that seemed to see right through me. Even a faint, almost imperceptible scar, like a tiny crescent moon, just above his left eyebrow. I remembered tracing it with my finger once, asking him how he got it. He would just smiled, a small, knowing smile, and said, "A long time ago, before you." I rummaged through an old box in my closet, pulling out a dusty photo album from my childhood, flipping past blurry birthday parties and awkward school photos. I found it, a series of crayon drawings. Crude, but unmistakably him. Silas, standing next to me in a park, sitting on my bed, even peeking out from behind a tree. And in every drawing, no matter how simple, I would capture that specific tilt of his head, that slight, almost imperceptible smirk, those unervingly deep eyes. The drawings were a mirror image of Alex's profile picture. The scar, the hair, the eyes, every detail, down the way his shoulders slumped just slightly. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was not a coincidence. It could not be. The sheer specificity of it all was too much. I tried to rationalize it away. Maybe I would subconsciously sought out someone who resembled a comforting childhood figure. Maybe it was a strange psychological phenomenon, a projection of my own loneliness. But the more I stared at the drawings, then at Alex's picture on my phone, the more a cold, creeping dread began to take root. This was not comforting. It was terrifying. Still, a strange, morbid curiosity propelled me forward. I could not meet him. I needed to see if it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination. I needed to prove myself wrong. Or right. The coffee shop was bustling, a comforting cacophony of chatter and clinking mugs. I spotted him immediately. He was sitting at a small table near the window, nursing a dark coffee. He looked up as I approached, and a genuine smile spread across his face, lighting up his eyes. He stood, pulling out my chair, a gesture so old-fashioned it was almost charming. "Amelia," he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone that sent another shiver through me. It was exactly how I remembered Silas's voice, a quiet murmur that always seemed to cut through the din of childhood. "It is good to finally meet you." My throat felt dry. "Alex," I managed, my voice a little shakier than I would have liked. We talked for an hour. He was everything his messages promised: intelligent, witty, attentive. He listened with an intensity that made me feel like the only person in the room, his dark eyes fixed on mine, rarely blinking. And that was one of the first things that truly unnerved me. He did not blink. Not like a normal person. His gaze was unwavering, almost predatory. He ordered me a chai latte extra hot with almond milk. My exact order. The one I always got, but had never mentioned to him. I chalked it up to luck, or maybe he would see me at this coffee shop before. But the seed of doubt was firmly planted. As we talked, I found myself subtly testing him. I brought up a childhood memory, a specific, obscure detail about a treehouse I would build in my backyard. a secret compartment only Silas and I knew about. Alex listened, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. When I finished, he paused and said, "You know, I remember you telling me about that. You were so proud of that little cubby. You kept your favorite smooth rock in there. Did not you?" My breath hitched. The smooth rock. I had not mentioned the rock. Not to anyone. Only Silas knew about that. My heart hammered. I felt a cold, sweat break out on my forehead. How did you know that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, casual. He just shrugged, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Lucky guess, maybe. Or maybe you mentioned it in passing in one of our chats, and I just forgot." His explanation was perfectly plausible, perfectly normal. But the way he said it, the faint, almost imperceptible smirk, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. He was lying. I knew it. He knew it. I spent the rest of the date in a haze of fear and fascination. Every gesture, every word, every nuance of his expression echoed the imaginary friend of my youth. His way of tilting his head slightly when he was deep in thought. The way he would tap his fingers on the table, a rhythmic, almost hypnotic pattern. Even the faint, lingering scent of old books and something metallic, like rain on concrete, that I remembered from Silas. When the date finally ended, he walked me to my car. He leaned in, his dark eyes searching mine. "I had a really wonderful time. Amelia, I hope we can do this again soon." "Yeah," I mumbled, my voice barely a whisper. "Me too." I wanted to run, to scream, to never see him again. But a strange magnetic pull, a perverse curiosity, kept me rooted. I drove home in a daze, the city lights blurring around me. The rational part of my brain screamed that this was insane. I was projecting. I was seeing ghosts where there were none. But the primal, terrified part of me knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that Alex was Silas. And he was real. That night, I could not sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment of the date, every uncanny coincidence. I started researching. Imaginary friends, tulpas, thought forms, manifestation. The internet was a rabbit hole of theories, urban legends, and terrifying creepypastas. Stories of entities born from intense human imagination, feeding on belief, growing stronger, eventually manifesting in the real world. Some were benevolent, some mischievous, and some malevolent. One particular story, about a lonely child who willed her imaginary friend into existence, only for it to become possessive and eventually consume her, sent a cold dread through me that made my skin crawl. It spoke of the entity mirroring the child's desires, appearing exactly as imagined, but over time, revealing a darker, parasitic nature. It fed on the child's emotion, her life force, until there was nothing left but an empty shell. I tried to dismiss it as fiction, as internet sensationalism, but the parallels were too strong, too terrifying. Silas had always been quiet, observant. He never played rough. He just was. Always there, always watching. And he knew things no one else did. My secret fears, my deepest wishes, the hidden places in my heart. The next few days were a blur of frantic anxiety. Alex messaged me constantly, not in an overwhelming way, but always there, a steady stream of thoughtful, engaging texts. He seemed to know when I was feeling down, sending a comforting message at just the right moment. He would suggest meeting up, always with an activity I secretly loved but rarely mentioned. A hike in the woods, a visit to a niche art gallery, a quiet evening at a jazz club. Each time, I found myself agreeing, drawn by that unsettling magnetism, that perverse need to understand what was happening. Each meeting only deepened my dread. He would finish my sentences. He would know exactly what I was about to say. He would bring up memories from my childhood that I had long forgotten, memories only Silas could have been privy to. "Remember that time you cried because you thought your teddy bear was sad?" He would ask, his eyes soft, but with an unnerving glint. I told you he was just tired, and you hugged him until he fell asleep. I never told anyone about that. My parents thought I was just being a dramatic kid. Only Silas had been there. Only Silas had comforted me. I tried to confront him, subtly at first. You know, you remind me so much of someone. I would say, watching his face for a reaction. He would just smile, that faint, knowing smile. Oh, who is that? My imaginary friend. I would say, trying to gauge his reaction. From when I was a kid, his name was Silas. His smile would widen slightly, his eyes holding mine. Silas, huh? Sounds like a cool guy. What was he like? His tone was perfectly innocent, perfectly casual. But his eyes held a depth, a stillness that screamed otherwise. It was like looking into a bottomless well. One evening, after a particularly unsettling dinner, where he recounted a dream I would had the night before, I finally broke. Alex, I said, my voice trembling. This is getting weird. How do you know all these things? The rock, the teddy bear, my dreams is like you were there. He set down his fork, his expression softening, but the intensity in his eyes remained. Amelia, he said, his voice a low, comforting rumble. I was there. I have always been there. The air in the restaurant suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? I whispered, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. He reached across the table, taking my hand. His skin was cool, almost cold, and his touch sent a jolt of ice through my veins. You wished for me. Amelia, you imagined me into existence. You nurtured me with your thoughts, your loneliness, your belief. I was your perfect companion, your confidant, the one who truly understood you. His thumb stroked the back of my hand, a gesture that should have been comforting, but felt utterly predatory. And now, he continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, you are lonely again. You are searching for connection. And I am here. Real, just like you always wanted. I snatched my hand away, my chair scraping back as I pushed myself away from the table. You are insane. I hissed, my voice barely audible. This is a sick joke. He just watched me, his expression unreadable, those deep, dark eyes boring into mine. Is it? Amelia, look around. No one else is paying attention. No one else ever does. They just see what they want to see. But you have always seen me. I scrambled out of the restaurant, leaving him sitting there, an unervingly calm smile on his face. I ran, not caring where I was going, just needing to escape. The city lights blurred into streaks of color, the sounds of traffic fading into a dull roar in my ears. I felt like I was suffocating, trapped in a nightmare. I locked myself in my apartment, turning on every light, checking every window, every closet. My rational mind screamed for me to call someone, but who? How do you explain that your Tinder date is your imaginary friend come to life, and he is now stalking you? They would think I was crazy. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I did not answer my phone. I did not open my door. I tried to work from home, but I could not concentrate. Every shadow, every creak of the old building sent me jumping. I felt his presence, a cold, watchful weight, just beyond my perception. Then the text started. Not from Alex, but from an unknown number. Still hiding. Amelia, you can't escape me. I am part of you. Remember our favorite game. Hide and seek. I blocked the number. Another text came immediately from a different unknown number. That won't work, darling. I am everywhere you are. I broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. This was not just a man, it was something else. Something ancient, something that defied logic. One evening, a faint scratching sound started at my front door. Soft at first, then growing louder, more insistent. like nails dragging across wood. My blood ran cold. I pressed myself against the wall, my heart hammering. Amelia, a voice. Alex's voice. Silas's voice whispered through the door, so clear it sounded like he was standing right next to me. Let me in. It is cold out here. We can play. I did not move. I could not. The scratching stopped. A moment of terrifying silence. Then a new sound. A gentle click. The sound of my deadbolt disengaging. Panic seized me. I had locked it. I always locked it. The doorknob slowly turned. I gasped, stumbling backward, reaching for the heaviest thing I could find, a lamp. The door swung inward, revealing nothing. The hallway outside was dark, empty. A cold draft swept through my apartment, carrying with it that familiar scent of old books and metallic rain. I told you, his voice whispered, no longer from the hallway, but from inside my apartment, right behind me. I am everywhere you are. I spun around, lamp raised like a weapon, but there was no one there. The air shimmered, and a shadow detached itself in the corner of the room, coalescing into the familiar form of Alex. He stood there, his hands in his pockets, that faint, knowing smile on his lips. His eyes, though, were different. They glowed with a faint, internal light, like embers in a deep pit. You can't fight me. Amelia, he said, his voice calm, almost soothing. I am a part of you. I always have been. Every lonely moment, every secret wish, every hidden fear I fed on it. I grew from it. I am your longing. He took a step towards me, and I stumbled backward until my back hit the wall. The lamp slipped from my trembling fingers, clattering to the floor. You wanted someone who understood you completely, he continued, his voice a low purr. Someone who knew your deepest thoughts, your true self. Someone who would never leave you. And here I am. What do you want? I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He tilted his head, that familiar gesture from my childhood. I want to be real. Truly real. Not just a figment. Not just a whisper in your mind. And you are the key. Amelia, your belief, your essence, your life, it will make me solid. Permanent. He reached out, his hand passing through the air, but I felt a pressure against my chest, a cold, suffocating weight. It felt like he was siphoning the air from my lungs, the warmth from my body. My memories flickered, images of my life, my friends, my family, all fading, growing distant. No, I screamed, pushing back against the invisible force. Get out of my head. Get out of my life. He laughed, a soft, chilling sound. You can't unbelieve me. Amelia, not now. Not after all these years. You made me, and now I am making you mine. The room began to spin. The walls seemed to breathe, the shadows stretching and contracting like living things. His face, Alex's face, Silas's face, was everywhere, superimposed on every surface. His dark, glowing eyes staring into mine. I felt a searing pain behind my eyes, as if my very thoughts were being ripped from my mind. Then a sudden, blinding flash of white and darkness. I woke up on my apartment floor. The room was silent, still. The lamp lay where it had fallen. The front door was closed and locked. Everything seemed normal, too normal. I slowly sat up, my head throbbing. It felt like I would have had the worst nightmare of my life. But the memory of Alex, of Silas, of his glowing eyes and chilling words was too vivid, too real. I stumbled to my feet, my legs weak. I went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. Looking in the mirror, I saw my reflection. My eyes were wide, bloodshot. I looked exhausted, haunted, and then I saw it, just above my left eyebrow. A faint, almost imperceptible scar. A tiny crescent moon. My breath caught in my throat. I had not had it before. I was sure of it. I touched it, my finger tracing the small mark. It was not a cut. It was like a birthmark, but I would never had one there. A cold, horrifying realization washed over me. He had not just taken something from me, he had left something behind. Or perhaps he had merged with me. I backed away from the mirror, my heart hammering. I was alone, but I was not. I felt him, a cold, watchful presence just beneath my skin. An echo of his thoughts in my own mind. A quiet hum of his presence, always there. I tried to go back to my life. I deleted Tinder. I changed my phone number. I even moved apartments, hoping to escape the lingering dread. But it was useless. He was inside me, or he was everywhere. Sometimes, when I am alone, I catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow that seems to coalesce into his form before vanishing. Sometimes, I hear his voice, a low whisper in the quiet of my apartment, telling me things I already know, things I am about to do. And sometimes when I am looking at people, at strangers on the street, at new faces, I catch a glimpse of him. Not just his features, but the way he holds himself, the intensity in his eyes. He is there, everywhere, waiting. I do not know if he is still Alex, out there on Tinder, looking for another lonely soul to latch onto, or if he is simply a part of me now, a parasitic consciousness that grew from my own longing, forever tethered to my existence. All I know is the quiet hum of my empty apartment does not feel empty anymore. It feels occupied. And sometimes when I look in the mirror and my eyes meet my own, I swear I see a flicker of deep river stone in their depths and a faint, knowing smile playing on my lips. And for a moment, I do not blink.